What's up, hooligans? How's everybody doing tonight? Just post all the places. How's it going, everybody? Hello. Oh, thank you. Yes, we're a little bit trimmed. A little bit more proper tonight. Who would have thought? Yo, guys, I got so many... 1 second. I'm posting that I'm live. I got so many comments on my... 1 second. I got so many comments on my beard trimming. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought? Let me pop out chat so I can actually see what you guys are saying. Hello! Hello, Bongo. Hello, Bildo. Hello, Angel, Milkboy, Vander, Arcane, Quispy, Alvaro, GDP, Gertie the Gray. What's up? How's it going? Oh man, I don't know how to read those letters, but thanks. I appreciate the looking sharp. Benry, what's up? You forgot Tuesday was the 30th? Well, we're going to be back again on Sunday this week. Don't worry about that. But I still wanted to get in, you know, this one. Oh man, a Shevitz. How is everybody feeling today? Some dude, how? Thank you for joining, member man. How are you doing, some dude? Welcome to the party. Very cool. Wait, why is chat getting chopped off? Let's try to fix that before we jump too deep into things. I'm using a new format for chat, so it's a little, there we go. Now it should be better. Yeah, there we go. Now it's not getting cut off anymore. Maybe you become a little smaller, or maybe I put you over here. I don't know. All right, this music's too intense. Everybody needs to calm down. Oh man. Well, I had a busy weekend. How was your weekend? I had a wedding. My brother got married. Very exciting. Much excite. And as a part of that wedding, I decided I should you know, shave my beard a little bit, trim it up. And the amount of people that were commenting about it was so funny. One day I'm gonna shave the whole beard off, and you all are gonna have a panic attack. I'm confident of it. I'm confident, and it's gonna be funny. Oh, man. No, not the whole thing. One day, maybe. Can't hear any music? All right, I turned the music off for a little bit. I'll turn it back on in a bit. Guys, how is everybody doing, friends? Is everyone having a nice day? Did everyone have a nice weekend? Before we get... Look at me. I'm hydrating with a proper water bottle today because I'm being a water drinker. Uh-oh. I'm going to need to refill this at some point. So we're going to be changing some things up. We're going to be moving some things around with stream. This is the last day that I'm going to be running stream this way. We are going to be making some changes moving forward. And before we dive too deep into anything, I kind of just wanted to explain what those changes are going to be. And I'll be posting about this in the Discord. I'll post about it other places, but I thought I would just explain it first so you could hear it from the old horse's mouth. Does that sound good? Welcome, Grenade. Jim, I'm glad you're doing well. You're a bit tired? Man, I got very drunk this weekend at my brother's wedding, and I forgot how long it takes me to recover from drinking. It took me a couple days. I was not a human being again until today. But I think I'm mostly a human being today, aside from the whole, Eldridge backstory, but we don't need to get into that right now. Suffice to say that starting next week, we are going to be doing streaming more than once a week, regularly. The Sunday stream is going to stay basically the same. It's going to be open to everybody. It's going to be a big wheel. It's going to be open forum. There's no rules for what sort of thing you want to post. You could post a monster. You could post an adventure. You could post a class you're working on, whatever. So Sunday is open day. I don't know what we're going to call it, but Sunday that's that day. We are going to be moving the member wheel out of Sunday entirely. And the member wheel is going to get its own day, and that is going to be Thursday. So Thursday afternoon is going to be member wheel day. So we're going to be splitting them up into 2 streams. I want to make sure I'm doing everyone justice, and I think that is the best way to do it. I also think that with the member wheel being a bit smaller inherently, it could allow space for some other things that I could do during that stream day, and also potentially another couple ways I could make that stream a little bit different. But we're basically going to be doing 2 different streaming days. One is going to be the public wheel, one is going to be the member wheel, and then there's going to be a third streaming day that I'm not 100% sure what it's going to be yet, but I think it's going to be a variety show day. And the things that I would like to do with the third day of Homebrew is going to be a combination of doing DM call-in, where you guys can call in and you can ask me questions, talk about your game, and I can try to answer them. Us writing Homebrew together so that we can, I'll work, we'll have chat vote and decide what we're building, and we'll build something. And contests. Homebrew streams that are way more focused. So as opposed to the Sunday one, which is just bring in what you're working on, it'll be make a cursed item or make a monster that it could be in Batman or whatever. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but that's going to be the cycle. So Sunday is going to stay the same. Thursday is going to be a combination of member Homebrew and other things if we have time. And then there's going to be a third day that's variety show. So I hope that sounds good for everybody. I'm going to be yelling about this more as we move on, but that's the plan. So feel free to yell that plan at people so long as the yell does not become obnoxious. And the intention behind this very specifically is that I want to be streaming more because I like it, and I genuinely think it's good community building, and it's good. I'm enjoying it. And I want to make sure that as our community grows, I'm giving everyone opportunities to participate at whatever level they're comfortable, but have that still feel like it is a participation. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if I'm streaming every night yet, but I do want to be streaming a lot more. I also think that until I can figure out how to deal with the way that Restream is bugging, we're going to be just on YouTube. I have not been able to solve this problem. I've been trying to figure out the tech stuff. I'm not that great at it, but I've been working on it. Restream is not enjoying connecting to my OBS right now, and I'm struggling with it. So we're sticking to YouTube for the time being. And that's, I think, all the news. I think those are the big plans. Did I miss anything? I don't know. God, I look 40 years younger when I shaved my beard. I just got a glimpse of myself on the OBS. It's wild. Okay. So, do we want to do music tonight or no? Let's do a poll. You guys can decide. I never know. Music? Because I do feel like I get tired of it, and you guys can just put on your own music if you want. Music, yes or no? All right, there we go. The poll is up. Vote. Vote in the poll whether or not you want them sweet, sweet tunes. Kelf, how you doing? Tuesday, how's it going? You can never hear the music? I know. I'll try to make it. I can try to make it louder. It's very hard to balance when I don't have a soundboard. I'm just kind of trying to eyeball it through OBS. Can I tell you yo, Frank, can I tell you? So Frank just said, I always forget I can put on my own music when I'm watching somebody else speak. Can I tell you something that I started to do when I'm playing D&D virtually? And I actually fucking love it. It depends on the game you're playing in, but if you are playing D&D with a dungeon master that doesn't super actively use music or like regularly forgets to change the music, what I strongly suggest you start doing is just muting whatever music they're playing and putting on your own music in the background. And as much as that feels kind of anti-communal in a way that I don't love, I think it works really well because I love musical cues. When I'm running D&D in my home games, I love musical cues. So I like make a point to make sure that everyone has their music on because I'm very attentive of the music that's playing. And it's kind of because that's how I plan. I usually start with listening to music, and that music gets me into a headspace. So I always have like a soundtrack vibe that I know will fit. And sometimes I find like a really great song for a potential moment. But if my dungeon master doesn't do that, and a guy whose game I'm playing in right now, he really doesn't do that at all. He like forgets that the battle music is playing for 20 minutes. I just mute him and play my own music. And I got to say, guys, it works so, so well. It works so, so well. You do that too? Yeah. You're playing D&D? Oh, calm down, man. Don't lose focus on the game. It's good for roleplay. I have bone conductor headphones to keep hearing the DM when the IRL sessions. I don't know what bone conductor headphones are, but that sounds freaking awesome. Massive playlist of songs. Yeah. Do they know about it? Yeah, I told that dungeon master. I told him. I wasn't doing it secretly. I did do it for a session without telling him. So I just started doing it in the middle of the session. And then at the end of the session, I was like, I forgot to mention that I did this. And he's like, oh, that's fun. He didn't care. He's pretty chill. That's a very goofy game. That's the game that I play in with a bunch of dudes. We're all pretty old friends. Most of them know each other from like middle school, and I got to know them like maybe in the past like 5 or 6 years, but very goofy, very chill guys. A bunch of them are like dads. So everybody's just like there to have fun and not stress about things too much. It's one of my favorite games to play in because the goal is really just like we miss each other, we hang out, it's fun. Yeah, we use Roll20 usually. I think that if I ever start running games on stream live, I probably will use Roll20 until I figure out how to use Foundry or something that is a little bit more cinematic. But Roll20 is what I learned is the VTT that I grew up on. It's okay. I think Foundry has a lot more power. It just requires more finagling. And I'm not a finagler. I'm a slow learner. Owlbear Rodeo is also really good. Tailspire is great. If you like 3D maps, Tailspire is friggin' awesome. If you like 3D maps. Also, if you like building 3D maps. All right, let's do a music. All right, I'm going to put some music on, and you guys tell me if you can hear it, and then we'll get started. We're going to first start with a music test, though, because I do want to get this balance. Okay. I am playing music now. Can you guys hear it? It's not loud. It's like... It's like that. How's the sound? Is it good? Is the balance good? And then we'll dive in. Oh, I should have ended this poll a while ago. I'm stupid. Okay, cool. All right, let's dive into this bad boy. It feels like it's been a little while since I looked at your stuff, but I guess it hasn't been that much longer than a week. I gotta say, can I be honest with you fuckers for a second? You scumbags? I find that I get ranty when we review Homebrew a lot, but every single time I start stream, when I set up the wheel, which is like I go through, I see how many things I've been... It just makes me so excited to see how many people have cool ideas that they're working on that they like want to share. So before we get too deep into anything, because inevitably I'm going to get grumpy at a grammatical error, or I'm going to misunderstand something and give bad advice. It happens. But before we get into the darkness, I just want to say that I love this, and I'm so glad that you guys love this. I used to be a preschool teacher. I used to be somebody that ran creative writing workshops and stuff, and I just think that this is such a wonderful thing. So, before we get saying, all right, enough fucking mushiness. Shut the fuck up. Go to hell. I hate you all. No emotions. All right, let's spin the wheel. All right, we're starting with Soup Angel. I gotta stop saying emotional things. Okay, Soup Angel coming in with no message. We're going in blind. So we're working with Soup. Let me get you guys the piece here 1 second. There you go. I don't know if you can hear me. Let's make sure this thing is... Ooh, I like the art. I gotta say, I'm not even gonna read it yet. We're gonna read it in a second. But can I just give a piece of advice before we get too deep into it? If you are ever making homebrew with the goal of people like looking at it on the internet, figuring out the basics of GM Binder or homebrewery, and then finding a piece of art that's evocative, it's not going to necessarily be the difference between people liking your piece or not liking your piece, but it will often be the difference between people giving your piece attention or not. So it is worth doing, spending that little bit of time to find a piece of art that makes people go like, huh, what's going to happen? Because it's going to get more eyes, you know? It's a sorcerer, yeah. All right, let's take a look. The sorcerer, metallic soul. Yeah, the art, that's what I'm saying. The art is fucking awesome. And it's like mysterious. Like, what? Are we melting swords? All right, we're going to see. Metallic sorcerers are often forged rather than born. Whether they were made by a god of steel or were somehow struck with the elemental energy from the planes of fire and metal. Okay, I'm gonna make this its own sentence, and then make this a sentence that's separate but grammatically correct. These sorcerers are able to melt and reshape metal practically at will. I think you could just say at will. Oops, oh, Jesus, sorry about that. And possess untold magnetic powers. Okay, cool. Really solid flavor text. If I was going to give feedback at all, I'd say make this its own sentence. And if you want to, you could probably drop the word weather and then try to build this into its own sentence that's just offering examples of where they come from. But really good, straightforward. I like it. I don't think flavor text needs to be anything more than that. I think that accomplishes the goal really nicely. I hope it will fight the basilisk chicken. Oh, who's to say? Okay, let's see what we get. We get some spells. Nice. Can we change them? We get additional spells. They don't count. That's fine. Okay, we can get new spells. They have to be from the druid, cleric, or sorcerer spell list, and they can be transmutation or evocation. Okay. Oh, agonizer. Thank you for becoming a member. So kind. Very cool. All right, I think that's pretty solid. I feel like you could probably pick one of the two. I don't think you need to do both, but I think doing both is fine. Actually, I guess the other ones do both also. They could do wizard or warlock. So shut the hell up, me. Ignore what I said. He said my thing, I feel special for 5 seconds. Dude, you should feel special for so many seconds. You know why? Because you're hanging. You're here. I don't know what you're doing out there in the world, but somewhere you're sitting in a chair, or you're standing with some headphones in, cleaning up after dinner, but you're hanging enough to type a little message. Ooh, Magoo. You know. So I'm just talking to the fucking ether until you guys say stuff. I'm not going to say everyone's special because that does kind of diminish it, but I will say that there is at least one special thing about every person. I think that I can say with confidence, which I guess does mean everyone's special, but whatever. Okay, magnetic. Let's not get too... You guys are getting me down a kindness rabbit hole that I am not used to doing on these streams. So we need to figure out how to navigate that. All right, let's look at these features. This, you know, hopefully this will be really overpowered and I can get angry quickly. At first level, you acquire the training necessary to effectively arm yourself for battle. I think you can drop effectively. You gain proficiency with light armor and medium armor, as well as simple weapons. I'm immediately curious why we don't get martial weapons. Your magnetic abilities allow you greater control of weapons. When wielding a metallic weapon with which you are proficient, you can use your charisma modifier instead of your strength modifier. Solid. For the attack and damage rolls. Okay. Your reach with metallic weapons extends by 5 feet at first level to 10 feet. 6. Okay. So, what are we getting at first level here? We're getting medium armor, solid. We're getting charisma-based weapon wielding. And what you're doing here is you're trying to, as simply as possible, create the feeling of you are having your weapons float around you. I think that's what you're trying to do. Chat, do you agree with me? Is that what Soup Angel's doing here? I have two thoughts on that. One, I think this can work as is. Okay, so first of all, the armor, the weapon proficiency, I think is fine. Honestly, I think you could go with just proficient with martial weapons, and that would be fine. You maybe limit it to melee weapons? I know this is weird to say, but I feel like it wouldn't make sense for this to be able to do this with a longbow. I feel like because you're going to be swinging them around you, it might be of value to limit it to melee weapons, maybe even melee metallic weapons. The other thing that I was going to say is that I don't know if it makes more sense to express the weapons floating around you the way that you have it written, or to express it more like spiritual weapon, where you can move the weapon as part of the attack as it flies around you. I think it's worth thinking about the mechanical implications of it being a melee weapon and being reach, as opposed to it just flying around. It affects opportunity attacks. That's the big one, I guess. Chat, are there other ways that affects things? I don't think so. I think crossbows might be metallic, depending on what game you're playing. I don't think this is floaty weapons quite yet. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it feels like you're throwing the weapons out, and they're... I mean, I guess that could be it, too. Regardless of how you want to express this, I like it. I like the way it builds, and I want to even suggest maybe pushing it further? I feel like the range should be farther than 25 feet by the time you get to 18th level. Right? What if it's 5 times... If it's 5 times your proficiency bonus, then it would start at 10 and move up to 30. So you could do that. But I think it's... I feel like it would make... No, I don't want to listen to that song. That song's too intense. I feel like it would... There's space to move some stuff around that. If you wanted to do a little bit of switchy magoos. Switchy magoo, you know what I mean? Okay. Anyway, I think it's interesting. I think it's good. I want to say again, I think martial weapons probably will be fine here. I would probably change that. Does this mean you can't opportunity attacks at higher levels? Well, I think Pokey Niner, that's a great point. The way that it's written, yes. the way that it's written, yes, you would not get your opportunity attack until it left your range. So the way that it's written is they would have to move more than 25 feet away from you to proc opportunity attack. But let's see what other things we get, because I do think that there are ways that you could get extra attacks in that would fit nicely. It is a dumb rule, Desty, I agree. It's not actually Desty. Can I rephrase that? I do not think it's a dumb rule for monsters because it creates a certain element of battle tactics where you can run around like around a giant and things like that, which is nice. But I agree. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's look at Forged by Fire. Starting at 6th level, you get. Did I look at what the spells were? I skipped the fucking spells. I'm sorry. Let me look at the spells. Searing Smite, Shield, solid. Bark Skin, Heat Metal. I would drop Bark Skin. I get that you want to be beefier, but find something else here. You're giving them armor proficiency, so come up with something else here. Call Lightning and Elemental Weapon. I don't know how I feel about Call Lightning. Stone Skin, good. Fire Shield, good. Flame Strike, good. Holy Weapon, good. I'm wondering if there are some more, like, magnety spells that could fit more than Call Lightning or Bark Skin. It is a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. It might be of value. Like, I feel like Levitate would almost make more sense than Bark Skin. Even though it's not technically magnet, it kind of gives the magnet vibe, you know? Catapult is another one that could fit for sure, but it's another damaging one. It also kind of works against the melee build here. Okay. But overall, solid. I disagree with the ones I disagree with. We're moving on. Telekinesis is also a good option. Telekinesis is a really nice option if you're trying to come up with another non-damage one. Who said that? Droagonborn. That's a funny name, dude. Well, Shadow Blade is like a shadow weapon. That's okay, man. We spell everything wrong. Let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you gain resistance to fire damage. Nice, nice, nice. Additionally, when you fail a con saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell that deals fire damage, you can expend 1 sorcery point to succeed instead. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Now I'm starting to see why we're getting a lot of fire damage spells in here. Okay. I want to say that this should probably change its name from Metallic Soul to Forge Soul. Because I will be honest, I kind of forgot that it was fire. Fire was a part of it. Because magnetic and metal are so tied in a way that doesn't include heat. Maybe change the name. I don't know. Something to think about. That might just be me. This is pretty strong. Okay, I have thoughts. I like it. I think it fits the vibe. I like that it's strong but requires sorcery points. The other thing that I might throw in here if I were you, maybe, would be a way that you could spend sorcery points to get extra attacks with your swinging weapons. If you wanted to lean more into magnet stuff. Molten Soul is a nice idea too. Who said that? Frank Mills. Forged Heart. Forged Heart is good. God damn, you guys are so smart. I love you. Okay. I think this is solid. I think this is solid. The thing that I kind of wish it had was another way to hit with its weapon. Because the truth is that even if your weapon's range is 20 feet, if you're just getting one swing and it's a simple weapon, that's not much. That's not much by 6th or 7th level. So I would consider maybe giving them an opportunity to get other swings some way. Forged Soul also includes metal and magma, so it fits. Legit. A nice subclass for a Genasi or any automaton. Yeah, it's got solid flavor so far. Lodestone Armament. Oh, man, that's a good name. At 14th level, your affinity for using magnetism as a weapon increases. You learn Animate Objects. Nice. It doesn't count against the number of spells you know. When you cast Animate Objects and target only metallic objects, each object has double the amount of hit points it would normally have. Can I make a suggestion here? I want to make a suggestion here. This is my suggestion. I think we lean away from magnet shit for 14th level. I think this is what I want to suggest. I want to suggest that when you cast animate objects in this unique way, or when you're targeting metallic objects, you can choose to heat them up. What if then the metallic objects deal fire damage, which means that it would tie back to this, so you could use this feature to maintain concentration on it. And then instead of giving them double hit points, you could do something like they gain temporary hit points equal to something, or they deal extra fire damage. Maybe they don't, maybe they deal extra fire damage. Something like that. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. I think this can work fine, but I think it would make sense to have, because animate objects is a concentration spell, and like your main 6th level feature is a concentration maintaining spell, it could be nice if you could sync them together. Temporary hit points equal to the spell's level could definitely work. Because Meg Jets is the way to spell from now on. It's the world we live in. GDP. I'm gonna make that annoying sound every time I breathe. No, I won't. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Okay. Starting at 18th level. This is called magnetic lock, by the way. Starting at 18th level, you are able to bind metal in place with magnetic fields. As an action, you can choose a creature you can see within 60 feet of you that is made of or wearing a large amount of metal, and force it to make a strength saving throw. I think you need to clarify what a large amount of metal means. The creature is paralyzed for 1 minute on a failed save and can remake the saving throw as an action on each of its turns, ending the effect. Alternatively, as an action, you can choose a metallic object that is huge or smaller and lock it in place as if it were an immovable rod. You can end either of these effects at any time, no action required. How often can you do this? Can you just do this forever? I want to suggest that there's a cap on this, or that you can only target one thing at a time, or that it requires some element of concentration to maintain, like a spell. Am I missing something, or is it an infinite use? It's not crazy strong, so I get why it's not a once-a-day feature. A sorcery point cost could work for sure. Why wouldn't you just target the metal on the target's body to bypass the save? I think that you would need to clarify that the object needs to not be worn or carried. That's a good point. Bongo. The object probably shouldn't be able to be worn or carried to be targeted. For 14th level, it could automatically have the effects of the spell heat metal on it. That's interesting, too. Yeah. All right. I like this a lot. Okay. I have two very different thoughts. CinderBlocksally, the one who holds your hand as we walk through the shadows together, would say that this needs some limiting feature to it, whether that is a resource, whether that is an active action economy to maintain, etc. And clarification on the object can't be worn or carried. Opinion, CinderBlocksally, feels like this should be stronger and resource heavy. I don't even know what that means, but I want to be able to do something big. I get that that might not be what you want in the same way, which means don't listen to that, which is why I put that in opinion mode. Either way, I think it's a pretty solid piece so far, dude. I think you have very little work to do to make this solid. The biggest, like, not red flag, but the biggest thing that I'm like, I think this needs more thought, is that I question if the range of your simple weapons using charisma increasing is enough to merit it still being used past, like, 6th level. And I don't know. That's my main, like, thought. Okay. I don't have any more thoughts about it. Really nice. Nice first piece for the night. Let's do another spin. Oh, guys, I forgot to mention. I mentioned it already on stream, but just so you know, starting next week. Let's use this one. James R. Starting next week, the member wheel is going to be on a separate stream. That is going to be Thursday nights, and it is going to be so that way we can give more time to both, and also I might be able to have members come on and we can talk, but also just more space as we grow. So starting next week, Thursdays are going to be member streams, Sundays are going to be open streams for everybody. I will post announcements online about it as well. I'll probably say it a few more times on stream tonight. James R. I know you don't know much about One Piece. Correct, I don't know anything about One Piece. But this monk subclass is meant to embody the chop fruit. Okay, I don't know what that means. Allowing the user to separate and control body parts freely and independently. Cool. All right, now I do know what that means. No need to read the next part out loud. Too late, I'm already here. But I also submitted this in the normal submission link without knowing because I'm a new member. Disregard that submission. I will, James, but part of the reason why I'm splitting the streams up is that we don't have that confusion anymore. Everyone will know exactly where to post things, and we can be simple folk living simple worlds. Simple folk in a simple world. Okay, let me post this to you guys. There it is. Give her a gander. How's it going tonight, chat? Is everyone having a good night? Where'd my water bottle go? Oh, it's right here. Arm fall off, boy monk? Yeah. Exactly. Okay, way of unlocked body. There were like 80 submissions tonight on the big wheel. I think 82. Generally, it is believed that our bodies have a definite shape, changed only by magic and curses. However, I would drop the changed only by magic and curses because that's what we're going to be getting into, I imagine. However, monks learned in the way of the unlocked body, have discovered that their physical bodies are not, in fact, drop this. This is filler. That are not tied perfectly to its shape. They've learned to detach certain parts and to use them away from the origin. Away from the origin is awkward. I would probably say, like, and send them flying out into combat or something like that. Making ladders in libraries and rope for wells unnecessary. Be more clear here. Split these up and be like, like reaching. Be more clear about what's going on. It's. I get the examples that you're doing, but there's a little dissonance there. This way of learning not only is resourceful, but also allows for the monks to be more in tune to their physical selves. I would probably drop this whole sentence, actually, because it's not giving any new details. And I don't know if it's necessary. And I bet if you drop this sentence, you could split these details up into more full sentences and they would paint more of a picture. The whole point of the flavor text when we're writing something is to paint a picture to get someone interested. So we don't want to overload them with the details, but we want the details that we give to be very specific. The more specific details you give, the better image it makes in someone's mind. As writers, we often have this inclination that we want to include everyone in the thing that we're writing, so we start to write very broadly because we want it to be able to appeal to everyone's experience. But that's actually counterintuitive to how our minds work. Even if we don't understand a detail that is mentioned in writing, by using the proper word, by using a specific detail, it makes our mind both legitimize the writing more, and it makes our mind start to build an image of that thing, even if we don't know what that image is that we're building. Your brain is incredibly good at pattern building, and that's one of the ways that you as a writer can take advantage of that. I hope that makes sense. All right, minor detachments, 3rd level. Your awareness of the physical limitations of your body allows for minor changes without much effort. Minor changes in what? Be specific. As a bonus action, you can detach any small part of your body and control it. The largest part that can detach with this feature is a hand or foot. While detached, this part acts like it normally would. A hand can grab, a foot can kick, eyes and ears can see and hear. When using this feature to detach a hand, use the rules for Mage Hand. The most parts you can have floating around at a time with this feature is 2. And they can't go more than 30 feet away from you. While detached, it can also be moved 30 feet without using an action. Once you reach 11th level, the amount of body parts you can detach at a time is 3, and it goes up to 4 at 20th. Okay, so you're going to want to clean up this second part here. Instead of using language like the most amount you can have floating around at a time with this feature is 2, I would say something like you can have a maximum of 2 body parts floating in this manner at a time. There's like little details of how you change your wording that can make it sound a little bit more official. Don't use like and I would say, and they can never be more than 30 feet away from you. Also, you need to clarify on your turn. You can move them 30 feet. It still needs to sit in the action economy, even if it doesn't require an action. And you don't say without using an action. You say no action required. Okay, I'm gonna make a suggestion here. I think with this, you might need to be more specific as to what's going on. You list a couple body parts. You list hands, feet, eyes, and ears. I think that you should probably... It might be worth your time to actually turn this into, like, bullet points. You can detach one of the following body parts from your body. When doing so, it can do the following thing, or whatever. So then you have one bullet point. Hand/hand. When detached, it can act as mage hand or be used to make melee monk attacks. Foot. It can be used to make melee monk attacks. Eyes. It can see. Ears. Yeah, it should be in a table. Don't leave too much room for, I don't think you should leave too much room for interpretation, because this can get weird, and I think it's probably better to make it more specific, and you can actually give it more power by making it more specific. Like, you could give the foot a unique way of interacting as opposed to the hand if you list it. You could give the eye, you know what I mean? You could do stuff like that. Okay. It would be better to not let the player detach anything when it said earlier it was just arms and head. I don't know. I think it's okay to let them take body parts off. The ability to let your player have flexibility to separate any part of their body makes this a nightmare to balance. I don't agree with that. This is not no more so than the Echo Knight. If you make very specific what the limbs can do, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You just need to make it. You just need to like really focus how it works. And the other thing that I would say is, if it starts to feel really strong, instead of making it free to do all of this stuff, make it tied back into the action economy. Bullet points will help. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's look at the this is overall, I think this is a pretty cool feature though. Like, I like the idea a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun. Depending on what these other features are, I feel like there might need to be more limitations put on it, but I genuinely don't know yet. Let's see what the other third level feature is. It's quite strong, I will also say. It's quite strong. Destiny said, I detach a fraction of my skin and send it top a nearby church attached to a sack of money and a note. That's why I'm saying you gotta limit the features. But you also see Dexy. It can't be more than 30 feet away from you, so it can't go that far. Because technically that issue is kind of something the Echo Knight can actually just legit do. They can move they can have echoes move very far away. Okay, wait. Let's look at the other third level feature. Major detachments. You can also detach large parts of your body with more effort required. As a bonus action, you can spend a key point to detach an entire limb. Now is where I think we're going to maybe get a little bit too confusing here. Including arms, legs, and your head. The detached limbs also have a range and movement of 30 feet, but with more utility. Again, you can't be using language like this. This is too informal. Too informal. Just list what that utility is. Let us see it. You don't need to, don't explain the logic behind the, don't explain the, it's like, you don't explain the joke in the joke. You don't explain the reasoning behind your design in your design. You just let the design speak for itself. You can use this limb to make attacks as if you were in the same spot. A detached arm can also, wait, can you not make attacks with the hand or the foot? I must have missed that. A detached arm can also lift more than the hand would using your normal strength and take actions such as the shovel and grab. Okay, so we can just do all the things like a regular attack can do. While an arm is attached, you can't use actions that require two hands. That should be the same. That should be true of the other hand feature too, such as versatile feature of weapons. While a leg is attached, your speed is reduced by half. While your head is detached, your body can still act normally. Granted, you can see what you're doing. If line of sight is obscured, physical check. Okay, I'm not even gonna finish reading this. That's fine. This is all fine. These features these should just be the same feature. These should just be the same feature, right? You don't have a hand be separate from an arm, because what if I have a like, because what if I lose my hands and then I have arms? That means I have hands flying around and arms flying around? No, these should just be the same. The hand feature should get the mage hand. It should get punching. It should get shoving. It should be grappling. The leg feature should get kicking. The head feature should get seeing, hearing, all of that. Just, these should be the same feature. Tie them together. Chat, am I crazy? Chat, I need you to tell me that that idea is very legit or out of pocket. Because I feel like that idea is pretty goddamn legit. But sometimes I say stuff and I realize it's out of pocket, and the more you cover my butt, the better it is. I'm objectively correct. Whatever. I don't see what's the big difference other than the attack. I mean, I agree. Well, the big difference is the little details of the two hands, and the legs are stronger, and the leg makes you lose movement. But why doesn't the foot make you move? I don't know. Like, there's things, all the negatives of the leg should be negatives of the foot. Same with that. Like, I feel like if they just make sense together. I feel overwhelmed looking at it, and it's only third level. I think you're overwhelmed looking at it because it's written in a way that is kind of globbed together. If these were bullet points, this would not feel overwhelming, even if it was separated. I'm 100% positive. Totally agree. It's taking up too much of the page. Can I detach my fingers from my detached hand that I have already detached from my detached arm? At 20th level. Cool. Okay, I think everyone agrees. Make these the same feature. But I think it's a cool feature, and I like it. Let's look at 6th level. Your quick thinking allows you to bypass incoming attacks. When you get hit with a melee attack that hits your armor class, you can use your reaction to spend a key point to increase your armor class by your proficiency bonus. If doing so would prevent the attack, your body splits right where the attack would hit, but this benefit only lasts until the start of your next turn. You don't need to say, but this benefit only lasts. You can just say, you gain proficiency equal to proficiency until the start of your next turn. You can just say that here. I don't know what your body splits right where the attack would hit. I think that's just flavor. If there's supposed to be mechanics involved there, I don't know what they are. I don't want to make that assumption, so that you should think about it. Oh, my brother's having a nice time on his little honeymoon. Let me send him a text. I'm gonna say, be decadent. Oh, that's flavor. Okay. So defensive duelist, yeah, it is basically the defensive duelist feature. So one thing that this is actually a really nice example of something that I try to encourage against most of the time in D&D is taking a feature that's pretty much verbatim a feature that already exists. Is Patrick trying to hang out? 1 second. Hello? Hello? Patrick?
Hello.
Hey, here 1 second. Let me adjust sound so people can hear you.
Yeah, absolutely. How's it going?
It's going good, man. How are you?
Good. We just finished up the most recent episode over at in the Rally Discord, so I figured I'd stop by.
Cool. So for folks that don't know, Patrick is the dungeon master, host, intrepid hero of the podcast that he and I do together called Unbalanced Encounters. If you're ever like, oh, what's a podcast that's a good D&D one? It's mine. There it is in the chat.
Hey.
Go watch it. But Pat is the dungeon master, and he and I it's one big show that is a big arc. We're on episode 20, what? I can check. 28 just aired. Yeah. Also, look how cool the website is when you load. Oh, so pretty. But the other thing is that we have one-shots that we run that are it's run sort of like Dropout TV, where some of them are going to be behind the paywall, some of them are going to be in front of the paywall on the Patreon, but Patrick and I basically switch off running those, and he and I plan them together mostly. So it's pretty fun. Yeah. But Patrick also knows a lot about D&D and has a fun mindset, so he helps review things. And do you want to help review things, or are you just here to say hi?
I am down to do some review.
All right, I'm going to repost the link in the chat if you want to check it out. How long have you been waiting here?
Oh, like 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. Hi, GeoStellar. Guys, chat, can you guys hear Pat okay?
Hello, chat. I honestly don't know.
I don't know. I was listening back to another stream, and you guys were like 3 times as loud as me, and I was like, fuck. So I had to do something just like
Oh, no.
All right, everybody saying yes. Everybody saying yes. Cool. He's not a stranger.
Cool. Great. Wonderful.
He's my boy. All right. So this is the Way of the Unlocked Body. It's based on an idea from One Piece. Not familiar. Basically, in a nutshell, it's a monk that can detach parts of their body and swing them around the battlefield. The main feedback that we gave so far, we really just looked at the first 3 level features, and the main feedback I gave so far was that they should just be the same feature. And if you want to read that and agree or disagree, you can, or you can just not worry about it and we can move on together.
I think it's fine. I think we can keep trucking. Okay,
so quick split, the 6th level feature I think is mostly fine. I think that somebody pointed out that it's basically the same as a feat. And while it is always okay to give a class feature that is essentially the same as something that already exists in D&D, if you're trying to build something weird, especially something like this where it's like your body is splitting apart, I do think it's advantageous to maybe try to come up with something a little bit unique. And I was thinking that an option for this could probably be something like mirror image, but have it so you use key points to cast it and it doesn't require concentration. And it like the misses are implied as like your body chunks moving out of the way. But I don't know. I think it can work if you're comfortable with it. Hello, Stargate Mind. It's more like the shield spell than defensive duelist. Oh, yeah, that's fair. We do have both wheels again tonight. Folks that are just getting here, starting next week, we are going to be doing Sunday nights as the big wheel And Thursday nights are the member wheel, and we're going to be separate. We're going to be different streams. So you can come to both. If you are a member, you can submit to both. And if you want to have an opportunity to be on both wheels, you can become a member on YouTube or join my Patreon. And then the other thing that will, like the special part of the member wheel, because I am imagining at a certain point it will grow and we're still not going to get to everything, is I think I'm going to make space for people to come on stream and we'll have a little bit of back and forth about their piece if they want. I think that'll be the other big difference about the Thursday night stream. So think about that, but don't do it if you don't want to. All right, let's look at the 11th level feature. Separation Levitation. Your connection...
Good name.
It's a pretty good name. You love names like this. You love words that kind of bounce. What is it called? This is not an alliteration. This is like the opposite.
It's not
of an
alliteration. It might be internal alliteration, actually. Separation, levitation. Yeah, it's internal alliteration.
Yeah.
It also rhymes.
Slant, but yes.
Yeah.
Your connection with your body allows you to change how you view your separation. I don't like the word separation here.
I also like, your connection allows you to view, changes how you view your separation. Is a little weird.
Yeah, maybe be clearer about, like, allows you to, your unlocking nature or whatever. It's just a vague word. As an action, you can spend 3 key points to detach your body anywhere from the waist down to the ankles. Wherever you decide to split, the upper half gains a fly speed equal to your walking speed. Your upper half can't go more than 60 feet away from your lower half. You can hold this flight for 10 minutes. However, it requires concentration. You would say, and you need to say as if concentrating on a spell, because you aren't concentrating on spells normally. If your concentration is broken, your upper half falls out of the air and is left prone. That's funny. Does it lose a fly speed? To get up from prone, you have to walk your lower half and reconnect it. That's funny. I like that. So you should clarify that your upper half drops to prone and has a movement speed of 0. You need to explain how this stacks on top of the splitting limbs, because you're creating this situation of tiered splitting. And if you're looking at the chat, like Agonizer just said, I am confusion. And I think I understand that sentiment, because I'm not sure how we're supposed to keep track of this. Like, does that mean each of your torso sections count as being within 30 feet for the flying limbs? And how does moving all the pieces around interact? I also sort of feel weirdly that, like, by splitting your torso and your apart, it's sort of just doing what the splitting of limbs does anyway. I don't know. How do you feel about this, Pat? Is this, what are your thoughts?
My thought is that, I think there's a reason why none of the Eberron races can do anything like this, right? And I think it's because it is just complicated to track. I think that if you want to do something in this vein, you've got to sacrifice the verisimilitude of actually having your body removed. Stuff like, oh, if your legs are detached from you and you fall separately from them, you have to walk your legs back in order to get back on them. Like, those little details are cute when I'm reading it, but in play, they're indicative of a larger, fiddlier, probably a little bit more miserable play space, right? It gets a little frustrating. So I think that you've got to figure out how to, like, abstract it a level, right? And I think Cinder was onto something with just the one instance of, like, using, like, a mirror image and then skewing it a little bit so that it's flavored a little bit differently. Something to that effect. Figuring out how to define rigorous and manageable mechanics and then theming it like you're chucking your body parts around.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it gets really complicated.
Our dear Philip, one of our champion moderators, said having maybe some instantaneous effects as opposed to persistent ones might be a good idea. And I think that could be kind of cool. Like, you could have an ability where it's like your limbs flail out in all directions and everything within 30 feet has to make a save or get punched or something like that. So it's still the flavor of you splitting apart,
kind of thing.
But coming back together. Because the other thing that I didn't think about before, but I do think is important, is how do your limbs interact with the world when they are separate? So, like, if your torso is over here and your body's over here, if I hit your torso with a critical, if I hit your leg with a critical hit, and I can you go unconscious from me hitting your leg with enough damage? Or alternatively, if you have 2 limbs in a fireball, do you have to make the dex save twice for both limbs? Like, there's things like that you're gonna want to start thinking about, and have incorporated. Like, the only thing that I would say to look at is the Echo Knight is a good, because the Echo Knight's echo is not you, and it has very specific rules for how it engages with the world, and it's specifically, I think, to deal with these sort of situations.
And I would say that if you're dedicated to the idea of having persistent, fiddly mechanical, like you can genuinely remove your body parts, a way to potentially tackle that is at the top, and this is pretty similar to, I think, someone in chat, Bongo the Gongo, said something very similar here. Have stat blocks for an arm and a leg and whatever division you sort of break it down into, and treat it like you're basically a beastmaster, right? Treat it like your limbs are a summon.
Yeah.
And it just, and you know, sort of one of the lines within the summon stat block is, while summoned, you have a move speed of 0 because they're your legs, and you don't have your legs anymore, right? Like, if you organize the information in that way, it could get you kind of close. It's still going to be real fiddly, but at least you're taking the fiddliness and organizing it in a paradigm that D&D understands.
Yeah,
which I think is helpful.
Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, let's look at the 17th level ability. Flurry of Bodily Blows. Dusty, all caps, Limb Summoner! You unlock your body's full potential for destruction. I would change the word here, and I would probably make it a word that implies your body's full potential for, like, splitting or separation. I wouldn't use the word separation, though, but for that process. By spending 4 key points, you split... Where does it sit in the action economy? Is it an action, bonus action? By spending 4 key points, you split your body into hundreds of pieces, which whip around in a whirlwind of attacks. You become a 20-foot radius sphere of flying body parts centered on you. This is cool. In which any creature who enters the radius for the... So don't say in which. Put a period here, and then say any creature that enters the radius for the first time or starts their turn there makes a dex save. Against your key save, I would put that in there. On a failed save, they take 5d6 plus your wisdom modifier bludgeoning damage. On a successful save, they take half damage. That's pretty strong. The only action you can take while in this form is to move the sphere 30 feet. You can still be targeted in this form, but every attack has disadvantage. This form holds for 1 minute or until you lose concentration. Interesting. Very interesting. I think this is kind of fun. Limb Tornado.
It's genuinely, like, I don't see a problem with this.
I think this is pretty cool.
Like it sits nicely in the sort of monk, kind of what you're supposed to be doing around this level.
Yeah, Angel 9001 brings up a good point. This is also 17th level. 5d8 is not too hectic at this level. I think that, can I make okay, so I think it requires something to do, like an action should be to turn it on.
Yeah.
The other thing that I want to suggest is that it should be free the first time you use it, and then cost key points after. And I think it could cost 4 key points or 5 key points or whatever after, but I do think that the first use should be free.
Monks are weird with some of those things. Can you think of another monk feature that gives you a free use and then a key cost use?
I feel like there's other monk 17th level features that do, but maybe I'm just imagining that.
Maybe. I mean, you're going to know better than I do.
I'm thinking more like there's a lot of sorcerer features that kind of function that way.
Yeah, 100%. But monks are just kind of weird in that space. Where
yeah,
from like a design ethos, their stuff usually has again, not always, but it usually has a fairly consistent cost. So I would think about, like, I mean, 3 key points is not that crazy. Oh no, it's 4. Excuse me, 4 key points is not that crazy at 17th level. But maybe if you find that the first use, you want that first use to be free, just drop it down to 3.
Oh, Ascendant's Dragon Breath weapon. I knew there was something. Boom. There we go.
Is there one?
Yeah, it's the monk. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. Yeah. I knew I wasn't being crazy. I knew I was.
Well, listen, like I said, you're genuinely going to know better than I do. I do not have encyclopedic knowledge of the subclasses published by Wizards of the Coast.
I don't have as much as I used to.
That's honestly probably
I
good.
haven't.
Wizards of the
I
Coast is
haven't.
kind of
I haven't actually.
really.
Like, there's a handful of the new books that I just haven't read. Like, I didn't read the new
They're not
Spelljammer
great.
book. I didn't read the Citadel Escape book. So I'm a little behind on some stuff. But whatever.
It's fair.
I generally
That's
only
valid.
keep up with like monsters, spells, character options more than I do like particular adventures.
Mostly it's just subclasses for me, which I think we're supposed to be getting a new one soon.
What I would love a new one. Okay, cool.
I think
I think that okay, flavor-wise I think this is really solid. I think you got to simplify some stuff and reorient some stuff so that it is more like specific features that are flavored as you splitting apart to help sort
again,
of balance the tieredness of it.
Yeah, pick a direction, right? Either decide that you want this to be a very complex subclass for someone to play, and figure out how to work it into either like a summon or a separate stat block or an Echo Knight type situation, or simplify, find things. The 17 level is a perfect example of how you simplify, right? Like
Yeah.
make up a tornado and skin it as a body tornado,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like that's ideal. So go one of those two directions, but don't keep playing the middle ground would be my advice.
Yeah. All right, let's do another wheel spin. Excuse me. Oh boy. This one's going to be intense. Sinister Death is this person's name.
I just realized that my stream video was like 2.5 minutes slow.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Let's see. Let me read this. This is what they wrote. They wrote like a story. So, Snug, why don't you tell chat just what prompted you to make a Death Knight subclass? Gets
Fun.
close to the microphone. Is cool. So I love the concept of Death Knights. I wanted to bring them into D&D as a playable class. I included the first draft, but I realized it's probably way too much. I had to have in a lot of abilities because the idea of a Death Knight encompasses many things. I think that is important when you're making a whole class. The most important part of making a whole new class is having a lot of ideas, but also making sure that it has a unique gameplay loop that is distinct enough to merit its existence as a class and not a subclass of a pre-existing class. That's my opinion.
Is this a new class?
Yeah. We're not going to read the whole thing, but we'll definitely take a look. They decided to take inspiration from the Totem Warrior Barbarian. At least they're expressing like it's a whole class. I have no idea. We're going to see. I don't expect a full review, but biggest worries are mostly at third level features. All right, we might not get the third level depending on how long the first and second level features are.
Chat is very confused about what Death Knights are, and while they are a thing beyond this, I think World of Warcraft is probably what they're shooting for. It's the
it's like an evil paladin.
It's kind of. It's a lot of like necromantic summoning, and most importantly, like rune magic. Death Knights in World of Warcraft use a lot of runes to gain buffs and different configurable abilities.
Okay, so they're saying that it comes from the paladin, but to make that happen, I feel like I had to change from the original class. I've done my best. Okay, okay. We're just gonna read it. We're gonna dive in. I'm ready. It's the pestilence dome. Wait, no, I clicked the wrong one. No, I clicked
the Soul Catchers.
I was reading Snugs. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid.
Oh no.
So I'm sorry, Sinister, and I'm sorry, Souls Snug. I'm a fucking idiot. All right. We all fuck up sometimes.
Again.
Here, chat, here. This is me. I fucked up. I'm sorry. There we go. You reviewed this a few weeks ago as the shit domain. Since then, I retooled it based on several suggestions. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get to take a look at the Death Knight at some point. Sorry to blue ball you there, Snug.
Give us the link. Give us the link.
Link sent.
Nice.
All right, Pestilence Domain. Clerics of the Pestilence Domain seek to harness the chaotic energies of disease and channel it in a controlled manner to bring balance to the world around them. Ray of Sickness, cause fear, blindness, deafness. Ray of Enfeeblement, summon lesser demons, Stinking Cloud, Blight, Everard's Black Tentacles, Cloud Kill, Contagion. Pretty solid spell list.
Would push on Tentacles. it's the only like this spell list is so solid that tentacle seems to be a bit of a left field pull. There might not be anything better, but like that's immediately where my brain goes.
They're probably there. I mean, honestly, it might make sense to do some like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I got to think about it.
This is 4th level?
It's one of those fucking levels.
It's a number for sure. I'll think about this as we go. Oh wait.
Yeah, it's 4th level.
Yeah, Blight. Blight. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right away, you like the theme better? Okay, cool.
Yeah, the theme's real good.
All right, let's see what we get. Let's see what we get at first level. Ooh, we get a lot of things.
Let's do it.
Maybe too many. You probably $10 says you built this off of the Twilight Domain Cleric because we're getting 3 features at first level. At first level, you gain access to Infestation and Poison Spray. Solid. First level, you gain proficiency in Martial and Heavy Weapons. This is the one that probably can go.
Yeah, that
also
doesn't
at first,
really feel particularly relevant.
Yeah. Also at first level, if you take poison damage or become poisoned, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to that damage and not become poisoned. I would say and lose the poisoned condition. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I feel like give us heavy and martial, or give us cantrips, but don't do both.
Definitely give us cantrips for this one. I mean, look at the spell list, right? You are gonna be about your spells.
Yeah, that's
true. I think this is a caster cleric. I don't think this is a warrior cleric, and that's gonna come back at 8th level as well.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably gonna disagree with the way they go there.
You mean with Divine Strike? I peaked. All right, let's move.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on. Starting at 2nd level, Sickening Touch. But overall, I think this okay. Here's my thoughts. This feature is not that strong. I would argue that I don't think you need to limit its use. I feel like you could just do it. Honestly, can I make a suggestion? I would probably even just change this to you are resistant to poison damage and immune to becoming poisoned.
Yeah, I don't think you need a reaction for it at all. I think that's totally fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Poison damage is not super common. Lots of races are immune to being poisoned. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's look at Channel Divinity. Sickening Touch. As an action, make a melee spell attack against a creature within your reach. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 poison damage and is poisoned for 1 minute. At the end of the poisoned creature's turn, say at the end of each of their turns, they must make a Constitution saving throw. If the creature succeeds, it is no longer poisoned. On a failure, it takes 1d8 poison damage. That is not that strong.
No.
That's pretty weak. It's just the poisoned condition and a little bit of damage.
And a melee spell attack, which, again, I mean,
that's fine. You just need to be up close. Yeah.
I keep coming back to this. Like, if this spell list is banger, and with this spell list being as good as it is, and all of these spells being very, very range oriented, like, you should probably not be building this cleric to be a melee cleric, and so it being a melee spell attack to me feels like a nerf.
Yeah, I hear that. You could just make it a ranged spell attack if you wanted to change it to that. I could see that. I think if you want it to really just be the poisoned condition, then I want to suggest one of two things. Either creatures that are normally resistant or immune to poison can be affected by this Channel Divinity. That could be a way to make it cooler. Like, this could affect constructs or the undead, things like that. The other way that you could make it cooler is that while they are poisoned, they could suffer an additional effect that maybe you pick or roll randomly, whether that's like blindness or they take a level of exhaustion or like something. Like, there just could be another element on top, I think.
Can I actually I've got a completely unrelated pitch.
I love it.
That I think could be.
They might not listen, but I love it.
That's fine. Lean into the idea of plague and any creature that they come into contact with or tries to attack, that they try to attack or whatever, figure out a way to have this poison condition with that 1d8 damage proc onto someone else.
Oh, I know how. I
So
know how.
that
I
you're
know how.
effective.
I know how.
Go do.
While that creature is poisoned, whenever another creature starts their turn within 5 feet of them, they have to make the saving throw against it.
Right.
And then I think you either limit how far it could go, or it's not necessarily limiting how far it's go, but the 1 minute is for how far it could spread. Like within that minute, it could spread infinitely, but it's done on everybody after that minute.
Yeah, right. I think that to me is really interesting because now it's like this is it's not a lot of damage on any one specific target,
But
and
it's like it
constructs and undead can
spreads.
still be a
Yeah.
fire break, but
Yeah.
it spreads. So you're putting 1d8 on everything.
Yeah, I like that. Geo suggested the poison hurts your enemies and buffs allies a bit. I could see something like that. I think that feels different than pestilence. But let's keep that as a feather in the cap, as a thing we might pull out if as a suggestion for something later on. I think it's okay if it's open to friendly fire. Personally, is that weird? I don't know. There's also a strategy you could do there. Like you could intentionally poison the monk and have it run around and get everybody.
Tabaxi monk disease vector. Gracious.
Yeah, something like that. I feel like it would be weird since enemies can do that too. I would maybe even prefer an ability that makes diseases good for allies. Yeah, I don't know. The chat disagrees with us on that, so do whatever you want there. That's fine. We don't always need to agree. Let's look at 6th level pestilence. At 6th level, your ability to harness disease becomes more potent. As an action, you can target up to 5 creatures of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. Each of those creatures must succeed on a charisma saving throw or become diseased. Each diseased creature... Con saving throw. Did I say something different?
You said charisma.
Oh, excuse me. Become diseased. Each creature diseased this way rolls a d6 on the disease table and gains one of the following diseases. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. All right, let's see what these diseases are.
Put the diseases under this feature. You can reference it in this feature later.
Yeah. Okay. The creature has disadvantage on D20 tests that use intelligence. Don't say D20 tests. That's not normal D&D language. Just say checks and saving throws.
I think D20 tests are a D&D 1 thing.
Oh, okay. So it just affects one of the stats basically. And then a 6 is con and they become poisoned. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. I was going to maybe be like, it depends how strong these diseases are. 5 creatures is a lot. 5 creatures is still a lot to all effect at a time. How long does the disease last? 24 hours? That's pretty strong. I would maybe not have you be able to do 5 creatures each time you do it, and then proficiency bonus times per day if it lasts for 24 hours. That's pretty strong.
5 creatures for 24 hours should be once per long rest. 5 creatures for an hour could maybe be prof or half prof per long rest.
Yeah. I would drop the
5
24
creatures
hours
for
thing.
10 minutes could be proficiency bonus per long rest without an issue.
Yeah. They also don't repeat the save.
Or like 1 creature for an hour.
Yeah. 1 creature for 24 hours could work, I think. But I think 5 for a shorter time makes more sense. I'm going to also say something here. I question why this is 5.
It should be a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. If you're going by sort of core D&D stuff, number of creatures affected is usually your primary spellcasting ability, and then times per day is usually prof bonus. That's what they sort of landed on before they started moving seriously off to 1D&D.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool.
So it should be around 5, but yeah,
it'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
Patrick has pretty strong feelings that the divine strike should be potent spellcasting. I feel like I agree, but I also think that if you're like, fuck you guys, this is going to be a melee class, then that's fine, but then drop the extra cantrips.
I mean, there's just it's so spellcasty already that like what do we have that's spellcasting? All of the spells in the spell list are ranged spells. Period. We have the cantrips, both of which are ranged spells. Um, and we have pestilence, which is a 30-foot radius as well. Melee, we have martial weapons, divine strike, and the fact that sickening touch is a melee touch attack. It's melee spell attack. It's pretty easy to change sickening touch, and the other two things are like not related to the core concept of the class at all, right? So I feel like you should pick one direction, but it's going to take a lot more rework to make this a melee class than it is to just lean into it being a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear that. All right, let's look at 17th level. Starting at 17th level, you can cause diseased creatures to explode in a fountain of pestilence.
Is both an extremely good flavor line and also a good feature name.
As a bonus action, you choose one creature you can see within 60 feet that is diseased. That creature must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, they take 4d12 poison damage or half on a success. That is not a great deal of poison damage for 17th level.
That's not enough.
I mean, the only thing that I would say is this is a resource list, so it's okay if it's...
Oh, shit, never mind. Yeah,
so it's essentially the same as a good way to think about it is this is the same amount of damage as the spell poisons, as the cantrip poison spray at level 17. So it's essentially a bonus action cantrip worth of damage. Which is not bad, but it's not crazy. No. If a creature...
the fact that you've got to set up the disease first suggests to me that you should probably increase that damage because you've had to, like, expend a resource, have a save failed, you know, you got to be within 30 feet of an expend a resource, have a save failed, all to set up being able to trigger this poison damage. So I would definitely consider making that more.
Well, let's read the other feature first. If that creature dies, it erupts into a fountain of pestilence, and every creature within 10 feet of it must succeed on a con saving throw or become diseased. Each creature diseased this way rolls a d6 on the disease table and gains one of those diseases. I think that's pretty fun. The only thing that I would maybe say here is I wonder if... I think the disease table that you built works nicely for the 6th level feature. But I don't know if it's the answer to all questions in the way that you sort of made it with 17th level in terms of this.
I would genuinely just make it poisoned, and I would seriously consider making sickening touch affect more targets either immediately or over you know, kind of through contact, right? And if it's based on poisoned, that is just a lot. There are a lot more ways to put poisoned on something than your 6th level feature, right?
Yeah. You could also, I also sort of wonder why sickening touch doesn't use the disease. Like, why does the disease table wait till 6th level? You know?
Yeah, I know.
Stuff to think about.
Fair question.
Pretty interesting. I think it's pretty interesting so far.
I like it.
Yeah. I think it has some solid flavor, a couple little tweaks, but overall pretty solid. Pretty solid. I'm spinning again.
Yeah. Somehow YouTube is like another 3 minutes behind.
Is often the case. Ooh, we have fracked next. Not fracked R, just regular fracked. Oh, I did something stupid. There we go. Okay. I am still unsure about this item's name. I think it's okay, but I don't know much about the Raven Queen, so using the name feels weird. You looking cute tonight. Tonight. Patrick, I trimmed my beard for this wedding, and everybody lost their goddamn minds.
You know what? I just noticed that.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I got so many comments on TikTok, not TikTok, YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
All right, I just posted it in the chat for anyone that wants to look. Fracked, I saw that you were here. Welcome. Hello. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to say is I don't know much more about the Raven Queen than what one would learn about the Raven Queen from watching season 1 of Critical Role, the live play, and then doing a little bit of reading. So as far as I'm aware, in D&D lore, official lore, or somewhat official lore, the Raven Queen is essentially the goddess of death, and she was the first mortal to ascend to godhood, as far as I know. That might be wrong, by the way, but she has a very bird aesthetic, raven aesthetic. Her realm is the Shadowfell, and the Shadarkai, which are the elves that live in the Shadowfell, are sort of like her people. That's what I know. If there's anything other than that, I don't know it. Okay. Pennant of the Raven Queen. This worn flag, it's a very rare item. This worn flag bears the symbol of the Raven Queen. This flag has 4 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend a charge to conjure a murder of crows. Cool. Each murder of crows, each creature in a 30-foot cone must make a DC. Interesting that it's a cone. I would have assumed it was a sphere. Each creature in a 30-foot cone must make a DC 15 Dex save. On a failed save, they take 6d6 piercing damage and can't take reactions until their next turn. Use the plural here, until their next turn. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I just changed it to plural in my head. Ignore me if you don't like that. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage but suffers no other effect. What are the other effects? Oh, can't take reactions.
The reactions, yeah.
The flag regains 1d3 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. Okay, so here's what I would say. The main thing that I think is missing here is one of the aspects of the Raven Queen is that the Raven Queen is very pro the transition of life to death and all creatures deserving that. The Raven Queen is super anti-undead. So I want to suggest that you throw in something that either affects what happens when this kills a creature or affects what happens when this kills an undead. And my suggestion would be, if you go with undead, have it be if this knocks an undead creature to 0 hit points, they do not get to use their undead fortitude, which means they're just gone. They don't get that chance to come back that 99% of undead had. Maybe throw that in. If you want to move away from the undead focus of the Raven Queen, I might suggest that creatures that are dropped to 0 from this just die outright, or cannot be resurrected, or cannot be turned into undead. Like their souls are safe from being turned into the undead. Something like that is what I would add if I were you.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I know you were like shocked about the cone, and I accept that you were shocked about the cone because it's very weird. But there's something deeply, deeply gratifying about this very feather-filled Kamehameha wave that you just get to blast out into your enemies.
Yeah. Yeah. I like it though. It's honestly, it's simple in a way that like it is very effective at doing a single thing, and it is very flavorful, and it's strong, but it only does that one thing. It's charge based. It's essentially a tool in the toolbox, and that is, I think, when magic items are their best, that is what they are, in my opinion. I like it quite a bit. Yeah, I would just give it more things it does.
Just a little bit. To really flesh out that flavor. You don't want to turn it into a novel, which you're not in any danger of doing, but a lot of, to Cinder's point, like a lot of homebrew items, they try to be a whole campaign, right? As opposed to, oh, I could use a Murder of Crows right now. That could be cool. And this lets you do that.
I'm sorry. Geostellar just yelled bird up, and I love you, Geostellar. Yes, bird up. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the flag vanishes in a plume of smoke and leaves a single black feather. I love that. That's beautiful. That is a perfect example of taking a mechanic of magic items and making it a little distinct and unique. because oftentimes they'll just crumble to dust. But this is cool. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, man. I would use this in a game right now. Just I would add something else probably, but I like it. I like it.
I
It's
mean,
good.
to be fair, you would use this in a game right now because you're currently playing an avatar of the bird god of
No,
death.
I meant like if my
So-
players wanted to use this, I would be down for them too.
Fair and valid.
I might even, if you decided not to add anything, I would drop the charges to 3 and I would make it not require attunement. I would just make it 3 times a day. You can use this, and it's like charge based, not attunement. That's another option that I could see.
I
Okay.
like the attunement, so I would consider buffing it, especially if you're going to go down the Raven Queen route, because that gives the DM some tools to like play with the Raven Queen being able to like find you or speak to you through this thing.
Yeah,
There's something there.
Yeah, I like it. All right, cool. Thank you, Fract. Very nice piece.
Yeah. Doing it again. He's at it again.
Yeehaw!
Amazing.
Another monk. God damn, you guys all... First of all, yeehaw, this is not against you, but all of you make fucking monks and paladins and sorcerers. This is a... I don't remember the last time I saw a fighter. Or artificers. Everyone wants to make an artificer. This is my first homebrew for monk. Yes?
I was just gonna say the reason why you don't see fighters is because the perfect ones already exist. We already have the Eldritch Knight, the Echo Knight, and the Battlemaster. We have 5 others, but no one knows what they are because they don't matter.
Oh, I disagree, Patrick. I love you, but your lack of knowledge of game mechanics is showing.
No, I'm just trying to be inflammatory.
The Psy Knight, shockingly good. The Rune Knight, shockingly good. The Samurai, quite good. There's many good ones. Okay, this is my first homebrew. I think that fighters are some of the easiest to make such evocative. Like, fighters are one of my favorite to build because you have so much space to play. That's why I'm always surprised.
Cinder, I love making fighters. I'm just trying to get chat to be angry with me.
No,
so
I knew it's working. Look, you're getting people. They're yelling. No, they're yelling stuff. You're good. Okay, this is my first homebrew for the monk. For this server. Hope you enjoy. Cool. Well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I love a good first time sharer. There it is in chat. This is called the Ethereal Thread, which is a nice name.
Cool. Yeah, I like that.
Monks. You don't call it Ethereal Thread and then... Oh, is it Monks of the... Oh, it's the Living Thread. Oh, I'm sorry. Monks of the Way...
Yeah.
Monks of the Way of the Living Thread act as an adhesive to communities they reside in or near, sewing the spirits of those near them together to ensure peace and tranquility. Oh, man. I'm going to hit you really hard, right? What's your name? New guy? Yeehaw. I'm going to hit you really hard right now, you new guy. I love this idea so much, so we need to make this sentence good, because this needs to hit harder. Don't use the word near twice. Also, an adhesive to communities they reside in or near is a fucking weird way to say this. I would say monks of the way of the living thread sew the realm of the spirit and the material together, or like act as guides between the material and the spirit. And you can use the sewing terminology, but you got to tighten this sentence up. It's such a cool idea, but we're getting lost in the sauce in the sentence structure. Monks that follow this way gain influence over the souls of others through ki, and are able to create and manipulate metaphysical bonds between people, both to keep weapons lowered and to punish those who raise them. Very interesting.
It's so funny because this is exactly how we're running Cobalt Soul.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. Yeah.
Like this is they're describing Bond from Rally, which I love. I think it's incredible. I think it's a really cool concept. This could definitely hit harder, but the core idea that you've got here is I think really fantastic.
Somebody's saying it's hard to read. Was the font too small? I don't know if that was a critique of the writing or of the format. All right, I made it bigger. Hopefully it's easier to read now. Let's look at third level. Starting at third level, when you choose this tradition at third level, you can tie souls to each other and connect their fates. When you make a successful unarmed strike against a creature, you can bind its soul to the soul of a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The bond lasts for 1 hour. It ends early if you or until one of the bound creatures dies. Okay, let's fix that. It ends early if one of the bound creatures dies, or if you use this feature again to create another bond. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Expended uses are regained when you finish a long rest. Okay, so it's a limited third level feature. It's a bold move, but let's see what it does. The first time you make a successful unarmed strike against one of the bound creatures each turn, you can spend 1 key point to activate one of the following features. Okay, so it seems like binding the creatures initially doesn't do anything, right? Am I reading that right? Binding the creatures only allows you to activate this second part. I would have the binding of the creatures probably do something initially. And I would probably tie the extra features not to an extra key point use, but to like using your flurry of blows. The bound. Okay, let's see what happens. The first time you make
the
first time you make an how do you bind a creature? Okay, so you hit a creature and then you bind it, and it's bound for an hour.
To someone else within 30 feet of you. So I hit creature A and bind them to creature B.
Yes.
I'm no longer in this loop.
Correct. You just tethered them together. I'm a Moron suggested having the whole feature just cost a key point to use and not have each individual use cost a key point. Let's see what happens. Let's see how powerful they are. So I punch a creature and now it's bound to another creature. Okay. The first time you successfully make an unarmed strike against one of the creatures, I can spend a key point to do one of the following things. Either A, the bound creature you are not attacking either gains temporary hit points equal to 2 of your martial arts die. Don't say either, it just does. The bound creature you are not attacking is pushed up to 15 feet in a single direction of your choice. The bound creature you are not attacking must make a strength athletics check or dexterity acrobatics check. You make a wisdom check contesting it. If you succeed, the way that you would say that is they must make a strength or dex check contested by your wisdom check is how you'd word that. If you succeed, the creature's movement speed is reduced to 0 until the end of its next turn. Or the bound creature you are not attacking takes force damage equal to 2 of your martial arts die plus your proficiency bonus.
Oh boy,
question.
Cinder, I have thoughts.
Okay, do you want to give thoughts first? Because I've been talking over you.
No, I want to hear your question.
This is a question for you as the writer, but it's a question that is always worth asking. So for anybody in the chat here, this is such an important question to ask yourself, and you need to be fucking ruthless with this. I gave a whole speech at the beginning of stream about how I love you guys, and it's so wonderful to see your pieces, and it brings me joy, and all of that is true. And now on the other side of that is, part of that joy is trying to guide you into being not just somebody that is making stuff up, but somebody that is trying to sharpen the stuff that they're making up so that it is refined to such a point that if anyone reads it, they cannot question its existence. You want, and this is an unrealistic aspiration, but that doesn't mean it's not worth striving for. In an ideal situation, your homebrew is so good at accomplishing its goal that when somebody reads it, they sort of feel like there's no way I could say no to this. Like, this makes sense. Now, in order to get to that, one of the most important things you need to do is you need to think about what's the point. I say what's the point all the time. This is a perfect example of what's the point, because you should feel like your subclass at 3rd level. Now, this is a pretty interesting, albeit convoluted feature. And my question is, does this mechanic need to be convoluted in the way that it is in order for it to accomplish the goal? That's my question. And my argument would be no. I can think of a couple ways that I would simplify this immediately. But I'm going to hold my tongue because that is my initial thought. I do want to hear what Patty has to say.
I mean, my thoughts are very much along the same line. And Cinder, you know that I'm about to give the rant that I always give, which is from the title and the opening paragraph, I know, even with the sentence structure being rough in the opening paragraph, I know the fiction that you're trying to sell, right? Like I piped up and said like, hey, this feels like something that I'm running at my table. This feels like something that resonates with me. I want to know more about this. You had me. I was hooked. I have absolutely no idea what fiction you're trying to sell with this third level feature. It feels like a video game mechanic that you've like strung together in a way that is like maybe kind of interesting and cheesable, and like you could figure out how to get off some interesting cleverness with it. But as a third level Way of the Living Thread monk, I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to be doing to make me feel like that, right? And you know, right away, I mean, I don't see how this is helping keep weapons lowered. I don't see how this is punishing someone who has raised a weapon, right? You give me some great action points there. You give me some great feeling statements there that like they're not substantiated in this third level. Those specifically don't need to be, but something does. I feel like what you've given me is like I can glue two people together so that wacky stuff happens at my discretion, which is like not really fictitiously meaningful. And I'm left wanting to feel like there's a fiction I can inhabit here.
That's an I you know what's so interesting, Pat, is I completely stopped thinking about the keeping weapons lowered and punish those who raise them thing. With that in mind, I agree that this does pull away from that. I wonder if they changed the flavor text to be more like you can like link people on an ethereal level, and it was less about the balancing of the space between spirits and more just about you can tie spirits together.
Right, but even if you can tie spirits together, this doesn't feel like tying spirits together. This feels like I'm picking two arbitrary creatures to get some free action economy cheese out of it, right? Where it's like I'm picking the goblin that I'm attacking and my buddy Bucephalus, so that every time I attack the goblin, Bucephalus gets temp HP. That doesn't feel like they're bound in either way. It just feels like I've picked two targets to do unrelated things to.
Yeah, basically what it does, this is what it does. It makes it so you have, because this is another way to think about it. It is essentially a ranged ability that triggers off of you making a melee attack against a separate target. That's what it is. It's a ranged ability that's what it is. It's basically, it's like you can do one of these four things to a creature within 30 feet of you if you succeed on a melee attack against a different creature within 5 feet of you.
If I could give an example of a way that helps to tie this fiction in.
Yeah.
Instead of giving temp HP equal to 2 of my martial arts die, why does the binding between these two creatures not automatically and for free transfer all of the damage that I just did to the goblin as temporary hit points to Bucephalus? Every point of damage that goblin takes should go temp HP to Bucephalus. That could be the whole feature.
Yeah. You could also make it so you deal 10 damage to the goblin, and the goblin takes half and the other creature takes half. Like you could spread the damage between them, or if you wanted to do more of like 100%, a negative or something.
But there has to be like that connection needs to feel like it is meaningful. Not just like I've picked two unrelated targets.
Well, yes, I agree. The initial target is done off of the hit, and I'm into that. But having the other one be sort of arbitrary, or at least them not like getting a saving throw, feels a little off.
Well, there's that consideration as well, but I wasn't even thinking about how they acquire the other side of the connection. I was singularly just thinking about like what does the connection do? None of these options feel like a pipe,
Yeah.
right? None of these options feel like I'm plucking on a string between two things. All of these options feel like thing A happens, and because it has been written in the rules, thing B happens.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's what I meant when I said it's just a mechanic, except instead of attacking the target,
100%.
you attack a different target. Yeah. Also, Angel brings up a good point, which is whenever you have an ability that involves attacking one creature, proccing another in a weird way, you have to deal with like the rats in a bag situation. Like you could potentially just have you could punch a familiar or something.
Yeah, 100%. And so you definitely do have some mechanical holes in this, but I don't think those mechanical holes are worth really worrying about until you know what you're trying to do in a way that sells the subclass, right? Like my recommendation would be pick one of these features, make it cost a key point, figure out how to make it an automatic and more or less permanent thing for some amount of time, so that binding feels meaningful.
What if
And
you could?
then you can figure out how the other problem
I mean, it
works.
could also be like if you hit more than one creature on a turn, you can bind both of them. Like you can run up to one, punch them, run up to another, punch them, and then they're linked to trigger it as opposed to it being sort of random. That's like somebody said that in the chat. I didn't make
and
that
then
up.
every time
Geostellar
somebody
suggested it.
hits either of them, the other one takes half of that damage again, right?
I wouldn't make it half of it
whatever
again.
it
That's a
is.
lot. But yeah, something like that. Something that ties the healing or the damage or something like that. Let's look at a 6th level. At 6th level, you learn to see souls for a short time in order to better manipulate them. You can spend 1 key point to instantly reveal how many creatures are currently within 30 feet of you, what type of creature they are, and their locations. For 1 minute after you use this feature, you are continuously aware of the location of any creature originally within the 30 feet of you when the ability was activated. This ability is not hindered by magical or non-magical darkness, obscurement, half cover, 3/4 cover, or invisibility. I think you need to tone this down, or it needs to cost more than 1 key point, because it's just so much better than Divine Sense, and I don't love that. It's just
How
Divine...
many key points do you have at 6th level?
You have 6.
Is it 6?
You have 6, but Divine Sense is a single blast. It is only Celestials, Fiends, and Undead, and it is way more limited than this. This is like, not only does this tell you exactly what type of creature they are, you keep knowing their location for a minute, regardless of how far away they go from you.
I would say that one way that you could make this lean in a direction, because Cinder, you may disagree with me, but I actually really love that you continue knowing the location. I've used something like this in the way that Bond works in Rally. I really like this mechanic. I would say like within 5 feet, because Divine Sense is within 60 feet. It's like a little bit of an area. This is basically anyone you could theoretically touch.
Yeah,
right?
I could even see
really
making it single target.
Yeah, single target is how I've usually done stuff like this, and I think that's great.
Blue Badger says, I think you shouldn't learn creature type. I
That
understand the
makes
logic
sense.
of that, because it's like you're seeing their spirit. So I kind of get that. I also want to suggest maybe this shouldn't work on undead or constructs if it is tied to seeing their spirit.
I like that. That's actually a really nice beat.
Or maybe you could even specify like this only works on creatures with souls. The cost could be at least 1 key point.
Is that a
creature.
mechanical thing?
I don't know. Is anything a mechanical thing? You know what I've learned, dude? Anytime I question something for... I made a video a while ago talking about how to be a certain type of thing, and it required a little bit of homebrew, but I didn't mention that. I got 100 comments all being like, actually, that requires homebrew. And then I made another video basically saying the same thing, except I mentioned the homebrew, and I got 100 comments being like, actually, that's not homebrew. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. Everyone can go to hell. I think we can say that. I think you can say has to have. You could say that, and you could suggest that creatures that don't have a soul are undead and constructs. But you know what I mean.
100%. 100%. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Okay, cool. But I think it's a cool idea. I do like the tracking a creature's spirit mechanic. That is fun.
Yeah.
11th level, Awakened Weaving. Hello, Corrupt 7 Ermp. Beginning at 11th level, you learn how to more effectively manipulate souls. Your options for Ethereal Thread are replaced by the following options. I never, unless the feature that you are giving is just a mechanical improvement on the older feature, I'd never suggest replacing older features.
I think they are. I think I think these are just a straight buff.
Okay, yeah, this looks like it is. Martial arts die plus proficiency bonus. The features push farther.
Again, I have the same problem with this that I do.
Yeah, it's just the same thing as the other one.
These things are, yeah.
Way to dehumanize the little brother from FMA. I don't know what FMA is. Full Metal Alchemist?
Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know the little brother.
He's not a Warforged.
Oh, something about souls.
Yeah, he's not a Warforged. He has a soul. He's not an animated object. He's a soul-bound object, which is literal. Also, I know you were JKing. Yeah, come up. I think your head is in the right space of improving the 3rd level feature at 11th level. That makes a lot of sense. The main thing I would say is the way that this thing improves, it already is improving with your martial arts die, so figure out something else here. Anything that's using your martial arts die is already improving with your martial arts die, so figure out other things than just making it bigger. And yeah, I agree with all the feedback that we gave at the 3rd level again here. Let's look at 17th level. At 17th level, you gain ultimate control over the souls of others. As a bonus action, you can spend 6 key points to use one of the following effects. You force a creature you can see within 30 feet of you to use its action, bonus action, and movement. That's a lot. However you decide, as long as it does not physically harm the creature. In addition, the creature cannot use its reactions until the end of its next turn. So it's like a 1 turn. There needs to be a saving throw associated with this. You allow a creature you can see within 30 feet of you to take an additional action on its turn. This feels, even for 6 key points, I don't know. This feels weird. Feels too much. Am I being too harsh?
I don't think so. First things first, the first bullet has, like, there's a reason why some of those, like, control spells, those, like, enchantment spells like command and gesh and so forth, like, don't phrase it like that, because that is way too all encompassing. There's better language in the spells, and I'm trying to think of what spells are, like, appropriate here.
Dominate person.
Dominate, well, it's a creature, so dominate monster.
Yeah.
Let me look up dominate monster. Dominate monster is also, what, an 8th level spell?
It's 8th level.
So
it requires your action as opposed to your bonus action. Requires a saving throw.
I would say 6 key points for an 8th level spell is the math that you want to do at the least, right? It should be probably more expensive than that. But yeah, I'd say 6 key points because you're basically getting a round of dominate monster. Admittedly, dominate monster is duration an hour. But one way or the other, you want to be balancing around like a 7th to 8th level spell for your key cost here.
Yeah. I think if you want to do something where you are literally controlling other people by puppeteering their spirits, from a flavor perspective, I think we need to feel that more earlier. I think we need to feel... I want to say 2 things. One is that I think that spirit manipulation and binding 2 spirits together feel different. I don't know if I agree with them both sitting in the same subclass space, unless you actively put more energy into spirit puppeteering. That's my main thought. I think if you want to, you could, but it does feel a little out of left field compared to the vibe of everything else so far.
And especially the mini haste, which doesn't really feel like puppeteering. It just, again, it kind of feels like a mechanic without a flavor, right? It feels like it would be cool to give a friendly target extra speed. So by manipulating their soul, we're giving them extra speed, which like just doesn't really do anything to support the fiction here for me, even from the perspective of spirit puppeteer. So kind of lukewarm on that as well.
Yeah, no, it's not exactly a mini haste, but it's similar, and it's in many ways better because you get a full action. There's a lot more you can do with that. It's close enough that I got the analogy. Yeah, it's interesting.
I think 17th level would become more clear if you did the work to radically overhaul 3rd level and then figure out how to kind of tie that through.
Yeah. Somebody said it's more of a mini action surge. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that, Pat. Overall, I think it's a very fun idea. I just think you need to tighten the flavor a little bit and simplify your mechanics. You're too convoluted for your own good. Thank you, Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. It's a cool concept. I really, really, really like the intended narrative space.
There's been all sorts of great flavor tonight. All sorts of great flavor tonight. ZZ Strider. Also, for folks that didn't hear the announcement earlier tonight, starting next week, so this is for our next upcoming streams, we are going to be having several stream nights. Tuesday night is going to be the big wheel, and the member wheel is going to be Thursday night. And for people that are members, this means if you are a member on the YouTube channel, this means if you are a patron, during the Thursday night member streams, if you want to come on stream and talk about your piece, there will be space for that. So there'll be a Discord waiting room, basically, and I'll pull you in. So if you're a patron, if you're a YouTube member, and you are interested in being on the call to discuss your piece, you can do that. But that's starting next week. So next Sunday is going to be a regular night, and then next Thursday is going to be the first member night. So things to think about. And I don't know what the timing is going to be, the Thursday night one. I don't know how early it's going to be yet. We're going to play it by ear a little bit. I want it to be earlier than 8. We're going to see. But yeah, that's the plan. Ask me questions if you want to in Discord about it, not here. Or you can ask them here, but I might not notice them. ZZ Strider said, when is the first Tuesday? The first Tuesday is today. Tuesday night streams are probably going to be an every other week thing, if at all. Tuesday night is normally my D&D night for my home game. I probably will do streaming on Tuesday nights sometimes when I am available on Tuesday nights. Or I will do Tuesday daytime streams if it seems like we want more times. Okay, this is the Imperial class, inspired from the video game Etrian Odyssey. Never played it, don't know what it is. Leans into the steampunk vibe. In play, you make an augmented weapon called a drive arm, a mecha lance. Look at the subclass for picks. The goal of this class mechanically is to create a fighter rogue with a bit more crunch and meaningful decision-making, mainly looking for feedback on the page 3 features. Thanks for taking a look. Okay. Chat, will you remind me that he said he wants me to look at the page 3 features? Let's see if the page 1 requires reading first. Load. The Imperial. All right, let's look at this chart here. So you get like a drive attack that's like a sneak attack. Looks like we're not getting extra attack at 5th level. All right, let's see what we're working with here. So I'm going to tell you right now, 1, 2, 3, this is 3rd level. All right, we're probably not going to get to most of these features. I can look at them, but I'm not going to be able to look at them in super clear. If I skip ahead to look at them, I'm going to give bad feedback because I don't know what the basic features are yet. So let's just see. Let's try to get through the basic features first and see how it feels. D8. Okie doke. So it's still rogue strength level. Do we have a main stat? Strength is our main stat. Okay. Equipment. We get a special arm. Get some weapons. We get some packs. Conversion. You have the ability to modify weapons through the use of your tinkerer's tools and smith's tools to turn them into a drive arm. To do this, you need 25 pieces of gold, typically metal, and 8 hours of labor. Only non-magical melee weapons with the two-handed or versatile property included lances can be converted. That's a cool limitation. That is not a limitation that you see that often, and I don't know if I've ever seen that limitation before. I like that. The following changes are made to the weapon through the modification. It becomes a drive arm while you're attuned to it. this weapon can be used for your imperial features. You should mention that it becomes an item that requires attunement. If it had the versatile property, it now has the two-handed property instead and uses the damage die that would normally come. Okay, wielded two-handed. Cool. Its weight increases by 3 pounds. Interesting. So it doesn't actually get that many things initially, other than it's just heavier. And then your save is based on intelligence. Let's see what else we get at first level. You can bring your drive arm to life, revving up its full capabilities and your battle prowess. As a bonus action, you can make your drive arm ignited for 3 rounds. I would say ignite for 3 rounds, concluding at the end of your turn. While you wield an ignited drive arm, you gain the following properties. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack with your drive arm, you can activate it to use a drive attack of your choice. I guess we'll see what those are in a second. Damage dealt with your drive arm is considered magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance immunities. You can ignite your drive arm a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses after finishing a short or long rest. You cannot use this feature while your drive arm is already ignited. This feature gains additional benefits depending on your military division. Okay, so having something last for 3 rounds is a little weird. I think it can work so long as there's not other things that you're needing to keep track of for weird rounds. If that's the only thing, then I think it can work. But you just got to be a little bit careful with that.
Yeah, very typically D&D does things in breakdowns of 1 turn, 1 round, 1 minute, 1 hour.
Yeah, it needs a better save proficiency. What's it saves? Strength and intelligence? That's okay. I would probably... What's so funny? Strength is a fairly common one, but not as good as Dex.
Strength is common enough. Intelligence is like... I think strength is the least used physical attribute for saving throws, and intelligence is the least used mental and in general. So it's the 2 worst ones.
Yes, charisma comes up less than strength for saving throws.
Yeah, but it comes up a lot more than intelligence.
That's true. It depends on the game. Intelligence is everything. Every illusion spell is intelligence for the most part.
I think it's fine. I don't actually think your saving proficiencies end up mattering like that much. Like D&D's not a video game, right? There's not like a set of bosses.
Let's look at the drive attack, and then we'll decide if we're gonna keep reading or not. You are about to use your drive. You are able to use your drive arm to unleash powerful blows by augmenting your regular attacks while it's ignited. Okay, so you bonus action ignite. You got 3 rounds of weird stuff. When you use a drive attack action, in addition to your weapon's normal damage, deal extra damage according to the drive attack column. In addition, the target must make a saving throw against your Imperial save DC. Okay, depending on the drive attack used. Intelligence, yeah. On a failure, the drive does something else. The type of damage associated is the same as the weapon's damage type unless otherwise specified. You know the assault and guard drive at first level and learned others as you gain Imperial levels, each detailed in the following table. Okay, cool. So you start with 2. You gain 3 more at 5th and 3 more at 11th. This is an interesting way of... doing this. It's much more focused. It's very similar to like invocations, but much more focused. Like this is essentially how invocations work, except there's a list of 20 and you're picking, and some are tiered. But this could definitely work as a way to build up. So far, I'm digging the core concept so far. Assault drive, strength saving throw. On a failed save, if the target is large or smaller, you push it back and knock it prone. So no extra damage, but a knockback and knock prone. Guard drive, dex saving throw. On a failed save, all attack rolls against you subtract 1d4 from the result until the end of your next turn. They should probably be... I feel like they should be attacks made by the creature that you hit, not all creatures. That's what I would say there. I don't
Mm-hmm.
I don't
I think
understand.
that's right.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't. This thing doesn't feel like it's taking on defensive forms, or if it is, it needs to feel more like it is. This is like you're punching somebody and it's doing something. So you punching somebody shouldn't change how it affects other people hitting you. I don't think.
Frankly, I would just turn that in inside out. Maybe rename it, but turn it inside out and just make it so that that target subtracts 1d4 from all attack rolls, not just against you.
Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah, that could make sense. Like they get baned for a turn, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that could work. Cool. Let's make sense. Yeah. All right, I'm not gonna read the rest of them. I want to see what the other features we get before we get to 5th level are. So we're gonna skip the other ones to read Hawkeye. I'm much more interested in seeing the totality of your character at 2nd level than the later on things. 2nd level, you are able to quickly analyze how to best utilize your skills against your targets. As a bonus action, you can choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Until the end of your next turn, you gain one of the following effects of your choice. The next time you make an attack or ability check against the target, roll a d6 and add the number to the total rolled. The next time the target must make a saving throw against your Imperial save decide, the target must roll a d6 and subtract the number rolled. You can use this bonus action number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and your gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. If this thing is based off proficiency bonus, if your level 1 features, if ignition is based off proficiency bonus, Hawkeye should not be proficiency bonus. Hawkeye feels pretty fucking strong. This might be like a once per short rest thing, honestly. I think it feels too strong and specific for a 2nd level feature that you get proficiency bonus times per long rest. Like, I almost feel like it should be weaker and infinite use, or it should be not the 2nd level feature, and the 2nd level feature should be something else that is more available, or at least not proficiency bonus times. I also
is there a reason why it's a d6 roll and not your prof bonus?
I think they're trying to roll dice instead of just add a static number, but it could definitely be your proficiency bonus. That could make sense. I'm not sure why it's a d6.
This Hawkeye, just the flavor of Hawkeye feels like it could be your proficiency bonus, because it's like you're using your sort of honed skill set to kind of key into the thing that you're trying to do. And then that also just kind of scales nicely, right? Like you can make it a little bit more flexible, because if it's your proficiency bonus or half your proficiency bonus at 2nd level, that's like
it's 1 or 2. It's 1 or 2, and it'll go up to 3 or 6 depending on how you break it down.
Right. So probably full proficiency bonus. It's going to be a +2, kind of to these checks. Proficiency bonus per long rest feels probably fine.
It is very similar, except the opposite to Flash of Genius, which is an artificer level that they get, I think, at 5th level or 7th level, where you basically can use your reaction to have someone add your intelligence bonus to saving throws.
Right. So it's everybody but you. Can you use it on yourself? No, it's you or another creature. Yeah. So it's so that there is a difference here. It's sort of.
Mechanically, I think it sits between like feeling like an artificer feature and a paladin feature,
which is cool.
I don't know if I like it as a 2nd level feature.
I get that.
It doesn't feel like a 2nd level feature. I don't know why. I got to think about it a little bit.
An immediate thing that occurs to me that you could do for a 2nd level feature is just extend your drive arm time slightly. Burn some chunk of the action economy to get more than 3 rounds out of it.
I don't think we should fuck with the drive arm yet. I feel like 2nd level needs to be utility or defense or flavor in a big way.
Something else.
Other things that you could potentially do at 2nd level are give expertise in like tinkering, smithing, that sort of thing. or you could give that at an earlier level, move something like. But I think that would make sense to fit in here somewhere. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this. I like it as a feature. It feels too both specific and like it feels like a subclass feature or I don't know. I'm gonna read
I'm
one.
not sure that I agree with that.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think it feels like a subclass feature.
I guess I don't understand why it ties into
the.
the core mechanic of having a badass robot arm.
I think it's more the flash of genius type thing with the artificer, where it's like, why does that tie into the core mechanic of having like a giant robot mech suit? It's because you're good at stuff, right? Like there's that adaptability, flexibility, sort of artificeriness to it, where it's like you've kind of got that. Like you said, it does a good job of blending artificer and paladin, which I think is really flavorful. I think it's personally, I think it sits nicely in the level progression outside of the balance. I think that it's a little too much too quickly from a balance perspective.
From a min-maxing perspective, like a 2-level dip in this is very strong.
Oh, it's incredible, right? Like you do a 2-level dip in this and then just go wizard the whole rest of the way. Like you're going to be golden.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting. Yeah. I'm gonna look at one of the 3rd-level features.
Sure.
Let's find one that looks interesting.
Also, all of this art is incredible.
I like the weapons. Yeah, the weapons look really nice. Very cool crossbow.
I don't know who did these.
Very cool hammer.
It's all really good. Credited at the end.
Credited at the end. Very nice. Okay, let's look at the 3rd-level feature. That's the shortest. All right, let's look at.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Wow.
These are really long.
Okay, it's definitely not the hex tacticians because they get 3 3rd-level features.
All right, we're not going to read any of the 3rd-level features. Each one gets 2 or 3 features, which is a lot. So that's too many. I'm going to read the very first one that the lance gets, and nothing else. Ignition, army of 1. Unless this is something. This is just flavor. Okay. Igniting your weapon improves your ability to leverage its overheated property and sharpens your resolve. Overheated. Is that a language you use to describe igniting it? You should clarify if that as language. Depending on your level, while your drive arm is ignited, you gain you get each of the following. You subtract your proficiency bonus from all non-psychic damage you take. That's weird and interesting. You have advantage on saving throws against resisting, grappled, restrained, knocked prone. When you make a save, you can add a d6 to your result. Why is that a lance? Why does the lance affect how much damage you're taking? My first question here is, why are any of these things having to do with a lance? I guess it's not a lance, that's just the picture you used.
Yeah, it's the vanguards.
Okay, excuse me.
So you gotta think about this as like my touch point here is like Mass Effect. Is it Mass Effect Vanguards? I think so.
Know.
Anyway, fucking sci-fi Vanguards that like it's the kind of like the super soldiers that are kind of sent in individually, right? Like that kind of thing.
Okay. It's interesting. I'm hesitant to have a 3rd-level feature automatically improve on its own when we're getting a bunch of 3rd-level features and at least 2. So my first thought is make sure you're not overpowering this thing and giving it too many things. You don't want to front load so much that it goes crazy. But it's a neat idea so far. I like it so far. I think it's definitely got some legs. Yeah, seems like a neat idea. That's all I'm going to say about it right now.
Yeah.
I think that you have space to both refine and tone down the features post 1st level.
Somebody mentioned something about page 3. What was on page 3 that he wanted you to look at?
It was all the features past. It was the 2nd level feature, and we looked at them. We looked at them. It was the second level feature and then features on, but we stopped at third, which I think is reasonable. Okay.
Agreed.
I will actually say I read more of that class than I read about just about any class because usually if I feel like it needs a lot of work at level 1, I stop at level 1, and if it needs a lot of work at level 2, I stop at level 2. And I feel like it needs medium work at level 2, and then seems like it needs a little bit of potentially toning back at level 3. So that's why I stopped at level 3.
Which is not, I mean, that's not bad for this show. It takes
no,
a lot
your piece survive. Anytime somebody sends me a piece that's more than a page long, you are running the risk of I will stop reading it the second that I want to, with zero regard, and you're not allowed to feel bad about it. And that's just the game that we play. So you should feel proud. Okay.
You done good, kid.
Next is Crazor. This piece,
Crazor, I am sorry. You're gonna have to get Cinder's feedback alone. This
you getting out of here?
I am headed out.
All right, buddy.
I will catch y'all on a new stream day. I am sure.
Yes. Have a good one, Pat. Get home safe.
Take it easy, y'all. Bye.
Right. Bye. I'm gonna burp. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Crazor. This piece was designed a while ago. It was designed to be basically a more, don't say a, not an, a more accessible version of a spell that I think is interesting, but underused. I'm burping now. I made it an item version of basically the spell, and while not the most powerful, I think the spell is very interesting and can lead to some interesting roleplay and story opportunities. Note, my only suggestion that I have is that you change the spells table to fit your setting or world or give more options. All right. Let's take a little peek. Oh, chat, you wonderful beast. Let's put music back on now that old Patty's gone. Let's put some tunes back in, shall we? Let's go to the Riverlands. Let's go to a lakeside camp. Ah, yes. The lakeside camp. One day I'll get something reviewed by a guest reviewer, I'm sure. One day. Careful surfing. What did you say? Careful surfing stuff. Back home through the webways. Oh, yeah, man. It's messy. All right. Sigil of Reincarnation. Yeah, we're at a lakeside camp. Who would have thought? The necklace contains a sigil with a sigil symbolizing a tree branching out several stages of the season. You don't need to say it contains a sigil with a sigil. You could just say it contains a sigil symbolizing a tree. You could just say with a picture of a tree, because symbolizing is sort of a weird word to use here. Okay. When attuned to the necklace, whenever the wielder dies, the necklace creates a protective shell around the user that is immune to damage. After an hour, the shell cracks and the user is brought back to life, as by the Reincarnate spell. You can prevent a creature from coming back to life this way, by casting Wish. Is the music really loud, or is it just loud in my ear? After the user is brought back to life, roll a d20. If the result is a 1, the sigil appears to shatter. Just say the sigil shatters. The necklace breaks and it loses its power. Otherwise, it can only be used after a single year has passed. All right, I just literally got opposite feedback. I lowered the music. Yeah, I got opposite feedback. That's fine. We lowered it. It's fine, but it's also a little loud. Well, that's not fine. Did I lower it enough? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you even eat cheese? All right, cool. All right, so what does this actually do? While tuned to this necklace, if you die, which means if you drop to 0 hit points, and fail 3 death saving throws, a protective board or bubble appears around you that lasts for an hour. After an hour, the spell Reincarnate is cast on you. and it cannot be prevented in any way other than a wish spell. It only works on a character once per year. Huh. I wish some, dude. That would be sick. I think that this is worth an attunement slot because it's an item that could be shared. Like, once you're done with it, you give it to somebody else. But I think this definitely is worth an attunement slot. So I'm going to be honest with you. The main feedback that I would have for you is to tighten your language. You are using... There's a handful of spelling mistakes and a little bit of unusual sentence structure that I feel like you can avoid. But overall, I think this is pretty friggin' solid as an item. Reincarnate is very strong for an item to be able to cast on a person. But I also think that the fact that it only works once a year makes it kind of like it's basically a potion, right? Like, it's basically a one and done item. So, you know, give it to the barbarian, give it to the rogue, give it to whoever is the biggest risk taker, and you're gravy. The other thing that I would say is there is an element of danger to using this item that I'm not sure if you're aware of. Because as it is written, if the barbarian goes down, loses their last death save, they get protected by this bubble, then they're just stuck in that bubble for an hour. You can't bring them back. You can't interact with them. So there would be circumstances where it's like, if you have a cleric, the cleric probably wishes that they could cast Healing Word to bring that barbarian back into the action economy, but they can't. Whoever uses this item, it essentially means that they are done with that fight, and everyone else needs to wait around for an hour to, like, be there when they come back. Yeah, that's why I'm not saying drops to 0 hit points. I meant fail their last death saving throw. That's what I meant. Or dies. Yeah, dies is fine. Dies is fine. Healing Word wouldn't work on a creature that has already died, Cinder. Okay, fair. Then Revivify. Whatever. You know what the fuck I mean. Geo, calm down. You know what I mean. Revivify. Excuse me. Yeah. I apologize. Yes, Healing Word would not work on a dead creature. I was thinking of Revivify. I think a minute might make more sense. I agree, Mateo. Couldn't a spell grow through the shield? It's not damage. Oh, I guess a spell could. Okay, so here's an odd question then. What happens if you die and then somebody reaches through and casts Revivify on you? Do you still have a immune to damage bubble that lasts an hour? Because that's pretty strong. You know? That's interesting. That might be an unintended consequence that you might want to think about. You were reading it as a wall of force. I was kind of reading it as a wall of force as well. That was my initial thought too. Was like a nothing can get through. But who said that? Somebody, was it? I think Philip. Yeah, Philip pointed it out. Interesting. Well, you're not still reincarnated when reincarnate goes off because you're no longer dead. So the spell would just fail because you're not a dead creature, so it can't target you. Yeah, interesting item. What was your question? Did you have a question about it? No. Yeah, I like it. Solid. I think you need to clarify what happens if you cast Revivify. Maybe lower the time on it so it's not an hour. An hour feels kind of long for basically a one-time use item. I'm alive, but I'm changing. Yeah, that's exactly it, Geo. Joe. All right, Joe. Hey Cinder, this is the Hemomancer spell list. I'd like you to look over 2 things. There are player handbook spells at each level, just a quick look over and your opinion and suggestion. Lastly, look at the very last 5th level spell. Okay. So these are spells that do not function. Do these spells function like normal spells, or do they require you using something that's separate from a spell slot? I'm going to assume that these work as normal spells. The first thing that I would say is Hex is... oh, this is like a spell list. I see. So Hex is just on that. Okay. Okay, so we're just looking at the spell list. I'll look at a short one. Casting time reaction. You taking damage. Whenever you target by an attack, ranged attacks have disadvantage against you, and you gain +2 to your AC. This feels very similar to Shield. I feel like if I were you, I would probably... It's very similar to Shield. I don't know. I might drop the AC bonus and try to come up with something new to put here. Oh, I get that it's less AC, but it still just feels really similar. I would maybe do like... What if it's like a round of temp HP and disadvantage on ranged attacks? It could be fine. It could be fine. It could be fine. There's a lot of stuff that does a little bit of shield, though. It's not... it's shield with an extra bonus against ranged. Slightly different shield as flavor spell seems entirely reasonable to you. Alright, legit. I accept. Crimson Leap. You disassemble your body into a mass of blood. You then fly to a space of your choice within 30 feet, squeezing through any gaps as small as 1 inch in the diameter. Upon reaching your destination, you resemble your previous self. An action and a spell slot for 30 feet of movement that doesn't give... that doesn't prevent opportunity attacks is not that good. In my opinion. What is the blood focus material component? You can ask them in the Discord. They'll explain it. It's less effective than shield since mathematically disadvantage evens out to a -3 in the roll on the shield, so as ranged attacks. It's almost like a teleport. It is. It's almost a teleport. It's like a Misty Step, but not as good. But in action. I guess it's okay. I guess it's reasonable. I just feel like opportunity attacks are going to get you. Why not, like, take your action... There's times that it would make sense to fly for a round. Alright. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, let's skip ahead. What do you want us to look at the last 5th level? It's 1st level, not 2nd. True. Okay. Vaymor's Living Shell. 1 action. Concentration 1 minute. You summon a living construct of interconnected bone plating, and strands of muscle that surround your body. Excuse me. The construct is always 1 size larger than you and uses the living shell stat block as shown below. The construct resembles a knightly suit of armor made of bone and muscle tissue. The construct falls to pieces, then dissolves when it drops to 0 hit points or when the spell ends. When you first summon the construct, you are pulled into an empty cavity within it, giving you total cover against all attacks and immunity to all area effects, such as fireball, spells, etc. Your mobility is restricted while in the construct. You can't take actions that require dexterity or make somatic gestures. The construct can't use items, but it can hold weapons you held when you cast the spell. If you are proficient with the weapon, the construct can make attacks with it. All right. Let's see what it does. In combat, the construct share... This is already shockingly... This is already very strong. Just being untargetable is very strong. In combat, constructs share your initiative count, and it acts on your turn. You are telepathically connected to the construct, granting you its senses. On your turn, you can issue commands telepathically to the construct. Will act on your will. Blah, 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 blah. You can give the following commands. How much? Where does it? Where did the commands sit into the action economy? Open chest compartment. Move the construct. As an action, you command the construct to make one of its actions it can take on its stat block or some other action. Okay. This should probably have a gold cost. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This should definitely have a cost that is expensive. I agree. That would be a really good way to... That's actually... Who suggested that? Bongo. That's a super elegant way of balancing it. I want to suggest that while you are in the construct, the only actions you can take are to command the construct to do things or to open the chest compartment to leave. I don't think you should be able to cast spells or do anything else. Armor class this. Hit points 20 plus 10 per each spell level above 5th. So at 5th level, it's just 20 hit points. That's pretty weak. I'd probably have it start at 30. I guess 20 is fine if you're sort of immune to them. 20... by the time you're casting 5th level spells, this thing is going to die in one hit a lot of the time, just so you know. Bunch of damage resistances. Bunch of other resistances. Immutable form. 2d8 plus 3 plus the spell's level damage. Weapon, if proficient. Weapons damage die plus 2 damage dice. I would not do it plus 2. I would just do plus 1. I would just multiply the damage die by 2, not by 3. The other thing that I'm going to say here is... What is the intention behind having this not be a transformation feature, like polymorph, where you take on this new stat block and you can just end it early as a bonus action, or ending it in the same way as you would leave the compartment? I don't know what the intention is behind that, because by making it a machine, you're adding a bunch of complication into interactions and also power that I feel like you could... You think it's meant to avoid line of sight spells, but that's the thing is the object can still be targeted by line of sight spells. Like, it can still be targeted, right? So if it can still be targeted, then that is no different than the polymorph spell, where your hit points are hidden behind the monster you're transforming into's hit points anyway. Like, you still, like, if you turn into a bear, your hit points are still out of targetability until the bear's hit points are removed. And that's exactly how this functions. It's around until it's out of hit points. Summon Celestial is the same level and is HP is 40 plus 10 for each spell level. Yeah, it should definitely be more hit points. I think it's an interesting spell. I genuinely think that it's worth thinking about what is the reasoning? How important is it? Here's the question. How important is it that it is an object that you ride like a mech warrior? How important is that? Why is that important? And then I would say is express that reasoning more in the stat block, because currently the stat block doesn't feel like it justifies being something other than something you turn into. I think there are non-damaging spells this would protect polymorph. Not exactly, though, because look at all the resistances and immunities it has. It's immune to charmed, frightened, incapacitated, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned. It's immutable, so it's like it's basically immune to everything that you'd be immune to as a creature anyway. It works against stuff like Power Word Kill. I guess so, but that's such a niche situation. I don't think that situation is niche enough to merit how much simpler it would be if you just change into this stat block. The thing about homebrew, it's all about give and take. You know, you're trying to accomplish the best goal. And I feel like we need more logic that is prevalent in it for why we're turning into a robot. Is it a reaction or an action spell? I believe it's an action. It's an action. I think it's a cool idea for a spell. I like turning into a big monster, which is essentially what it is. Yeah. I think that you just got to think a little bit about your logic of the why for how it's constructed the way it is. But I like it. Click. I don't know why it's concentration if you can't get hit. I think so that you don't have other concentration spells going. I think it's intended to not stack. That would be my guess. I don't think Polymorph inherently protects against a lot of the stuff it does. You need to pick specific monsters, which would probably only have some of those protections. It definitely doesn't protect against this. It definitely protects against way more than Polymorph. But what I'm saying is all of the immunities and all of the immunities that it has essentially cover 99% of the things that you need to have covered that would be the equivalent of you not being targeted by the spell. Gladriel says, all right, 1 second. This is a creature that would function in a similar capacity to horses in a homebrew world I'm developing. It's a large, flightless bird. Nice. I'm not very concerned with the stat block itself. All right. I'm more interested in feedback in the flavor text and description. Okay. Well, let's take a peek then. Oh, what an interesting format. Wait a minute. Did you say you're not interested in the... Oh, I clicked the wrong thing, maybe? I clicked the wrong thing. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, okay. Here's the right thing. Sorry about that. Polymorph doesn't protect you against being targeted by conditions inherently as written. No, Polymorph doesn't protect you at all. That's what my point was. My point was the main difference between being polymorphed into something and being in something is that you are immune to a lot of effects. But that stat block specifically made you immune to pretty much all of those effects anyway. I think we're agreeing, maybe? I don't know. Let's look at the stat. They wanted to this. Gladriel wanted flavor text advice, so let's check out the flavor text. I ain't never seen a more heroic thing in all my life. A knight came blazing in on that Struthio, took out half of them goblins with just a flick of his sword and kept on charging. His bird didn't even flinch. Dravo, amateur ornithologist. I would put the I ain't seen nothing more heroic. I would make this the end, not the beginning. I would start with a knight came blazing out, and I would say the knight. You were talking about different things? That is definitely possible. Derek, what I was suggesting was... Yes, that was what I was suggesting. Because the way the stat block was written, it functionally worked to the same... We're going to the mill town. Yeah, so put this sentence at the end. I also would probably suggest more details in the sentence structure if you want it to feel like a moment pulled from history, from somebody's experience or life. Instead of just saying the knight, you know, say the blue knight. Or whatever. Instead of saying one of them goblins, saying, you know, the Black Feather tribe. Use more specific words whenever you can. Names always work better when they can be more specific. What if the spell was a reaction and it minuses the damage you would take and give immunities only for that turn? Then it would be a radically different spell. I think that would be so different that I would be... not helping them. A Struthio is a tall, sturdy, yet versatile flightless bird. It is instantly recognizable by its colorful feathers as well as its distinctive beak. It is a beast of burden, used all over the world for a variety of labor. So if you want some flavor feedback, all of these sentences are very rhythmically the same so far. So if you're rhythmically, you have some space to diversify. Fighters use them to pull their plows. Farmers use them to pull plows. Knights use them as battle-hardened mounts. Princesses use them to frolic along countryside. Okay, perfect example here. Drop all the farmer, knights, princess stuff. They pull plows. They're they pull plows in the hot sun. They ride into battle. They frolic in the countryside, etc. Just tighten it up a little bit. But overall, I like the examples quite a bit. A Struthio's true strength resides in the way they have adapted to their native environment. The color of their plumage is a quick indicator of where they came from. Say where they are from. Or I would even just say their plumage indicates where they come from. Or they have different plumage based on where they come from. Yellow Struthio come from the desert, stand up against the shocking attacks like no other. White Struthio come from the snow mountains and can brave the harshest of winters. Red Struthio hearken from lands near to volcanoes. Near to is awkward, change that. And they stand resilient against devastating heat of the lava pools. All of these sentences, if your goal is to be making rhythmic phrasing, you got to be a little punchier with it. It's too long in the way that it's written right now for the rhythm to feel good. Of the yellow are this and do all of this, the white are this and do all of this, and the red are this, do all this. Or the other thing that I would say is turn this, cut this out here, and turn that into flavor text, like it's a poem written about them, as opposed to literal flavor text. The green runs reside deep within shrouded forests and have adapted to eat even the most sickening meals. Due to these unique adaptations, they can be bred to fit the needs of the person using the animal. Okay, so I like the general idea. I like that they are distinct. They all have different bonuses. These adaptations are too dissimilar to fit the rhythmic vibe of how this is written, in my opinion. What's a good bird to domesticate? No bird. Free them all. Sounds like an axe beak if it weren't based off of the worst bird to domesticate. So these are birds who can have a damage resistance. That's cool. Yeah. Okay, so I feel like your flavor text is pretty solid. This is what I think. I think it would benefit. This would benefit from being tightened up a bit. Don't lean so hard on the rhythmic trope of they are this and doing this. They are this and doing this. They are this and doing this. That for a paragraph is tedious. What you could do is you could reframe this paragraph essentially as bullet points. Yellow, do this. Blue, do this. Green, do this. That would make it a little bit like, it would change the rhythm of it a bit. That might help make it more interesting to read. Overall, I think it's pretty solid, though. I think you don't need as many. If you're not including all of these examples in the stat block, you don't need nearly that many, I don't think. I think you could just mention that they have different resistances depending on the environment they come from. I think you don't need to list all of them specifically. Dr. Seuss poem? For sure. Angel says they feel like green eating sickening meals would fit more in a swamp than a forest. Could be. I could see that. I could see that. But yeah, I think overall the flavor text is pretty solid. I think all the feedback I said, I'm just going to repeat a million times if I keep looking at it. So we're not going to worry about it anymore. And you don't really want me to look at the monster itself? CR 1/2, solid. It has resistance to a single damage type, and it's a flightless bird. By flapping their wings, they are able to mitigate damage from falling. When falling a distance greater than 5 feet, they only take half damage on the damage roll. That's cute. That's also quite useful for creatures. I would probably... You might want to treat this... There are some other creatures that have limited feather fall, and it only works for a certain feet. Like, after a certain distance, it no longer mitigates the damage, and you might want to do that. Like, if they fall less than 60 feet, for example, they can take half the damage. But if they're falling really far, it might be worth having them take that full damage. But this is very solid mount creature. This is a big buff on a horse. If you wanted to make it a little bit more reasonable compared to a horse, you could just lower the speed. But I like this a lot. I think it's pretty solid. I think this is a really solid CR2 fun monster. I think it also fits well to like fill the niche of horses, but make them a little different. Zeke says Druid Wild Shape. I agree. This is a very strong Druid Wild Shape monster for sure. Very strong Druid Wild Shape monster. You could lower the damage die if you needed to a little bit here to D6s to chill that out a bit. But I think it's pretty solid. I like it. I like it. It's fun. Glad. Very nice. I wake up to a Seriami, some word I can't pronounce. They're a terror bird. You try to tame it, it makes funny noises. And then it tries to peck you. Strathio should definitely have a kick attack. They do have a kick attack. Those were their talons. Kelf. Hi, Kelf. I thought you were in here. While not my first homebrew, this was the first subclass I put time and effort into. The idea of a Gymbro Warlock, love it, came from the idea of being trapped in a contract with a gym-like Planet Fitness. Oh my god. Okay, I absolutely love that idea. A Gymbro Warlock that made a pact with Valley Fitness. Yeah, let's get the music to be a little bit more haunting. To represent being at the haunting gym. You feel like you've seen this on Reddit? They may have posted it on Reddit. Alright, let's take a look. As a warlock of the Gymbro patron, you have made a pact with a powerful entity that embodies the ideals of physical fitness, strength, and endurance. You have devoted yourself to intense physical training and strict dieting in exchange for the power to charm and intimidate others. Oftentimes, Gymbro warlocks, are required to entice others to join their gyms and have them form new contracts in the process. And always remember the Gymbro creed. Get yoked, my bro. Really, really solid flavor text. Only feedback is that you've got consistently long sentences. The fact that you only have 3 of them makes it a little bit more okay, but it is still a little bit of that thing. I want to suggest that you figure out a way to say this much faster. I feel like this sentence could have a similar length to this sentence, and it would be good. Alright, let's see what we get. We get some spells. Jump, Long Strider, Enhance Ability, Enlarge, Reduce, Haste, Protection of Energy. God damn it! Who is this? Kelf! Kelf, Kelf, you're on point so far, dude. All of these are solid. All of these are solid. Stone Skin. Eh. Death Ward. Eh. Biggie's Hand. Into it. Gaius. Eh. Tensor's Transformation. Yes. Okay. Things that I disagree with so far, having not read all of it and being uninformed. Let me rephrase that. Things I think you could change. Gaius. This spell fucking sucks and is stupid. The reason why I think this spell should be dropped in general, and this is a just me thing, so you don't need to listen if you don't want to. I have never in all of my years playing D&D, I have never ever had a player take this spell and like it. Every single time I've seen a player take this spell, they are disappointed by how it functions, and they over-expect what it can do. This is one of those spells that works really well for a spell. Yes, Geostellar, exactly. Geostellar said, I had this used on me once. This is a great spell to use on PCs. But whenever a PC uses this, here's the problem with this. If you use this spell to get a person to try to, because it's not mind control. That's the thing. Whoever you cast Gaius on is that basically they just live a life for 30 days where if they go against the thing that you want, they take damage once that day. But if you cast this spell on like a big monster, like it's just not that big a deal. It's not mind control. It's okay. I just hate this. I think I half get it on the list, but I fucking hate it in general. It's one of my least favorite spells in D&D. Only because I've had really bad personal experience with it. I feel like this is the spell that players either don't take, or they try to take it if they are players that are very used to trying to cheese the game. Okay. Rant over. Let's see what we're getting. Let's see what else we're getting. Mighty Physique. I'm gonna burp soon? Excuse me. At first level, you gain proficiency in athletics and acrobatics. Makes sense. In addition, you can use your charisma modifier instead of strength or dex for any check, for any strength or dex check or saving throw. I might not have it be strength or dex saving throw. That's a lot. That's a lot. I would probably just make it strength or dex checks, not saving throws. And the reason is because that's a lot of saving throw proficiencies that you're going to be very fucking good at immediately. That's a lot. Like, if you want to stick with that, that's maybe the only first level feature you get. And I don't know if you want that. Speaking of mind control, I don't like how restricted the great... Dude, Zeke, do not get me started on the great old ones. The great old one, Warlock, is so bad. It is designed for a different game than the game that Dungeons & Dragons has evolved into in its current iteration. That's the problem with the great old one, Patron. And they have fixed that for other things, like the friggin', like the Ranger. The Ranger used to suck too, in a lot of ways, because it's kind of built for D&D in a way that D&D is not intended to be played. You might disagree with me, but I'm right. So if you disagree with me, you're just wrong. We're going to Ancient Artifact. Ancient Beacon was too dark. Ancient Artifact is a little bit more musical. Maybe. I don't remember. But yeah, I agree. Hello, Cinder. Oh, that's me. You're new to the channel. Sorry you were live. Welcome, Shadow. Welcome. If you want to put Dominate Person here, that's fine. But then you have to take Big B's hand out and put something else. Because Dominate Person's really strong. Okay, let's see what the other thing we get. It was built for a different D&Ds that the designers had in mind at the time of creation. Yes, Geostellar, I agree. Although I will say that even in the original 5e iteration, it was so unappealing compared to the compared to the Fiend or the Fae. The Fiend or the Fae genuinely seemed more fun, even when 5e first came out. To me, anyway. Okay, and I fucking love the Eldritch stuff. You were talking about the Rangers there? Oh yeah. For sure, big agree. All right, Packed Punch, amazing title. Starting at first level, you have trained your body to be a weapon, and your fists pack a powerful punch. You can use charisma instead of strength or dexterity for the attack and damage rolls of your unarmed strikes, which deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage. I would just change the wording of that around a little bit. I would say your unarmed strikes now deal 1d6 plus bludgeoning damage, and you can use charisma. Don't say dex, because you're never a dex. Unarmed strikes are always strength based unless you specifically have a feature that lets you use dex. So that should just be. You could just say you can use charisma for your unarmed strikes. You don't need to do this. Interesting. I like all of this so far quite a bit. It's very simple. The one thing that I want to point out here... Oh god, all this music is too, like, scary. I need some, like, just chiller music. How about this? Oh yeah, this is nice. The only thing that I want to point out here that I don't love is what is the benefit of using this feature as opposed to using Eldritch Blast. Also, this kind of makes this feature pointless. This invocation kind of makes this whole thing redundant. So, there's a solution here, though. There's a solution here. The solution is that this punch needs to do something else other than just damage. This is not exactly good to compare to the Eldritch Knight or the Hexblade, because the Hexblade can make their Hex weapon a magic weapon. It can replace magic weapons, so it allows them to use magic weapons effectively. The Hexblade also gets armor proficiencies, so it's better in short range. The Hexblade also gets access to smite spells, which gives you a reason to use melee weapons. There's a lot of things that the Hexblade gets that are subtle, but they make that Hex weapon transformation worthwhile, and that also ties to the Pact weapon. So you need to think about how to make this a little bit stronger, I think. So I say you drop the saving throws here, and you make this stronger. And Eldritch Smite is a Pact of the Blade invocation. Yes, but the Hexblade Warlock gets smite spells on its spell list. Am I wrong? I don't think so. I wasn't talking about Eldritch Smite. I'll check. Yeah, they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells that are all specifically tied to fighting with a melee weapon. So there's a lot of reasoning in there. So that's something that you're going to want to account for. What did Captain say? Give target disadvantage on strength saves if they're envious of your gains. Oh my god. First of all, I fucking love that. But what I was going to say is I think that you could make it a couple things. This is what I want to suggest. I want to suggest that you could make it have knockback or knock prone. But I like the disadvantage on stuff also. But something like that. If you want to keep the damage as a d6 and keeping this requiring a full action, then it should give a debuff, is the long and the short of it. I think the disadvantage on certain types of things is a good idea. I think knocking them around could work well. Oh, my feedback is more that Pact Punch is weaker than Eldritch Blast and doesn't even synergize with your Pact boons. Yes, okay, I'm the Moron. I see. We're on the same page. I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to be like... I think we were off. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please love me still. Please love me still. Should it step on the toes of the monk? I think it can, so long as you make that punch do extra shit. You have advantage on grapple could be cool, but yeah, what's the point of grappling as a warlock ever? Like, how are any of these spells going to make you... Like, there's very little synergy for doing that. Captain, you always help. So yeah, give this something else that it does. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, your intense training has paid off with increased endurance. You gain proficiency in constitution saving throws, and your hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to your warlock level. What does that mean? Does this mean that at level 6, your hit point maximum goes up by 6, and that's what it is? Or is it that every level, it goes up by that much? Like at level 20, do you have 20 extra hit points? Just write this the way that the dragon sorcerer works. You gain, just copy the dragon sorcerer. Yeah, it's tough. It's the dragon sorcerer. It's the dwarf. There's a shit ton of abilities that are like, you gain 1 hit point for every level and 1 hit point afterwards. You could just do that. You could also do something like getting some short amount of temporary hit points. Yeah, change it so it isn't exactly the language of tough. I also think that maybe... Okay, can I make a suggestion here? I'm going to make 2 suggestions. This damage die should increase over time, similar to cantrips. Like, it should scale. It should become 2d6 and then 3d6 and then 4d6 or whatever. And then separately from that, I feel like just getting tough is a little meh. You could do that. But I also feel like you could potentially play with things of, like, getting temporary hit points. Like, what if after you hit a creature with your packed punch, you gain temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt until the start of your next turn or something? I don't know. There's stuff you could play around with here. Proficiency in con saving throws is good. Don't warlocks already get proficiency in con saving throws? Am I misremembering how warlocks work? No, they don't. Huh, I thought they did. Sorcerers, maybe? All right, whatever. Somebody does. I don't know what I was talking about. Okay, so yeah, definitely. So there's 2 things. One, definitely 100% drop all the saving throw shit here if you're getting saving throws here. Because the way that you have it written, by 6th level, you're proficient in almost all of your saving throws. And that's too many saving throws to be proficient in. That's silly. Yeah, exactly, Geostellar. That's too many saving throws. But yeah, the other thing that I was going to say is that warlocks traditionally get a defensive utility feature at 6th level. So this makes sense. But I feel like it would make sense. Fuck. I feel like if you're going to be melee, you need to have a way of making your melee better. Like, there really is no reason to ever use Packed Punch after 1st level. After you get Eldritch Blast going anywhere. So that might be something you want to tie into some of these higher up features a little bit. This needs a feature called Asteroids. You can punch meteors. That's kind of funny. What about being able to do some sort of AoE with your packed punch? That's true. What if you could do like a flex where everyone around you is like, oh shit, this guy's beefy. I could listen to that. I think that's what this is going to be. Commanding presence, actually. At 10th level, your physical prowess and charm give you commanding presence that can intimidate or charm others. You gain proficiency in intimidation and persuasion. If you don't already have it, your proficiency is doubled for either ability check in those skills. Okay, so you get expertise in potentially 2 things. Additionally, you can use your action to choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of you and force them to make a wisdom save. On a failed save, they are either charmed or frightened for 1 minute. Okay. This needs to have some major limitations on it. If we're already getting 2 expertise at 10th level, which is a lot, this has to be like a once-a-day feature. if there's not going to be... If there's only one saving throw and it's just on for a minute, that means that they can be taking damage. They can be... There's no... You know, it's quite strong to have a creature be charmed or frightened and have it not be able to break out for a minute. That's quite strong. So that should not be something that you could do more than once a day, in my opinion. Maybe you can turn ranged spells into melee spells to get bonuses on them. Oh, that's a fun idea, Bongo. That's a very different... That's it. Okay. Everybody shut the fuck up. That might be the move. That solves the Eldritch Blast problem because that just turns Eldritch Blast into a melee spell attack if you wanted to. That could be your first level feature. Packed Punch. Whenever you cast a spell with a spell that requires an attack roll with a range further than touch, you can cast that spell as if it has a range of touch. You get to add damage equal to something, or something else happens. That could definitely work. I like that a lot, actually. Because then you can just punch somebody 4 times when you Eldritch Blast. I like that. Okay. Commanding Presence is solid. It's very strong. Getting double proficiency and or double expertise is good and strong. I would probably lower it. I would probably limit it. I might not do the expertise thing. This is cool and good, but you need to make it once a day, and they need to be immune to it if they... Like, there's got to be ways they can break it. There's got to be some breakout shit. They should be able to reattempt the save if they take damage, that sort of thing. Actually, that's it. You make it once a day, and you let them reattempt the save if they take damage. That's what you do. Okay, let's look at Master of the Gym. At 14th level, your physical training has reached its peak. You have become a Master of the Gym. You gain the ability to cast the spell Enlarge, reduce yourself at will. I like that. Additionally, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can choose to push them back 10 feet away from you. Okay, I kind of love that. So if you don't do a knockback feature here, I think it's solid. Can I make a suggestion? Can I make another suggestion? Warlocks are very concentration dependent. This spells like Hex. They're very concentration dependent. I genuinely don't think it would be overpowered if you don't have to require... What if you're just always under the effects of Enlarge Reduce? Is that crazy? Is that too much? Or maybe there's some way that you can use it, but in a way that specifically doesn't require concentration? I like it at will, because Enlarge Reduce isn't that strong. It's like, it's going to fuck with your strength checks. It's going to give you 1d4 extra damage, which is not really anything. But it also dramatically increases your touch range, because you take up 4 squares instead of 1 square, which would actually tie really nicely to the earlier features. At will and no concentration, that's what you say, Zeke? Rune Knight gets a less... Yes, Rune Knight gets a different version, but theirs in some way is more powerful because they get damage resistance and they do more damage than the enlarged spell. I like this a lot, dude. This is a weird... Okay. This is the one thing that I genuinely think is not in this subclass. Okay. The one part of the puzzle that I think really isn't here, and I think maybe that means you should just drop it, is the trying to convince other people to join the gym through manipulation. So I would say drop any of the mind control spells here in the Gym Bro expanded spell list and lean into the lead by example. Like Commanding Presence kind of feels like that. It's like I'm not mind controlling you. I'm flexing. And you are just too close to the flex to not be impressed or frightened by it. So I would lean into that in terms of how you flavor those sides. But overall, I think this is a lot of fun. No. I wouldn't make it an aura. Keep it mechanically exactly the same. I would just drop Gaius, and I would lean into other more punchy shit. Inspire people, don't trick or weasel them. You could trick or weasel a little bit. If I were to guess the intent behind that, I would Gaius. I don't know how to pronounce that word. It's that they would tell them to work out every day for at least X amount of time. Oh, I agree. I agree with that. But the spell does a shit ton more than that. It's like a very singular, specific. That's not enough of a reason to have the spell, in my opinion. Yeah. Geese. You pronounce it geese? That works. Cool, man. I like this a lot. Whose was this? Kelf. This was really good. This is really fun. Very solid idea. I think this is a really good example of a piece where the flavor is so good that you can actually use the flavor to change shit and move stuff back. The big you need to fucking change this is this can't get 1,000,000 saving throws. That's the main one. And the Pact shouldn't make Eldritch Blast stronger than the Punch. This feature should be usable at level 1 as much as it's usable at level 20. Oh, membership fee. So let me read that. As with every gym membership, there's a fee. I gotta pick my nose for a second. There's a fee one must pay when under contract. Once per week, 1d10 gold vanishes from your inventory. Fail to pay the fee results in late fees. I'd take this or leave it. I'd make this a DM note. I don't feel like it makes sense. I get the goofy flavor, but I would probably put it... What I would do if I were you is I would put it in a text box that pops out separately, so people are very aware that it's intended as a at your discretion. Or maybe just say at your discretion. But I like it flavor-wise. I genuinely think it is... it's not enough of a detriment to merit a bonus. But it's... Yeah, I don't know. Mixed feelings about it. That was the idea. It was for DM notes. Yeah. So whenever you want to do something that's just DM notes, here's a little piece of advice. This is for all of you. You should always assume that people on the internet are idiots. People on the internet, first of all, they're idiots. Second of all, they are actively looking for ways to tell you something wrong with your homebrew. They're actively looking to find an issue. They are not all actively looking to do that, but a lot of them are. So, with those two things in mind, whenever you're writing a homebrew, you should make everything as absolutely clear as possible. I'm not saying you should describe your reasoning for your mechanics in them. In fact, you shouldn't do that. That ends up looking really bad. But you should make sure the mechanics speak for themselves. But if you ever have a feature that is an optional feature, that is a maybe use this feature, that is a, I don't know, take it or leave it feature, put that in a separate box and put at your DM's discretion up there big. Because what's going to end up happening is a bunch of fucking obnoxious people, instead of giving you some feedback that is actually useful, they're going to be like, why is this? And they're going to either love this or hate this, but they're going to love it or hate it in a way that isn't helpful to you. So, because it's going to have to do with it's required. They're going to be like, I don't know if this should be required. Is it required? It's just going to be a lot of bullshit it's white noise that is not going to help you. So, clarify stuff. Assume everyone's an idiot, and you'll be great. All right, we're going to do another spin of the wheel in 1 second. I need to pee very badly, so I'm going to play some music, and I will be back in a minute. I got to go pee. And then we shall continue to rock out. BRB. Bop, bop, bop. Be right back. Be right back. I got a cookie. Check this out. Okay. I did. I don't always wash my hands. I won't pretend that I do. But I did. You guys get to listen to me eat a cookie for a second while I find more music. Let's see how this sounds. I'm trying new stuff. Oh, Troy, thank you for the donation. Very kind. Thank you for the super. Looking sharp. Oh, you're too kind. Too kind, my guy. All right. As a little reminder, before we jump too deep into the into things, if you are not in the Discord, you should join the Discord. That is where you find. That's where all the information as to how to submit stuff. But the other thing is that that's where I'm going to be putting my stream schedule moving forward, and we're going to be doing more than just the Sunday night streams. We're going to be doing Sunday night stream as normal, but then all the member stream is going to be moving to Thursday night, which means that if you are a member, you can submit on the Sunday night and be a part of the big crew with everybody, or you can one second. You can be on the submit on the you can go to be the big house with everybody, or you can be on the member wheel, and, be a little bit wheel. And on the days that we do the member stream, depending on your availability, you will have the opportunity to come on stream if that is something that interests you. So if you are like, man, I really want to guarantee that my piece might get looked at, or I want to have a deeper investment in this fucking weirdo on the internet, become a member or a patron, but no pressure if you don't want to. And we're going to be doing more like the other things that we're going to start doing, which have nothing to do with memberships or not, but we're going to start doing more like contests or like themed homebrew nights, which is a good reason to join the Discord, where it's going to be like, hey, let's build something together. And I will be seeking your guys' help in figuring out what that will be. And we'll be like building it together on stream. Or like you guys come up with a cool, crazy idea and I will do it live and then you do it separately and then we'll talk about it after. Or like homebrew nights, not homebrew nights, but like call-in show nights where you can basically, I'll have like a number, or we'll do it in Discord, one of the two, where you can call in and we can chat and you can ask questions about your game, whether that is your home game or you want to complain about your dungeon master or whatever. Okay. Was that enough shilling? Did I do enough shilling myself there? Was that reasonable? I think I did enough, right? I don't know, man. You whoever you are next to on the wheel is the order of submissions. So that means you keep submitting at the same time as them. No. We're not doing 2 more minutes. That's crazy. But I love you for desiring it. Guys, one of my feet smells really bad, but my other foot smells normal. Why does that? Sheep Tactics. I think I saw you in the chat earlier. I don't know if you're still here. Definitely saw them in the chat earlier, though. Yeah, it's okay. That's why the VOD is here. That's why the VOD is here. All right, let me grab this. Okay, let's see what Cheap Tactics has to say. This is an idea for... The idea for this item came to me after watching the 4th Thor movie. In it, Mjolnir is broken into a bunch of little pieces that stay together. And throughout the movie, you can see attacks. Yeah, cool. So it's the hammer that's broken apart and then comes back together. I like that. This is my take on that, making a hammer out of magical ice that never melts. Cool. Taking inspiration from a movie or a book or a TV show is always a wonderful option. Jake, I don't know if I don't think I reviewed yours yet. Did you get it in on time? I can look to see if you're here. I see a Jake. So there you go. You're there. If that's you. If it's not you, then you're not there. All right. Shattered hammer. I think I just posted it in the chat. Just some chill. Listen, we're trying to make money here. Okay. Shattered hammer. Warhammer rare requires attunement. A warhammer made with a block of ice, brought from one of the few expeditions to the Everglaciers. Say brought back. Stupid little detail, but do it. The ice appears fragmented with cracks all over the block. Clarify, I would say that the ice is like the head of the head of the warhammer is this fragmented piece of ice. I don't mind if you interrupt, dude. All right, so it's a warhammer, rare. Let's see what it does. The hammer can break apart into 6 shards, each of which can be thrown as a ranged attack. On a hit, the shard deals 1d6 cold damage. The hammer is missing 2 shards. When it's missing 2 shards, it loses the versatile property and gains the light property. Its melee damage is reduced to 1d6. When the hammer is missing 4 charges, its damage it's reduced to 1d4. I feel like it should get the light property not when it gets to a d6, but when it gets to a d4. Personally, it should lose the. Here's what should happen: when it goes down to a d6, it should lose the versatile property, and then when it goes down to a d4, it should gain the light property. Okay. The other thing is that if you wanted to shoot out little beacons, I don't think they should be ranged attacks. Get out of here, Jim. Have a good night. The VOD will be up tomorrow. Or tonight, whenever I finish stream. Because, essentially, if these are just ranged attacks, you're using dex. And I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to, like, launch them out. So what I want to suggest is that either... like, these should be special ranged attacks that have their own attack roll that is separate from your dexterity modifier, maybe +5. And I think you should be able to shoot more than one at a time. Also. That's my thought on Shard Sling. It could be like, as an action, you can break parts of the hammer off and launch them at creatures within a certain range from you. You can launch up to this many shards at a time. It's a +5 to hit. It deals 1d6 cold damage, etc. That's what I would say. Line AoE still kind of... I mean, that could work too, but that's a little bit of a different vibe. Thor is a cleric, to be honest. The superheroes are multi-classed in a way that would be breaking the rules and would break the game in a way that you'd have to really change things to be them most of the time. As a bonus action, you can recall a single shard. Okay, cool. I do think you should be able to... I also think you should be able to use an action to recall all the shards. Barrage. As an action, you can unleash a devastating attack. All 6 shards fly forward in a 15-foot cone originating from you. Oh, this is sort of the AoE feature you mentioned earlier. Creatures in this area have to make a dex save or take 6d6 cold damage and have their speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. On a success, they take half damage and their speed isn't reduced. Immediately after using the ability, all shards quickly return to the hammer. Once used, can't be used again until the next dawn. I like this. I like all this. This is a little strong on top of this feature, depending on how you change this feature, or if you change this feature. But I like it a lot. Honestly, my main piece of feedback would be something that is like making this less of a thrown thing and more of a launching little things out, and making the barrage only work when all of the pieces are connected to the hammer, and to have them all immediately and have you have to go through the bonus action of recalling all the pieces. That could also be a way to sort of tone it a little bit. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it, but I like it. I like it a lot. I do think that the thing is, if you keep the shard sling the way that it is, then I don't think the barrage feature is overpowered. But I also think that this should be stronger. And I think if you make this stronger, you need to address that this is still pretty strong. Yeah, you can just use it like a weapon. It's still a warhammer. So basically, normally it just works like a magical warhammer. And to be fair, that is how rare items usually work. If you look at magic items, a lot of rare items will not have a bonus to attack or damage rolls if they do multiple things. So that, balance-wise, I think it's pretty solid for being a rare item. I like this, he says, sounding proud and surprised with every single time. I am proud and surprised every single time. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. I think the question to ask yourself is, what's more important? The launching out of the shards as more of a regular occurrence, or the big explosion of shards? And then lean into that a little bit and tone the other one a little bit. I like it, though. I like it. Cheap tactics that didn't feel so cheap. Oh, redemption for Snug. Guys. Redemption for Snug. Redemption for Snug. Redemption. I feel so glad. Okay, so we read all this shit already. Snug made a death knight. We don't need to read it again. Snug. I read all that flavor text when I thought your piece was the piece we were looking at. Now it is the piece we're looking at. Classic Snug redemption. All right, so this is a subclass. It's not a subclass. This is a lot of. I'm so okay. We're gonna go through it. I see 7 pages, which is a lot. So we're gonna see what that means. Oath of the Death Knight. Always remember, true power is a double-edged blade. Where one side shines, the shadow is never far behind. It tempts you in moments of desire, when victory appears worth any sacrifice. However, such a gift demands recompense, and many willingly embrace the bargain. The virtuous and the weak may recoil at its price, but their vision is short-sighted. Do not dread power itself, or rather those who brandish it. I'm going to say something here to you, which is what I said earlier to someone else. All of this is very vague. None of this is creating an image in my head. When you're writing flavor text, or you are writing quotes flavor text, either way, a picture still needs to appear in my head. This is all very, this is very biblical, but not in a good way. It's biblical in a way that it's it just feels big and vague. I feel like you should, if you want it to be a quote, or you want it to be like a note, like something a Templar is saying, make it way more poetic in its wording. Make it a quote by someone, and make it feel like they're talking to someone else as they're saying it, like they're scolding someone or something. Otherwise, give specific examples of literally what's happening, because we don't know what's happening. Power is tempting us in sacrifices, and it's all very I don't know what's going on here. What bargain are we embracing? You know? Okay. Another concern of mine is how do I separate this Death Knight from the ones that already exist in D&D lore? That doesn't matter. I don't think that's something you need to worry about. You can say, go fuck yourself. I'm making my own lore. All right. Let's look at the spells. I'm not going to go through the Oath Tenants because I want to get into the meat because I see a lot of features here. I'm curious why there are so many features. Are you building like 4 subclasses at the same time? Is that what I'm looking at here? This is several subclasses. Okay, so we're not going to look at all of them. We're just going to look at whatever the first one is to make this easier to understand. Yeah, they're going World of Warcraft for sure. Yeah, so they should just be 3 separate subclasses. You shouldn't get access to all these features or shouldn't be picking them. The thing is, you're never going to be able to get something 100 matching the flavor that you want it to from the inspiration that it is. You have to make sacrifices to make it fit in the game. Let's look at the spells. Ray of Sickness, Ray of Enfeeblement, Darkness, Fine Steed. Fine Steed, mixed feelings. Speak with Dead, Gaseous Form, Blight, Shadow of Moil, Anti-Life Shell, Raise Dead. I like all of these. I like all of these spells. I feel like Animate Dead would make sense in here. Yeah, Undead Horse, for sure. The subclasses have subclasses. Cool. Cool is one word for it. I would say heady and complicated as another one. Let's look at this 3rd level feature. Overall spell list looks solid, though, to me. Upon experiencing death and embracing the transformative journey into becoming a Death Knight, the character's tether, always right in the second person, your tether, to the divine, not all the time, but if you're starting, you see how I say you're here? Do it here, too. To divine energies undergoes a macabre metamorphosis. Your selection from the paths presented below will not only replace your Lay on Hands and Divine Smite abilities, that's pretty big, but it will also grant you a corresponding channel divinity options. It is important to note that once a choice is made at each level, it becomes permanent. However, this does not limit your ability to choose alternative. Okay, so it's like a totem barbarian. This is like a totem barbarian. So you're picking at 3rd level, I'm either going Bone Forged or Frost Reaver or Deathbringer. All right. I'm still not going to read all 7 pages of this because, as mentioned before, if something is more than a page, I will not read the whole thing most likely. It is the nature of the beast of the game we play. It's in the rules. So we're going to read the Bone Forged. We're going to skip the Frost Reaver and the Dreadbringer. Gravebound Resilience. Starting at 3rd level, your Lay on Hand feature undergoes a transformation befitting your undeath. Your connection to the necrotic forces of death grants you unparalleled resilience. You can stack temporary hit points from any source until you reach your maximum limit. The number of temporary hit points you can possess at once is equal to your paladin level times 5. Do we get any temporary hit point spells? That's a bad... Okay, so right off the bat, that I think that... so basically, you no longer can cast Lay on Hands at all, but you can stack temporary hit points from any source up to the amount that you would have Lay on Hands. I don't know if this is dangerously powerful. It's just like instead of having 15 points of Lay on Hands, you can have up to 15 points of temporary hit points. Is that too much? Chat seems to think that's too strong. I will say that it's weird to have a feature that is reliant on temporary hit points and then to not get any spells that give temporary hit points. It's a little weird. Pokeniner brings up a good point that if you spend enough time with a warlock or somebody, I guess you could stack it up. Yeah, that's true. You could cast False Life forever and you could just always have that many hit points. That's a lot. It's a okay, you're right. It is a pretty big buff. You're right. It is a big buff. It is a pretty big buff. That's okay. I like Kingdom of Awesome idea a lot. What if instead of you can stack temporary hit points, what if instead of Lay on Hands healing, what if Lay on Hands gives temporary hit points? That's good. That's cool. That could work. I like that a lot. Big fan. Big fan of that. The other thing that I want to point out is that these are already extra features in a way that paladins don't normally get. So we don't want them to be super strong. The temp hit points would still go away whenever they normally would, just not from stacking. Yeah, that's true. I like the idea of giving temporary hit points with Lay on Hands. I feel like that's much smoother and easier to think about. Okay, let's look at Ebon's Strike. Starting at 3rd level, your Divine Smite undergoes a transformation. Whenever you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend a spell slot. You don't need to... This is a really long way of saying your smites now deal necrotic damage instead of radiant damage. Just say your smites now deal necrotic damage instead of radiant damage. Furthermore, you gain 5 temporary hit points with this feature. What does that mean? For each spell slot used that is higher than 1st level, the temporary hit points granted by Ebon's Smite... No, this is too strong. Sorry, bud. Drop it. This is too strong. This is too strong. This could be a Channel Divinity. This could be a once a day. Once a day, when you use your Channel Divinity, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 5 times the level of the Smite spell cast. That could be a Channel Divinity feature. This can't be an all the time on feature. Too strong. Too strong. Let's look at the Channel Divinity. As a Bone-Forged Death Knight, you can use your Channel Divinity to tap into the dark powers of undeath, tearing fragments of life force away from the surrounding creatures and infusing yourself with their essence. By invoking Unholy Vitality, you gain temporary hit points equal to the number of hostile creatures within a 30-foot radius of you. Huh. So, 2 things. 1, you need 2 Channel Divinities, not 1. Realistically, this should be a Channel Divinity. This one is... If this one is giving you temporary hit points, this one should not. What about turning temporary hit points into damage instead of stacking? That's just a totally different mechanic, Zeke. That's just going in. That's 2 left wing. I mean, I guess it's 2 left field. I don't know what that would be. I know these aren't channels. This is a channel. This should be a channel, is what I'm saying. Good night, Soul Catcher. I'll go check it out in the morning. But yeah, this should not be a temporary hit point 1, and this should not be a temporary hit point 1. Only one should be. Okay, let's move on. Is this a Channel Divinity that everyone gets? Or just the Dreadbringer? God, buddy, I'm so sorry, but you need to reorganize. This is not... The way you should write this is at 3rd level, you pick, write it like the Totem Barbarian, where there's a thing and then there's bold, what you get, bold, what you get, bold, what you get. The problem is that it's just a lot of stuff we're getting. I actually think that it's too much. That's what I think it actually is. I think if you're just a completely different subclass at every level, it should just be its own separate thing. The Totem Barbarian also gets this level of flexibility, but the Totem Barbarian is getting 1 thing at each level. Oh, thank you, Pseudo. The Totem Barbarian is picking 1 thing at 3rd level. The Totem Barbarian is picking a totem, and they're getting 1 thing from that totem that they're picking. At 6th level, they're picking a totem, and they're getting 1 thing from that totem they're picking. At 14th level, they're picking a totem, and they're getting 1 thing from that totem they're picking. Because this, when you're picking your totem for this, you're getting 3 things, you need to think about... I think that's enough of an argument for these to just be their own subclasses, personally. Because it's a lot. Unless you can figure out how to make it so the totem that you're picking is just 1 thing, or just 2 things, but not all of these different things every time. I almost like we get a Channel Divinity. What does it do? Holy shit, wait a second. This is too strong. 60-foot radius. These creatures are barred from entering the area. That's just too strong. You can, if you want to do something like a turn creature, you can, but base it off of one of the other turning things where they make a saving throw and they have to run away. Just they can't enter is just too strong. Just too strong. The issue here is the common analysis paralysis issue. You are granting far too much information for the subclass to be consumed by the player. They're going to constantly be overwhelmed by this. I think I agree with that, Pokeniner. This is a spell, isn't it? Like a 4th level spell? The 4th level spell version, I feel like, is limited to like 10 feet, isn't it? It's not 60 feet, so it's a lot weaker than this. Yeah. Getting access to a spell like Hollow/Desecrate at 3rd level is a little too strong. Okay, 7th level. At 7th level, you should get an aura. That's what we get at 7th level with a Bone Forged. With spectral hands reaching out from the shadows, any creature within your aura. Again, what is the aura? So you're mentioning a little bit of an aura here, but we still don't know anything about it. How big is your aura? What's the range of it? Is it 5 feet? Is it 10 feet? You got to clarify that. Any creature within your aura are ensnared by your grasp. Whenever you gain temporary hit points, you possess the power to draw any number of creatures within your aura towards you. The affected creatures must make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, they are forcefully pulled back a distance equal to the range of your aura. What does that mean? Pulled back? Do you mean pulled towards you? Do you mean that they are pulled to... If you want them to be pulled towards you, then what you say is they are pulled until they're 5 feet, within 5 feet of you. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier and regain all uses after completing a long rest. Okay, so it's a little bit weird. Okay, so I don't think any paladin aura, I don't think any paladin feature at 7th level is resource dependent. So that's another thing that feels a little bit funky fresh here. I feel like having this also based on you gaining temporary hit points, like if I were you, I would try to come up with something here that isn't temporary hit point based. You already have temporary hit points coming out of the wazoo with like every other feature. You're getting a little one note, and that could be an issue. That's a little bit too one note, I think. And I feel like there's opportunities for you to fill this out and make it feel a little bit more flavorful in what's happening, or at least give alternative mechanics for engaging with things that still make this subclass feel distinct. Pokenina says they're an aura, they're always on. How would that work with Sentinel? I'm not sure, Bongo, but that is a good question. That is a good question. You're thinking of something else? Maybe the aura could be sharing temporary hit points you get. That could be something like that. Sure, I think that would make sense. Whenever you gain temporary hit points, creatures of your choice within, I would probably make it 5 feet of you, maybe gain half the temporary hit points you gain or something like that. Something like that could work. It lets you opportunity attack when you're in range. Is that not Sentinel? Or is that Polar Master? It's one of the two. The only non-aura class that gives paladins is a... there are a couple paladins that get personal buff things, but it's like I think it's the Vengeance Paladin. They're also the only paladin not to get an aura. Yeah, all right, let's move on. 15th level. 15th level, you become more undead stuff. You get further powers. You can choose to continue along the same path or select for an optional one. Again, we're going to just be reading Boneforged. Technically, you're picking, so any combination of these should work and feel nuanced. So if you in the audience are being like, of course, they all feel the same. They're all Boneforged. Well, the way this thing is designed, you should be able to be Boneforged all the way and still feel nuanced because it's built to be that way. I thought the aura range and such was based off of inherent paladin levels, and then what is it based off? And then what it does is based off subclasses. Paladins get 2 auras. All paladins get an aura at 7th level, or 6th level rather, and then at 7th level they get a subclass specific aura. Most of the time, an aura has a certain range, and then that range extends at 18th level. That's usually how it goes. And what that range is kind of dependent on what the aura does. Some auras are stronger than others. Some are just always on. Some require characters to use part of their action economy inside them. There can be a lot of different stuff. What's up, Nickel Warlock? All right, let's look at this 15th level feature. You've honed your body and spirit to withstand the most punishing assaults. When you are targeted by a spell or ability that would pose a negative condition on you, you gain advantage on the saving throw to resist its effects. That is essentially magic resistance, because it just, when would you ever need to get a saving? Yeah, that's just magic resistance. You could just call this magic resistance. Again, feels a little strong to go on a paladin. Feels a little strong on a paladin in general. Feels a little strong on a paladin at 15th level. What does the Watcher Paladin get? I think the Watcher Paladin gets something like this, maybe? Am I imagining that? Or is it the Ancient's Paladin? One of the Paladins gets something like this. Initiative bonus, healing. No, what's the paladin? What paladin gets damage magic resistance? Are the ancients? They're resistant to damage from spells, but they don't have magic resistance. That's different. Does anyone have that? Getting just advantage. Yeah. They get resistance to the damage from spells is a lot more reasonable than advantage on saving throws against spells. Oops, I'm clicking all over the wrong place now. So it's still a little. I still think it's a little too strong. Maybe it's a regular aura, and when you get temp HP, you can transfer them to others. So you can give all the temp HP to someone else. It could do something. I mean, there's a lot of places you could go. I genuinely think there's a lot that needs to change in this core 3rd level, and that is going to have a pretty big impact on how they build out the rest of the subclass, because I disagree with how its core 3rd level is built at the moment. Let's look at the 20th level feature. Boneforged is defense, Frost is battlefield control, and Deathbringer is offensive. I think it shouldn't be that simple, and I think that you can make things that, I think regardless of if you want to keep it that straight, that black and white and separated, you still need to have a variety of ways of being offensive, a variety of ways of being defensive, a variety of ways of doing battlefield control. About to start playing either a Vengeance or an Oathbreaker Paladin. Oathbreakers are really hard to play in a game unless you are playing where you're bad guys. They kind of suck if you're not playing bad guys. I feel like we're leaning too hard into the temp HP thing. Yeah, I agree. The main information needs to calm down. Is there words missing from that sentence? All right, let's look at the Boneforged 20th level feature. As an action, you become a embodiment of unholy detrimentation. You gain the following benefits. When your hit points reach 0, you do not fall unconscious. Instead, you tap into a well of necrotic energy within you, enabling you to continue moving using your abilities while making death saving throws. Whenever you reach 0 hit points, any subsequent source that would grant you temporary hit points instead you can convert into healing. So you just become utterly invincible for a minute, unstoppable for a minute. I'm not super familiar with the Death Knights in World of Warcraft. You guys can tell me if that is something that feels like it accomplishes a Death Knight. I feel like there's already at least 2 other things that get this feature. One of them is a barbarian, and one of them is a fighter. And I feel like we should not do that. I feel like this is too similar to the Samurai's Capstone feature, as well as the Zealot Barbarian's Capstone feature, or Barbarian in general. Yeah. yeah, it feels a little. I feel like there's something missing. I feel like this is a lot of temporary hit point stuff, and I wish there was more. I also think that based on what I have read from the Bone Forged, if I can make the same assumptions in terms of the amount of complexity and thought that you put into the other ones, this should not be one class. If you want to make 3 separate subclasses of Death Knight, I think go for it. If you want to figure out a way to super condense these so that at 3rd level, you get a channel divinity, and then at 3rd level, maybe you pick one of 3 different channel divinities, and then you get one channel divinity that all of them get. And then at 7th level, maybe you pick one of 3 auras, but they do one thing. Like, you got to just majorly simplify this. And I think that any opportunity you can to not give options and to be like, this is what this thing gets, that's better. There's too much on the page. Somebody in chat said it earlier, where it's not even choice paralysis. It's just too much. There's far too much to take in here, to find, and can never be found. Make it 3 subclasses. That's my last feedback. Snug. Well, you are still doing your death saves, but there is so much healing that you are more or less invincible. Yeah. My tabs are going to give you a stroke? What the hell are you talking about? What tabs? Me doing this too much? Sorry. All right, let's see. By the way, guys, we only have one piece so far that wasn't a monk or like a paladin. Everybody gets to do monks and paladins. Send me some other shit. I like seeing that warlock. Cinder, this subclass is meant to fit the enforcer strong arm stereotype for a group. Hope you love this subclass. Chat, activate goblin mode. All right. We shall attempt to activate goblin mode. Consider goblin mode. Oh, another paladin. Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you all... What? I honestly... Okay. Genuine question. There's 47 of you watching right now. Why does everyone make paladins? And why does everyone make paladins? Genuine question. At least 5 of you watching right now made a paladin this week. Why? I'm not asking because I don't like them. I genuinely don't understand why this is the nature of things, though. What is it about paladins? You know what I love? I say, hey, you made a paladin this week. Why did you make it? And then everybody that didn't make a paladin saying shit. I don't care if you didn't make a paladin. I want to hear about the people that made paladins. Paladins are just the fan favorites. You like the oaths. I do better making full casters. Paladins and rangers are your favorite. Are people just fucking love making paladins? I don't know. All right. And maybe I'm just being judgmental. Oh, man, I'm excited to start doing some theme tonight so I can force some diversity of creation, though. Okay, Oath of Serpents. The Oath of Serpents is sworn to the ancient beliefs that the old snake gods and seeks to gain power through rituals and any manner of underhanded evil. This sentence is too long. Make it 2 sentences. That's a sentence. Make this its own sentence. They do not need to follow principles such as honor and justice, but the path of the snake is long, and it would be much easier to walk or slither that road with a few people you can trust. This is also too long. Just drop this whole thing. Start with the path. Paladins who take this oath often adorn themselves with ribbons, bandages, and strings made of high-quality material such as gold or silk to show off their wealth and power. That's an interesting detail. And have armor adorned with snakes to represent their ideals. I like that detail. I like the ribbon. I like that detail. It's nice. Oh, maybe did I pick the wrong piece? No, this is the piece they sent me. This is definitely the right piece. Angel, I appreciate you checking, but this is the right piece. Oath of Serpents. Maybe they sent the wrong one. I don't know. Tenant of Snakes. Bite back. Strike down those who dare attempt to make you their prey, and show them why a serpent should be feared. This is too vague. Why should a serpent be feared? I don't know. You should probably, I would say something like, you know, serpents always strike back. It could just be something like that. Lurk and strike. Like a snake, you are not forced to fight fair. You are not expected to. Drop one of these. This is basically just saying the same thing twice. Strike at your prey's throat and watch them fall to your overwhelming strength. Okay. I think that this needs to be less vague. Like, what does this mean? Take advantage of their weaknesses? Fight dirty? Be more specific, I think. Constrict and hold. A good hunter is patient, and patience rewards. You're here, Steven. People were wondering if this was your intended piece or not, because they were not feeling the vibe of Enforcer, but I'm assuming it is, so we're going to keep going. Constrict and hold. A good hunter is patient, and patience rewards a good hunter. Don't just say patience rewards. I don't think you need to have the good hunter twice. With an advantage over their prey. Instead of chasing your food, let your food come to you. Okay. I kind of disagree with this as what constrict and hold means. Because constrict and hold is not lay in wait. Like, this should be called lay in wait. Protect your den. Snake does not often make allies, but the ones you do are now under your protection. Remember to do right by those who do right unto you. Okay, that's solid. All right, let's look at what we get for these channel divinities. We get two options here. Snakebite. You can use your channel divinity to weaken your prey. As a bonus action, you can target a creature within 20 feet of you. The creature must make a con saving throw, or become poisoned for 1 minute. They can make another saving throw at the end of each. They can make another save at the end of each of their turns, ending the poison condition on themselves on a success. Additionally, for 1 minute, you can add your charisma modifier to attacks against that creature. I would change the way that you wrote this. I would say, so long as the creature remains poisoned, your attacks deal extra damage against them, equal to bop, 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 bop. So if they succeed on the saving throw, you lose this benefit. I also feel like it shouldn't be your charisma modifier. I think it should be a die, and it should be poison damage. No, you do not already add your charisma modifier to damage unless you picked a little bit of Hexblade. Yeah, I would change it. I would change it to they take, like 1d8. Additionally, the first time you hit them every turn, while they are poisoned this way, they take an additional 1d8 poison damage or something like that. How long does it last? A minute? Yeah. Rattler's Threat. You can use your channel divinity to make your prey nervous at the chance of your strike. As an action, you can grant yourself +5 bonus to an intimidation or wisdom checks for 10 minutes. This is a little too strong. Sanchez, they shouldn't be separate. I strongly disagree with Snakebite being poison and separate from poison, just a minute of extra damage. Big disagree with that. The extra damage 100% should be tied to the poison condition. Otherwise, it's too much. I think that +5 to intimidation and wisdom, intimidation and insight for 10 minutes with +5, I also think is too strong. I would make this a +10 to 1 intimidation check or 1 insight check. That's what I would do. I would not make it for 10 minutes. I would just make it for 1 check. You agree? Yeah, reaction for sure. Yeah, I agree, Pokeniner. So yeah, tone this back a little bit. Tone this up here. Make the bonus bigger and then make the timing less. Why does Rattlesnake get insight anyway? I think the idea is that you are like creating a presence that puts people off a little bit, like gets them off their like it gets them off their like they're not on the ball, is the way I'm interpreting that. Rattler's threat feels off that this paladin doesn't get a poison spell until 17th level. Oh yeah, that makes a lot. Let's take a look. Cause fear, hex, silence, suggestion, hypnotic pet. Yeah, I agree. Why are we getting these spells? Okay. I get suggestion. I get hypnotic pattern, but I also feel like suggestion and hypnotic pattern accomplish the same goal. So I would drop one of them. I think that I would drop dominate beast. I would drop dominate person. I would drop greater invisibility. I would drop silence. I would drop cause fear. I would drop hex. I agree. I think ray of sickness, ray of enfeeblement. I would do, you could do something that has to do with entangling a little bit. You could also do, I get the hypnotic side of it. I get that. But yeah, I think some stuff that leans into poison, I think would make a lot more sense here. Unless there is something more going on than snake vibes. But really, we got snake vibes. So that's what we're going off of. Alarm could fit well. Alarm could fit well. Yeah, maybe some stealthy type spells. Greater invisibility is, I feel like, too strong. But you could probably find some other spells that would help with that a little bit. If you want this to curse and weaken prey, you need to express that way more clearly earlier on. And you shouldn't have the core mechanic of your channel divinity be tied to poison. Or you need to express that a little bit differently in other places. Because it doesn't, right now it feels snake. It doesn't feel, these things, like, so they just feel a little off. Not all the way off, a little off. Poison damaging cantrip could help offset the lack of poison spells. Paladins don't really get cantrips. But there's plenty of halfway decent poison spells that we could get. Cloud Kill, Ray of Enfeeblement, Ray of Sickness, all that stuff. Feels overbearing on the one controlling mechanic. Why does it need 5 spells to do the exact same thing? Well, they're slightly different, but I agree. I think that suggestion is almost enough on its own. Hypnotic pattern's also fun. Okay, let's look at the 7th level aura. Beginning at 7th level, serpent magic has seeped into your very soul, entrancing others into a state of weakness. The start of your turn, one creature of your choice within 10 feet of you has disadvantage on saving throws, and you gain resistance to poison damage and advantage on saving throws against being poisoned. This is weird to have flavor text in the middle. I would not do this. I would put this flavor text at the beginning up here. This is confusing to put this here. It makes me feel like we're going to get a feature. I think all of these are just flavor. Yeah, they are. Put them at the beginning. Don't put them at 7th level. That's weird. Okay. 2 things. One, automatically giving a creature disadvantage on saving throws is too strong. Auras should not feel super active. This feels too active. Maybe have something where the paladin gets a bonus to hit enemies if they're poisoned. Again, it feels a little too. Auras are primarily intended for you to have an effect that can impact your allies. Like, if you're not trying to make this aura function as an aura, then I begin to question, why is this a paladin? Why not make this a fighter? You know? I think giving yourself and allies resistance to poison damage and advantage on saving throws against being poisoned is solid. I think there could potentially be another piece of that puzzle, but it should not be this. I think this is your starting place. Stealth and resistance to resistance. Zeke, you are really keen on this being a rogue, huh? Are you the? Yeah, you really are. I feel like stealth feels kind of out of place too. I probably wouldn't have it be all these things if it was stealth. I probably would have it be maybe advantage on saves against being poisoned and some bonus to stealth. Stealth is really strong to give a bonus to, but I think the stealth could work actually. Maybe they get a bonus of stealth equal to your charisma modifier. Could be something like that. It's a different direction, but it could definitely work. As mentioned before, move this up. I love good flavor text, but we don't want it in the middle. Randomly, it's going to confuse us. Siphoned Vitality. Starting at 15th level, mark your prey and claim your kill. Don't forget the word you here. You mark your prey and claim your kill. I wanted something to act like a weakening curse for enemies. You can do that if you want to, Steve. You don't need to follow my advice, but this is too strong. If you wanted to do something like that, yeah, I was going to say that's not an aura. That feels like a channel divinity. Or it feels like some other feature you could do. Auras really, like, if you want the aura to negatively impact enemies, it has to be really fucking toned down. It can't be that strong. And it also is like, almost all auras are positive impact on you and your allies. So to change that dramatically is not the end of the world, but you need to be very conscious of the fact that you're going against the grain in a way that could potentially be a lot stronger inherently by being something that is a offensive feature as opposed to a defensive feature. Would something like subtracting your charisma bonus from their save accomplish the same goal more effectively? I still think it's too strong to do that. I still think it's too strong. Hey, Michael. There are auras that affect enemies like Oath of Conquest that make their speed 0 if they're frightened within the area. Yeah, so there are auras that can affect enemies for sure. But like if your aura is that your enemy becomes frightened, if your aura is that a frightened enemy has a movement speed of 0, that still requires you to get the frightened condition. So here's what I would do if I were you. If you wanted the aura to be a negative impact, drop all the resistance stuff here. Here's what the aura does. If you want to base it off of like the Conquest one, have it be that like poisoned creatures within a certain range of you have some negative effect. But you drop the resistance to poison damage, you drop the advantage on saving throws, advantages on poison things, you drop the disadvantage on saving throws, and you make it a effect. So it's like in order for you to get the effect of the aura, you need to get that creature poisoned first. That could be a way to balance it. Failing a save has a huge effect on monsters, so maybe it has a negative on attack rolls. Yeah. I don't think the save is the move. I think look at the Oath of Conquest Paladin. I think it's who suggested the Oath of Conquest Paladin? That was Angel. Yeah, it's a good suggestion for a thing to look at. The other thing that I'm gonna say, because I think that the biggest piece of dissonance here is that every time I'm criticizing a piece of writing and I'm like, I don't understand why this is here, I see a comment from the creator. I see a comment from Steve being like, I'm trying to make this like a thing that like weakens enemies. I think you need to decide if this is a snake subclass or if this is a debuff subclass. And if it's a debuff subclass, you need to build that much more evidently into the flavor text and lean way less hard on the snake thing. Or at least figure out how to get it more infused in there, because it doesn't feel like that's what it's supposed to be. It feels like it's supposed to be a snake paladin. I mean, you don't need to go that hard, right? Like, it really just depends on what direction you want to go in. I think that having a paladin that is snake based that poisons and stuff is really freaking cool. I think having a paladin that like is like a curse bearer paladin is also cool, but I also think they're really different, and I would build them really differently. Okay, let's look at siphoned vitality. At 15th level, you mark your prey and claim your kill. As a bonus action, you can mark a creature you can see with siphoned vitality. When you attack, what is that again? What is siphoned vitality? It's not anything? Okay, don't mention the name of the feature in here. It's making me look for it. I'm getting confused. You can mark a creature you can see. You need to give them a range. You can mark a creature you can see within 10 feet of you. You can mark a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Whenever you attack the marked creature, you gain 1d10 hit points. At the start of each of your turns, while you are within 10 feet of the creature that is marked, don't stop naming the feature in the feature. You're making me confused. You gain 2d10 temporary hit points that last until the start of your next turn. You can use this feature once per long rest. It lasts for 10 minutes or the creature dies. Additionally, you gain life force of whomever or whatever you kill, thereby extending your own life and restoring some of your own youth. You're immune to poison damage and poison condition. If you want to do a feature where you can mark a creature and you gain hit points whenever you hit them, I think that's fine. You shouldn't do it. It shouldn't happen twice. Why is it happening twice? Why are we getting hit points and then getting temporary hit points on top of the hit points that we're getting? Just pick one. Give us hit points or give us temporary hit points, not both. The both feels weird. The other thing is it shouldn't last for 10 minutes. It should last a minute. Making a paladin that doesn't really go into the identity is tough. Paladins at the heart are meant to be allies and teammates, hence their auras. I think it's okay. You can make a dark ally, a dark paladin. It's just harder. This may be OP for an aura, but poisoned creatures are vulnerable to poison damage. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I kind of like that idea, actually. It might be better to make a separate snake subclass and a debuff subclass, both focusing on different things. I had to do this with a sorcerer because theme and mechanics were clashing. Yeah, that's always an option. But regardless, this is doing too many things. Pick one. I think immune, and this is also fine. I don't think you need to. I think immune to poison damage and poison condition is fine. Okay. But also, if you drop the resistant to poison damage stuff here, this should only be getting resistance, not immunity here. And I feel like it's might be an option to go down. Okay, Great Serpent. Starting at 20th level, you call upon your soul's wellspring of power to summon and control a writhing mound of spectral serpents. It's a good sentence. While in this state, a giant spectral snake appears from your back and attacks your enemies for you. Using your action, you undergo transformation. I would get this language into this sentence. As an action, you call upon blah, 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 blah. For 1 minute, you gain the following benefits. You radiate a poisonous aura that affects any creature of your choice within 60 feet of you. Creatures affected by this aura lose their resistance to poison. Creatures with immunity to poison now have resistance instead, and they take 2d6 poison damage at the start of each of their turns. As a bonus action, use full sentences. You can command your spectral serpent to lunge and bite at a creature within 60 feet of you, dealing 4d6 plus your charisma modifier poison damage on a hit, reducing the creature's walking speed by 10 feet. I'm not sure why this is reducing their walking speed. I feel like this should poison them. Okay. I love the bonus action giant spectral snake lunges out and bites somebody. That's friggin' awesome. This is fine. I get it. It's fine. I don't feel strongly about it. I kind of disagree with this. I don't think you should have this feature. I think you can make something else here. This could also be where you become resistant or immune to shit if you wanted to. And this should be a once per long rest, not twice per long rest. Or an aura that provides resistance to poison damage to allies but vulnerability to poisoned enemies. I think that's too strong. I think you're still trying to fit in too much, dude. I think you're still trying to fit in too much. I like it. I think I like the 20th level feature the most. I don't like Siphoned Vitality. The giant snake leaping out is friggin' awesome. This makes sense, and I get it. I do think that you could take this part and tie that back into, like, snake bite or some shit if you want to try to adjust things. But it's interesting. Interesting subclass. I wish it felt more snaky. I'm going to be honest. I think the idea of a snake poison paladin feels way more interesting to me than a curse paladin. Curse paladin feels very vague and unfocused. Snake paladin feels weirdly focused. From like a what's the point, what's the flavor, what's the vibe perspective. I don't know if you need to lean more to poison. I would lean in more to snake. Go and take that wherever it go with that wherever it takes you. Zeke really wants to play that. Zeke's been yelling about it being wanting to be a Dex Paladin and trying to make arguments for it to be better for multi-classing. This is the problem, Zeke. I'm going to be honest with you. Can I be very honest? This is a message specifically to Zeke and no one else. So everyone else go offline for a second. It is bad form to give someone feedback that encourages them to build their homebrew in a direction for a specific character concept you want to play. Does that make sense? Because the thing that you want to do is totally irrelevant. Like, your goal is completely irrelevant. The writer's goal is the only thing that matters. So if you're trying to encourage someone in a direction that gets them cloudier away from their goal, I don't know if that's helpful. Okay. Tuesday said, I haven't played a 5e monk before, so I don't know how to balance this. I want to have the puppets become scaling magic weapons, but I'm not sure how to do that without scrapping the capstone. That's a whole lot of words that's got me mighty confused, and I'm going to be honest, I would not in a million years imagine a paladin or a monk to be a puppet master. I've actually built a puppet master. I made them a bard. I made a bard that could have a pet puppet. But let's see. It is odd to make a monk a summoning class, but potentially not undoable. Oh, screen. There you go. Sorry, guys. Thank you. I'm showing it now. Didn't we have a puppet monk? Not one that I reviewed. We had a spirit monk that did a little bit of puppeteering. Oh, shoot. Mateo is gifting some subs. Thank you, Mateo. Zeke, say thank you to Mateo. You just got a membership. Congratulations. Monks of the Way of Puppet Master are trained to control their surroundings at a distance as well as close up. Using a puppet as a second body, they engage with multiple groups of enemies to devastate a battlefield. You may inherit a mentor's old... you are... I'm going to say something to you right now. Who wrote this? Tuesday? This is a correct form of May? Barely. This is barely correct. Barely. If I was going to be grading you, this is the D- of correct. I don't know if you did this intentionally or if it is a slip of the mind, but I am going to tell you something that I immediately have my haunches up. I am no longer excited. I have to get undefensive and settle because you put a may in your piece in a way that I don't like. Rant over. I'm resettled. We're back to zero. You may inherit a mentor's old puppet or make your own. However, the secrets of making martial puppets are closely guarded within each monastery. Outsiders cannot duplicate them. All right. Let's see what we get. No, it was technically correct. I just don't like Mays in general. Can we get a quick lesson on when we can use May? No, you can't. I've given that lesson 30 times. You can go ask in the Discord. When you gain this subclass at 3rd level, you become proficient in fighting with the emblematic weapon of your tradition. You gain a medium size. Oh, medium size? That's not a puppet. That's a mannequin. I would call this mannequin, not puppet. You gain a medium-sized humanoid puppet, which counts as a monk weapon for you. You control the puppet through... It counts as a monk weapon? I don't think that's what you intend. Because you're not wielding it. It's like a minion. Does it not have... All right, whatever. Let's just read what this does, yeah. You can control the puppet through manifested key strings attached to your fingers. You can activate the puppet by creating these key connections as a bonus action at a range of 30 feet. Your key strings are invisible except to creatures with true sight or the effects of detect magic. You can split your movement between yourself and your puppet. What? What does that mean? Wait a minute. So does this mean... Okay. So does this mean you have a human-sized puppet that you have to carry around on your back? You can put it down, and then you can use your bonus action to make it come to life? Hey, Data, what's up, dude? You had a long night? I don't say it's like Naruto. That's like saying, yeah, it's like plu plu pla. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. Naruto has headbands and lots of copies of himself. I definitely recommend the creator look at Echo Knight and consider using that reflavored. This seems more complicated than Echo Knight. I have spent the entire stream trying to make this account. Oh, hi, Databank. Well, I'm so glad you're here. So many stupid steps. Well, I love having you here, buddy, and I'm sorry that you had to go through trials and tribulations. Is there anything I can do? Would you like me to sing you a very short song to make you feel any better? Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. I hope that made you feel better. There were ninjas that used person-sized battle puppets with knives and stuff. I think this could be simpler than Echo Knight mechanically, actually. Basically, Naruto puppeteers... Okay, first of all, thank you for explaining things that I don't understand. What is it? Naruto puppeteers allow the user to control this giant puppet to do a variety of things. Typical puppet masters in Naruto are weaker physically, but their puppets have all the power. Okay, so it's like you have like a minion that walks around with you and punches stuff. So if you want to make a minion, you need to look at all of the other things that get minions. Look at the Beastmaster in Tasha's. Look at the Drake Warden. Look at the Echo Knight. All of these have different ways that your character gets a minion that both you have the ability to activate, has actions in combat, how those actions interact with you, how you can get it back if it is destroyed. And they're written, the Battlesmith, thank you, the Battlesmith. So there's a bunch of these. So I think it would be because this is not enough description mechanically for how the puppet engages in the world. And instead of showing you 3 paragraphs that you can write here, you should just look at those paragraphs in the already written thing and pay attention to what they need and what they don't need and how they're a little bit different. Some just take their turns after your turn. Some require certain amounts of action economy to engage, things like that. This puppet is an object, not a creature, from my understanding. It is, but it makes me question why it's written. Then, if it's an object, then it really shouldn't be written like a stat block. If you want this thing to not be a stat block, not be treated like a stat block, you should treat it like the Echo Knight, then. Or the Artillerist. Ooh, the Battle Master, or the Artificer Artillerist is a good one for that too, where it has a listed AC, a listed HP, and then like things that it can do, but it's not a stat block. Because as soon as you make it a stat block, it becomes not an object to just about anyone that's reading it. The Artillerist is the thing to look at. Look at the Artificer Artillerist. They get the little crabs. All right, so what does the thing do? It's got some AC, it's got some hit points. We're actually not going to worry about any of this because you need to just turn this into not a stat block. None of these friggin' immunities matter because it can just be an object. When active within 5 feet of its user, the puppet grants the user +5 to their armor class. What does it take to activate it? Bonus action. So if you're within 30 feet of it, you can use a bonus action to activate it. So if you're within 30 feet of it, you can use a bonus action to get a +2 to your armor class. Okay? What else can you do? When the martial puppet is reduced to 0 hit points, it becomes unusable, but does not make death saves as a living. Again, if this is like an I don't even know if it makes sense to read this mechanic because I don't think you need this mechanic. I think you just lose it and come up with something different. Oh no, moving it is not a bonus action. I think it uses your movement to move. It uses your movement to move, but it's a bonus action to activate. So to use this feature is a bonus action. Repair and construction. They can be repaired to full health as part of a long rest. Wait a minute. So they don't do anything? Am I reading this wrong? It seems like the only thing this puppet does is give a +2 bonus to an armor class. Am I wrong? Why is this a monk? I'm not sure. I think because they wanted to go Naruto. I don't know. I don't know why, but those are good questions. Chad is asking, why doesn't it not have attacks? It does feel like the thing is, this is one of those things that I was talking about in somebody else's piece. Whose piece was it? Somebody's piece earlier tonight had it was the other spirit monk. The other spirit monk that we looked at had a pretty convoluted 3rd level feature that required like 3 steps before we got to the actual mechanic. Let's look at what this thing actually does. What is actually happening at 3rd level? Let's ignore everything written here. And what is happening? What's happening at 3rd level is that you have an object that you can sacrifice your own movement to position around the battlefield. And while it is within 5 feet of you, you can use a bonus action to grant yourself +2 to your armor class for an indeterminate amount of time. That is what it gets. It gets a breath weapon? When? Not at 3rd level, it doesn't. Maybe at higher levels, but that doesn't matter. This shouldn't be this complicated for what it gets at 3rd level. We don't need this level of complication for an 11th level feature. We can bake in an 11th level feature. Why would you ever move it? Well, it can't move on its own, so you sort of can't move it. So, like, for example, the way that it's written, if you want to run forward but still get the benefit of your puppet, you have to run forward 20 feet, use the other half of your movement to have it run forward 20 feet, and then use a bonus action to get a +2 to your AC. It's kind of weak. Is the intention that it can run around and make unarmed strikes for you? Because it doesn't read that way. Where does it say that? I guess it counts as a monk weapon for you? Maybe that's what they mean? But that... I would just look at the Echo Knight. Go look at the Echo Knight. Go look at the Echo Knight. Go look at the Echo Knight. If you want this thing to be able to make attacks on your behalf, look at the Echo Knight. Carpenter's Tools is solid. All right, let's look at 6th level. At 6th level, your coordination in combat has improved to allow you additional mobility. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 key point to move yourself or your puppet up to half your movement speed directly toward or away from each other. This movement does not trigger opportunity attacks. You can spend an additional key point to move through medium or smaller creatures. Why would you ever do this and not do Step of the Wind? So that is okay, so there's 2 thoughts. One, somebody said this is conflicting bonus actions. That's a really good point. If you use the bonus action to get the extra movement, you no longer get the bonus action to activate the puppet, so it's not doing anything that turn. The other thing is, why would you use those? Why would you spend a key point to move half your movement speed when you could spend a key point to dash and get double your movement speed, and then spend your full movement speed to move it, and then just move your full movement speed? Same key point cost, twice the movement. Right? Am I misunderstanding that? Because the way this creature moves is based on movement speed. So if you can double your movement speed, you don't need to move your buddy half your movement speed. You can move him your whole movement speed. In addition, you can spend... This one feels odd. I'm not sure exactly how this fits in. Knocking people down. It feels weird. It doesn't feel very puppety, does it? I feel like if I was here, this is where I would make your puppet. I don't know. I would make it a little bit stronger. Knocking creatures down, I guess, could be a thing. What do you guys feel? How do you feel about the knocked prone thing? It doesn't feel very evocative to me, but maybe I'm just missing something, and I'm curious to hear other people's thoughts. Does the activate turn off? Does the activate turn off after a turn? I'm assuming it does, because it requires a bonus action to activate. And this is not a forever feature. This is an action. Maybe the intention is that it's kind of a decoy. That's why it doesn't attack, but gives your AC bonus. Yeah, it's like protecting you. It's the Battlemaster. The Battlemaster pet does basically this. The Battlemaster dog can use its reaction to give you advantage, to give a character disadvantage on an attack roll. That's next to something. The Battlemaster puppet, the Battlemaster dog, basically does a better version of this. It's only against one attack. That's the difference. The Battlesmith, excuse me. The prone thing has been the best feature so far, but it doesn't seem to go with the flavor. It is a good. I mean, it is mechanically good, but I feel like it's a little off from the flavor. Here comes the flood. What do you mean the flood? There's a flood? What happens? Something bad about to happen? All right, let's see. Unparalleled positioning. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, the flavor's not meeting the... Man, I wish I watched Naruto and I understood more what was going on here. The thing is, even if something is built... Maybe this is not built around Naruto. I'm not sure why knocking people down is a part of the puppet thing. The Steel Defender, that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Oh, yeah, GS Teller. There's always a flood of people correcting me. I'm wrong a lot of the time. Customized doll. At 11th level, you can redesign your martial puppet to better suit your needs for it. Attacks made with your puppet count. Oh, so it is supposed to attack. Okay. Yeah, you gotta fix that. You gotta make that clear. Additionally, choose 2 of the following traits to apply to your puppet. You can choose an additional customization at 17th level. Whenever you reach a level with this class that grants ability score improvement, you can replace one of your previous selected customizations with one from the list. Okay, so change the font of this so it's a little bit easier to read. That's noticeably different. I probably would make it bullet points. Let's see. So we're getting a couple things. We're getting... You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack. I would drop this. This is exactly what the Steel Defender gets. We shouldn't step on those toes. Breath Weapon is a... Interesting. Both of these do exactly things that Artificer pets do. Like, exactly things that Artificer pets do. The Breath Weapon functions almost exactly the same as the Artillerist's little cannon in terms of doing area effect damage. This does exactly what the Battlesmith's Steel Defender does. I want to see something new. Show me something that hasn't been done before. You can charge the connections between you and your puppet with extra key. As an action, you can spend up to 3 key points. Each creature in a line. A line from where? Must make a dex saving throw equal to your key save. For each key point spent, the creature in the area must take 1d10 necrotic damage. Do you mean a line between yourself and your puppet? You need to clarify that. That's a cool idea, though. I do like that. That's cool. You create like a laser between you and your puppet that hurts everybody. That's solid. Eldritch Cannon for the win. I think maybe the line between your puppet. Yeah. The maximum distance you can activate your puppet is 60 feet. I think going to range, that's fine. It gains resistance to non-magical damage. That's fine. Remote grapple. When you make an attack roll with your puppet against a large or smaller creature, you can use to grapple the creature. If this thing is making attack rolls, technically you should be able to grapple with it already. This is why we need more clarity, because I would have assumed if you could attack with them, I would have assumed they could just grapple on their own. If I were you, I would drop the breath weapon, I would drop assistive defense, and I would come up with some distinct new features. I think all of these ones are solid. Divide and Disrupt is definitely the most interesting. I like this one a lot. Let's look at 17th level. At 17th level, your key flows as easily through your puppet as it does through your own. When making an attack with your puppet, you can add your wisdom modifier to your attack and damage rolls. I might drop the... I might do just damage, not attack and damage rolls. Maybe. Okay, so... There were a lot of questions that came up in the stream about this piece in particular. The two biggest takeaways I think that you need to walk away with this from are, how do I want to write the mechanics of having this puppet and how this puppet interacts with the world? And making sure you clarify that. That's the first thing. The second one, and I'm going to be honest, this one is sort of a bigger one. Geostellar, ask your question again in a second if I forget to answer it, because I see it and I want to. It's a good question. The bigger question that has come up a couple times is, why is this a monk? And I think that is a great question. There are very few features here that require your character being a monk to engage with this, or makes this feel like it is a monk subclass. I think that this could easily be a fighter subclass. It could easily be a barbarian subclass. Like, it could sort of be any martial subclass. I think it's worth, aside from the fact that it uses key points, I think it would be worth spending a little bit of time and tying some of it more functionally into monks, having things synergize with Fury of Blows or Step of the Wind, or, any number of monk features. And if you're like, I don't know if I can do that, then I think you do need to decide then what subclass is this for? Is this a monk? Because if you're like, this is definitely a monk, then I think that you need to answer the question of why, and you answer that question by expressing it in the mechanics. All right, what did you ask, Geostellar? Do you ever get homebrew ideas midstream? I just came up with some. I'm going to be honest, I do not. I'm pretty focused on stream. Sometimes I do, but I don't know, not really. No, not really. Most of what I'm trying to think about when I'm reading your pieces is just your pieces. And usually if I have an idea, it's like an idea for your piece, and I'll just say it in that moment. I'm not good at multitasking in my brain, so I can't think about too many things. Would it make a good familiar to keep melee attacks at bay for a mage? Yeah, I could also see this being some sort of like puppet animator. There's a lot of things that it could be, until we understand more clearly the mechanics of it, and I think lean into them a little bit more distinctly. Like right now, it's just a little too close to a couple. It's like halfway between a couple different things, but because it's halfway between them, it's a little bit convoluted. I came across 2 Reddit subclasses that were okay, but they were cleric subclasses that didn't have cleric-like features. They seemed to be more paladin subclasses. Who's to say? I didn't see them. I can make no argument one way or another on that. The only solution, one change to fix the whole subclass, give the puppet pact tactics. That might be almost too strong. But I do see what you're saying. Yeah, give it some synergy with fighting alongside the monk. Or give the monk a reason to fight with it as opposed to fighting with themselves. Like the Echo Knight, for example, when you attack with the Echo Knight, you can use a resource to get an extra attack off. And the Echo Knight can, like, fly. So, like, it can get to places you can't go. And then you can switch places with it and, like, be there. So there's a lot of reasons, even though it's not doing any more damage, there's an advantageousness to it. Okay. Interesting idea. I do think that in its current state, it needs some clarification, but I do think that if you work on it, you can get there. Mike Celsior. Guys, do you notice how I'm, like, slowly leaning back further and further in my chair as the night goes on? Oh, yeah, it's something that's not a paladin or a monk. I'm so excited. This is a College of Visions bard. Fuck yeah. A bard subclass based on fortune telling. There already is a fortune telling bard. I'm just going to say that. There already is one. That's fine, but we want to make sure that this is going to feel noticeably different than that one. I like the individual features, but I'm not 100% sure how they work together overall. Thanks for viewing. All right, let's take a peek. Any idea how much longer the stream's gonna go? Oh man, I don't know. I never know. The thing is, I don't want to make promises I can't keep, because I have energy until I don't have energy, and I also just opened a soda, so I'm gonna have energy for at least a little while longer. Because I'm drinking fucking Coca-Cola at 12:30. But I don't know. I go until I can't go anymore. Is usually it. As soon as this is. I'll be very blunt. I go until I feel like I don't have the patience to read homebrew that requires patience to read. Does that make sense? Like, it's almost one, right? So if, for example, the next 4 pieces are, like, heavy with the amount of work they need, and it's just like we're going real slow through, or they have a lot going on, I might be like, oh, I got to be done during that. But if the next couple pieces don't have that much work they need, and it's mostly just being like, oh, fuck yeah, this is cool, change this a little bit, or they're like magic items or spells or things where they're not super engrossing, I can go a lot longer. It really just depends. It really just depends. Hey man, it's true. They do say that you can work up, you can with a little bit of, listen, healthy diet, a good sleep regiment, and even just a little bit of exercise, and you'd be surprised how long you can go. Some of picks are a 2-minute magic item, while others are 50-minute classes. Exactly, yeah. So that's why I don't want to make any promises. I also think that so if you are not in my Discord, I strongly recommend joining the Discord, because that is where I will be having all of the calendars moving forward, the weekly calendars. And we are going to be doing stream nights that are like this, but where it's like where there are rules, where it's like, make it a magic item, and you can't be more than 100 words or stuff like that. So, like, those streams will probably get through a lot more if it's shorter stuff, but we'll see. I like having the Sunday night stream, although it's Tuesday night tonight, but I like having at least once a week there is a stream where there is no parameters. You can send me anything you're working on. I feel like that's a lot of fun, and I feel like that is what is actually helpful for people that are in the middle of pieces that they want help directly on. I think the contests and stuff make really good entertainment and help you grow as a writer, but it's nice to have a little bit of freedom. You know what I mean? Also in the Discord, we have a lot of people there to help you with homebrewing. Yeah, that's true. There's so many people there that are smarter than me. I'm just the one that talks. I'm working overnight to oversee a ceiling light transition at Walgreens. All right. Ceiling light transition. Do you have to be on ladders a lot? Oh my god, I would hate that. I joined the Discord the other day, and I'm having a lot of fun in there. Cool. The other thing about the Discord is, I will say this, I pretty aggressively moderate it. I have a bunch of moderators, and I'm always looking for more moderators. And we just ban people when they're assholes. So it creates an environment where people are genuinely pretty respectful, and it's actually a good place to post feedback, or a good place to ask for feedback, especially if you're someone that's nervous to do it on Reddit. Because if people are mean, you can reach out to the mods and be like, yo, this person said this. And the mods will have a conversation, and if the person was too much of an asshole, we just fucking kick him out. Because I don't give a fuck. There's enough people in the Discord now that I would prefer to kick people out quickly that are assholes than give them too many chances. Yeah, I want to hear some good news about your life. For sure I do. I'm going to start reading this, but then, when you type it, I'll pause. The College of Visions is a specialist amongst the bard colleges. This sentence means literally nothing. Take it out. These bards chronicle events which are yet to come, instead of those of the past. I'm going to read this sentence. Who wrote this? Mike Celsior. I'm going to read this sentence out loud. Oh, thank you. Link? Yes, I got you. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to read this sentence out loud, and you tell me if this sentence makes sense and sounds grammatically correct. This is the trick, by the way, to writing in general. Chat, I want you to close your eyes for a second. You like the second sentence? All right. Data, I love you, but we might disagree. I might have just read it wrong. Let me read it and see how I feel about it. These bards chronicle events which are yet to come, instead of those of the past. I feel like that's awkward. What if we drop instead of those of the past? These bards chronicle events which are yet to come. Period. That makes me feel like it's good. Suddenly I like it if it's that. Data, what do you think? I don't want to... For folks that are new, Data is one of the people that is really good at calling me out when I misunderstand a rule, and I want to hear their specific thoughts. So tell me what... Do you disagree, Data? Okay, Gio, hey, do you want me to call you out and say I really want to hear your specific opinion? Guess what? Be present on stream and say cool stuff and prove me wrong. But also, don't get upset with me when I disagree with you. I think I have a big disagreement with Data at least once per stream. That being said, I still almost always want to know what they have to say about an idea. Let me see what Gio says. For the next month, from the 5th onward, I'm going to be back in Belize. Fuck yeah. Are you from Belize? No, you're going to be in Belize. I'm going into what's called an archaeological field school for my degree. Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. Gonna be doing a dig about the Maya. Okay, well, I will miss you when you're not online, but please don't get just if you find a weird trap, like a floor that's falling and there's a bunch of bones, let other people hop in first, see what happens. Don't, there's a lot of horror movies about old archaeological digs. Data says cut, which are these bards chronicle events yet to come instead of those of the past. Oh yeah, that also works, Data. I agree with that. Okay. While many people call them seers and prophets, hanging on their every word, put a comma after prophets. Hoping to get a peek into their destiny. Take away the word while. Many people call them seers or prophets, comma, hanging on to their every words, hoping to get a peek into their destiny. Yeah, just take out the while. Others doubt the words of these bards, calling them soothsayers who give vague and complimentary fortunes for a quick coin. Yeah, I'm into that. It's a little redundant feeling, but that's okay. Be ready for homebrewing when I get back. Yeah, don't worry. All right, let's see what we get. 3rd level, we get 2 features. Bards, giving a bard 2 things at 3rd level is solid. I'm a big fan of it. It doesn't feel like enough without the addendum. Data suggestion is excellent. Yeah, data. I like data suggestion. I didn't see what Zach said. They do this, so not the opposite. Which all right, I don't think that's. I don't. Data. Zach was just saying something that they didn't. All right. Sometimes you know what, guys? I try to be focused on chat. I try to pay attention. I like this feeling like a two-way street. But sometimes I get lost in your words and I sound like a fucking idiot for 5 seconds. Okay. Seer's Focus. At 3rd level, you can utilize certain tools to assist you as you peer into the future. You can use a crystal ball, star map, deck of cards, mirror, bone spell, guys. Okay, this is very similar to the Spirit Bard. Spirit Bard gets this same thing. While using your Seer's Focus, you can cast a divination spell you know of 5th level or lower without expending a spell slot. Interesting. You can use this feature 1 time, increasing to 2 at 11th level. Regain expended uses after completing a long rest. Huh. Interesting. What does the... I just want to check something really quickly. Let's look at the others. Let's look at the Spirit Bard, just to make sure we're not messing things up. Okay, so different. This part is the part that's the same, but everything else is pretty different. Okay. That is interesting. I want to point out, oh god, I don't like this. There's a thing that makes this kind of, there's a thing that creates a little bit of fuckery here that I don't know how I feel about. Are there any divination spells that break this? I don't know if there are any divination spells that break this. Getting a free divination spell of 5th level or lower, I don't, like, it's going to be, I mean, there are some really good ones, right? That's like scrying and shit, but you still aren't getting them. You still have to learn the spells. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're getting them early. The one thing that I was thinking, and this might not actually be the biggest deal, but if you are a divination wizard, whenever you cast a divination spell, you can get a spell slot back that is lower than the slot that you cast it at. So could I use, if I was a 3rd level fortune-telling bard and a whatever level divination wizard, is this essentially a free 4th level spell slot once per day? It doesn't expend the slots, though? That's true, it doesn't. I think it might be fine. I like it. Let's see what the other thing is. It's pretty strong, but it's not crazy strong, but I like it. Hey, I think the wording does save it there. That's actually a really good example of the wording saving it. Yeah, I think so. I can check. Let me actually check. That's a really good question. I was assuming that you needed to. Oh, we're at the time. Sometimes you gotta look up stuff when you don't remember. And you do it on stream to make you seem more valid. Yeah, you have to use a spell slot. So it balances itself out. Nice. I like that. Elegant. I don't know if it's intentionally elegant or not, but it's elegant. All right, let's see what the other thing we get is. Cool. Every bard should get a feature at 3rd level that uses expending a bardic inspiration as a resource. Pretty much. Starting at 3rd level, you can enter a prophetic state, provided that you aren't wearing medium armor, heavy armor, or using a shield. Huh. I'm curious why. While in this state, you can glimpse briefly into the future, quickening your reflexes and situational awareness. As a bonus action, you can expend the use of your bardic inspiration to roll your bardic inspiration die to enter, and roll your die to enter a prophetic trance for 1 minute. For the duration of the trance, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to the roll. Yeah, it's that time of the night. I got to do some deep picks. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Additionally, you can choose one of the following: attack rolls, charisma checks, or dexterity saving throws. For the duration of the trance, you also gain a bonus to the chosen check equal to your roll. The trance ends early if you are incapacitated or if you don medium or heavy armor. Once you use this feature, can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. I think that that's too much. Technically, your AC is going to be a little bit lower because you're not wearing it, but the way that this is written, this works for attack spells, not just melee attack rolls. I don't know, man. I feel like there's cooler things you could do also than just the flat AC skill check bonus. I think there's more fun things you could do. Okay, so this is what I'd say here. This right here is a perfect time to ask the question, what's the point? Because this feature is neat, but you're not going to use it that much. This is you get a divination spell once a day. Big whoop. This is your main feature. This is your bread and butter. If this is your bread and butter, then technically I would argue that the point of this paladin, this point of this bard, is for you to be fighting, is for you to be in the front line fighting in combat. That really feels different than the way it's been described, and I think that it should not be the point. I feel like there are other things you could do by expending a bardic inspiration. If you want to go in the direction of you get some defensive boost or whatever, I think you could, but I don't think that's the move. And I'm looking at chat, and it's mostly Geostellar at the moment, but I agree with Geostellar's opinion. What if you could give a defensive buff or advantage on one saving throw as a reaction? That's similar to how an inspiration works anyway, but it would be like you can use your inspiration on yourself as a reaction as opposed to like give yourself inspiration as a bonus action. So it could definitely work something like that. Yeah, it could definitely work. Ends early if you don medium armor. I think the whole point of it is, I think the creator, who wrote this? I think Mike Celsior, is that you? Yeah, Mike Celsior, I think probably knew that the AC bonus was going to be a little high, so they did the armor shield thing to try to balance it out, but it's a little choppy. I'm not a fan. I don't think it works. Logically, it makes sense for prophecy to be used like that, but it doesn't make sense for the flavor text of this specific bard. I think it makes sense for, yeah, I agree. I agree that it makes sense. It can make sense with the context of like, I give you the prophecy of the next battle, but I don't think it does a good job of making you feel like a prophecy bard. The optional rule that you love. All right, let me see it. After exiting prophetic trance, the player must make a charisma saving throw on a failure. They forget the events that occurred during the trance. That's kind of fun. That's a fun optional rule. I like that. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. I think that my main feeling, honestly, about this is you maybe just come up with a different feature here, or severely change how the buffs are working because it's a lot. What if we take inspiration from the Rune Knight for this? Cloud Rune, Storm Rune. They do seer stuff. We could. I want to see what we get at 6th level, because the bard is really finished at 6th level. 14th level is like the capstone, but they don't get anything between 6th and 14th. So let's see what we get at 6th first. Starting at 6th level, your visions gain clarity. You learn the augury spell. It is a bard spell for you. It doesn't count against the number of spells you know. Additionally, when you enter a prophetic trance, you see a vision. During your trance, when a creature within 30 feet of you makes a saving throw or attack roll, you can use your action to cause one of the following effects depending on your roll when you entered the trance. They re-roll with disadvantage. They re-roll with advantage. The creature's roll is replaced with a 1 or a 20. I don't think miracles should happen nearly that often. Your bardic inspiration die becomes a D12. That means that there's going to be a 1 in 3 chance that you're going to get to make a creature roll a 1 or a 20. That's too high. To me, it seems like you are seeing 2 seconds into the future. Maybe focus on that. Wait, so these look at the future like mechanically? Okay, so it's a persistent effect based on your stuff? Ah, man. I feel like fortune telling could be the 3rd level feature. I kind of feel like that too. I feel like this makes a lot more sense at 3rd level, although I would definitely drop You got to figure out how to balance this one out a little bit. Miracle can't happen that often. But yeah, this would work, you know, it would work well. You could also make it like odds and evens if you want it to be 50-50. But yeah, this could work as a third level thing. For sure it could. You can use this effect after the roll is made, but before the result is determined. You may. Oh my god. Here we go. Okay. Gotta stop the piece. Y'all know the rules. Alright, we do not get to see the 14th level feature, unfortunately, because this is a misuse of the word may, but I do think it is a noble effort. I hope you continue to work on it. And I thank you very much for sharing, Mike Celsior. Let's see what our dear moron has to say. Oh, yeah. Okay. I asked you in a comment section, Chair or Herald of Ragnarok. You answered Herald of Chair. I did. So, God, what are we doing here? I'll present you the subclass companion for the Chair, the Sunderer Barbarian, or what it was called in development, the Path of Ragnarok. As of writing this, I probably won't have art. That's fine. I know the Barbarian is your favorite class. It is. So I'd like you to be extra critical of this subclass. Fine. I'm open to the idea of potentially new sunders or overhauls of a few of the higher level features of this class. It's a little rough around the edges. All right. The fact that we're getting a bunch of options for stuff always makes me nervous. Whenever you make a subclass that lets you pick a bunch of shit, I'm always a little nervous. I dropped my fidget toy. I need to pick it up. There we go. Okay. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if I can't play with fidget stuff. Good night. Path of Sunderer. Barbarians who walk the Path of Sunderer draw their might by mimicking the power of colossal beings like titans. I think you can cut this in half. Barbarians who walk the Path of Sunderer mimic the power of colossal beings. Drop this part. Ancient dragons, etc. To many, beings of these powers bring ruin to the world. To the Sunderer, destruction is a new beginning and change. Sunderers follow this philosophy as heralds of these beings. Okay. Cool. So we're like a destruction apocalypse bringing barbarian. All right, let's see what we're working with. At third, did I put it in the chat? I did. Good morning. At third level, you can manifest aspects of other powerful beings through your fury. When you take the attack action while in your rage, you can replace one of your attacks to perform a special attack called a sunder. Don't say to perform, just say you can replace one of your attacks with a special attack called a sunder. The DC for each of your sunders is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus strength modifier. Cool. This could also, especially if you're going like we're big giants, there's a good argument, I think, for this being based on your con modifier. There's something kind of elegant to martial subclasses that have a saving throw feature that isn't tied to their main attacking feature. I don't always think it's the right move, but I do think with barbarians in particular, it's kind of, I feel like there's a logic to having their like magic tied to constitution. So just think about it. Okay. You can invoke the following sunders. So it's when you're raging, you can place one of your attacks with these, and you can always do them. So I have 3 options. Is that what I'm seeing? I'm raging, and I attack. I replace my attack with one of these things. I'll keep reading. You gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed until the end of your turn. Once on this turn, you can exhale a breath of destructive energy. creatures in a 15-foot cone of you, or in a 30-foot line that is, say 30 by 5 foot. 30 foot. There's a way to write that. Look at the spell Agazar's Scorcher and write it that way. Dexterity saving throw. Choose a damage type. On a failed save, they take 3d6 damage of the chosen type, half on a success. Okay, I have a thought. I'll say it in a second. I'm gonna read all of them first, but I have a thought. You sprout magical horns and overrun foes with crushing force. You can move up to your speed without taking opportunity attacks. When you move within 5 feet of a creature, you can cause the creature to make a strength saving throw, take 3d6 force damage, and be pushed back 10 feet horizontally. On a success, they take half damage and are not pushed back. They can only take this damage once whenever you take the attack. Okay, so there's a couple things here that I want to point out. It replaces an attack, which means that at first level, it's your whole attack. And then at 5th level, it's one of your attacks. But it has no impact on your movement speed. So if you do Ruthless Rampage, that means that you are getting a dash damage that is unavoidable, because even on a failure, even on a success, they take damage, and a knockback. That's a lot to get on one attack. One of your attack actions gets you all of those things. That's a lot. That's too much. Good night, Jake. Shatter the earth. You can unleash thunderous boom that can crack the ground below you. Each creature within 10 feet of you has to make a con save or take 3d6 thunder damage. Be knocked prone. This doesn't knock prone, does it? Okay, good. Creatures take half damage and aren't knocked prone on success. You can then choose to cause the ground made of dirt or stone within 10 feet of you to become difficult terrain until it is cleared. Finally, once you use any of your sunders, you can't activate another sunder again until you start a new rage or until you roll a 5 or a 6 on a recharge die. Your recharge die is a d6, and you can roll 1 at the start of each of your turns. Huh. I don't know how I feel about this. Why is it a con save and not a dex save or a strength save? For which feature? I think it's because it's thunder damage. That's my guess. I don't like sorcerers as concaster. Oh, you're talking about other things. That's too often, honestly. Once per long rest. This is not that strong. This should not be once per long rest. This is not that strong. Do you recharge everything on a 5 or a 6? Do you do nothing if your turn is a 4 and you haven't rolled a 5 or a 6? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think that the move here is not. I disagree with the mentality here of like each of these things does a couple things, but you only get one and you might not get it back. I disagree with that. I would cut all of these features in half, and I would let you use them every turn of your rage. I would make a 15-foot cone or line attack. I would drop the fly speed thing entirely. I would do some sort of force damage pushback. I would drop the extra movement entirely. And I would do the thunder damage knocked prone, and I would drop the other stuff entirely. If you want to have those movement features be a part of it, they can come in at 6th level maybe. But I think that you still need to rework them. Like, I don't think they should replace your movement speed. I don't think they should happen in addition to your movement speed. Recharging on a 5 or 6 is cool on a boss as its big moment of the enemy and does increase tension. On a player option, it just feels bad when you fail at it. The whole class is built around recharge, actually. Well, then I think that I'm a moron. You are going to have to decide at some point, whether it's now or later, how much that matters to you. If that is what matters most, then I think the question is why? And how much are you willing to sacrifice to make that work? Or the other question, which is equally valid, is do you think the recharge mechanic will be fun? And if you do think the recharge mechanic will be fun, then you can tell everyone else to go to hell, but don't actually tell them to go to hell. What you do is you say, thanks for the feedback, and then quietly in your head, you say, that feedback I will not listen to. I think that I'm leaning into the making it do a little bit less and have it be every turn, because I still feel like these all do too much. I feel like they all do too much, and essentially each one of these, like both of the, like that's how I feel. I feel like they all do too much, and I don't feel like I don't. From a flavor perspective, I genuinely don't understand why you're being so transformative. Like, I don't understand why you become a dragon, or why you become a minotaur, or why you become a giant. Like, there's a piece of the puzzle that feels like it's missing here. Like, what is the core? That they're all just big, and you learn how to do a little bit of big magic from all the big things? I don't know. I feel like the flavor doesn't feel focused enough for me to buy into it yet with that. Maybe you choose one Sunder when you rage, a la Beast Barbarian. It's a barbarian that invokes the power of Titans, but I suppose it's not clear enough. No, I get that it invokes the power of Titans, but like, even the rune... Okay, so like the Beast Barbarian pretty explicitly says that, like, you are transforming through curses or magic or whatever. You know, the Storm Herald Barbarian, it gets the powers of the storm, and it makes these little auras around it. So I guess what I'm getting at is I don't buy the magic yet. There needs to be something, because... with the Storm Herald Barbarian, they're all still, like, very similar, right? They're all still environmental things. With the Totem Barbarian, they're all still animals. They feel like they're part of the same thing. With the Rune Knight, they are all giants doing giant magic. I don't see how... I don't see the connection between the dragon and the elemental and the titan. I don't see that connection, and I don't see how you can tap into all of those. That's what I mean. They are very different, exactly. Yeah, so I think I would lean into the single replace an attack to do a cool thing. I also would not make these things automatically do half damage. All of them, I would on a successful save, I would still have them just miss, but I would let you do them every round. I wouldn't do a charge mechanic. If you want to do a charge mechanic, fine, but I wouldn't do one. Okay, aspects of Titans. Let's look at 6th level. At 6th level, you gain supernatural might that allows you to demolish castles and fortresses. You gain the following benefits: structures or objects you choose that aren't being worn or carried. Take the damage from each of your Sunders if they are in the area of them. Great goal. Let's reword this a little bit to make it a little bit clearer. I would say your sundering effects now deal damage to objects and structures that are not being worn or carried. Period. You deal double damage to objects or structures. This is very strong. I like it, but it's very strong. Honestly, these are probably enough, but I'm going to keep reading. Your count is one size larger for determining your carrying weight and the weight you can push, drag, or lift. I don't know if we need it. Each time you are hit by a weapon attack or subject to a spell, you can make one roll of your recharge die. Okay, this now we're getting into issues with the recharge die. The only reason the recharge die works is if we have a consistent control of the statistics of how likely that is to happen that doesn't dramatically ramp up, especially with the power level that they're at now. This dramatically ramps them up in a way that it is no longer really a recharge. You're basically going to get them every turn, which, again, I go back to you should cut these in half. And you should just, I think you could just give them every, instead of, like, I guess my question is, like, why do we need to go about the hullabaloo of the recharge mechanic and then the mechanic to make the recharge mechanic less? Why don't we just give them every turn? I don't know. That's where my head's at. I like double damage to structures. I like your sundering, dealing damage to stuff. I have mixed feelings about the other two. I don't think you need them personally. At 10th level, you can activate each of your sunders as a bonus action in place of one of your attacks. This should be the 14th level feature, probably. Oh, we're getting something else. This is quite strong. This is quite strong. If you're looking at how barbarians increase in power, if you are giving a major boost to their 3rd level feature, that is almost always the 14th level feature. This is a very strong action economy boost, and I think that it would merit thinking about that. This is what I would actually do if I were you. If you want to keep the recharge mechanic, you drop it here, and you make it lower here. This is where you make it, now you recharge on a 4 to a 5, or a 4 to a 6 instead of a 5 to a 6 or something. I don't love it as an action economy thing, because it already is scaling with damage anyway. But I see we're getting big at 14th level, so let's just see what 14th level is. Actually, do you know what 10th level should totally be? 10th level should be stuff like this. 10th level should be being all big and gianty. You can interact with creatures and objects as if you're 2 sizes larger than you actually are and stuff. Tenth level doesn't need to be utility. It needs to be vibe. And it often is either utility or a little bit weird. So, like, for example, the Beast Barbarian at 10th level can make it so its attacks deal extra psychic damage, or it can, like, frighten creatures and fuck with them. So it's not exactly utility. It's, like, very offense as well. But I will say its 6th level feature is way less offense than your 6th level feature. But I think it's okay for 10th level can 10th level can be damaging. But a good way to think about it is if you want to give your barbarian subclass something that isn't so combat focused and you don't know where to put it at 10th level. That is often the way to think about it. Or 3rd level if it's a ribbon feature. What if you could manifest wings or a bigger thing like that? Yeah, I mean, 10th level could be movement speed stuff. You know? 10th level could be when you use your Breath of Destruction, you gain a fly speed. When you use your Ruthless Rampage, you are immune to opportunity attacks. When you use your Shatter Earth, it creates difficult terrain. That could be 10th level. All of the boosts of there could fit in there nicely. Let's look at the 14th level. At 14th level, you can relentlessly invoke your sunders over and over. You can roll a recharge die immediately after activating a sunder. All right, so again, that's going to be a take it or leave it thing. Really, I don't think we need to talk about recharges. There isn't a wrong answer here. It's just about what you want and the design that you feel like works for you. In addition, your sunders gain the following benefits. The range of your breath weapon becomes 30-foot cone or 60-foot line. You can move twice your speed. Earthbreaker Rage. So, I like these a lot. The problem is, this makes these abilities too strong if you want to be getting them with the frequency that you want to be getting them with. This makes them too strong if you want them to be free. I agree with the sentimentality here, but it makes them go from strong to too strong. Being able to move twice your movement speed basically think about it like this. The way that it's written right now, currently at 14th level, as a bonus action, I can move twice my movement speed without triggering opportunity attacks. I can get a triple dash with a bonus action. That's very good. You know what I mean? That's not even talking about the other things. So I think that there's a little bit of a balance element that needs to come into play here. I'm not sure what the right answer is. This might... Yeah, I'm not sure what the right answer is here. I don't know. I think you need to ask yourself a question. How powerful do you want these initial abilities to be? How much do you care about this super-powered version? How much do you care about bonus actioning? Because it's building into a... None of these features inherently on their own are too much, but they build into something that, in my opinion, feels a little too much as a totality of its parts. Hey, how loud could you meow? Oh, duck scythe. I could meow so loud that you would genuinely get upset and need to go to the doctor. Moving forward, I intend to make the sunders feel special and be based more on using the right one at the right time. Interesting. Are you being too paranoid about that? Let me see what you said. This also would feel really bad for someone really unlucky. Oh, I guess, but like that's just the nature. I don't know. I'm okay. I think it's okay to lean into a gambling mechanic subclass if that's what you want. Because like the thing is, if I'm a moron wants to stick to this being recharge based, and that's like in the front of the class, that will majorly impact how much people want to use it based on that. I do have ideas on passable directions, maybe. Okay, cool. I wish I could be giving you more focused feedback, but the problem is I think that the truth of the matter is there is a lot here that works really well. It just builds to a thing that's too big. But I actually think you could go in so many directions to make it work that I don't want to encourage one over another, because I don't know what the right move is. But either way, it's going to require a good chunk of stuff to be scrapped, and then for whatever is scrapped, for that space to be refilled. What if, like, when you sundered, you get a lingering effect? I mean, that's sort of what these things are, right? The lingering effect of no opportunity attacks and double movement, the effect of fly speed, the effect of broken terrain, you know? Alternative recharge, roll a d6, and instead of recharge, the number determines which sunder you get. Well, that's kind of a neat idea, although that does remove the tactics. I think keep working on this. Keep working on this. It's a little too much. It's a little too strong right now. Tone it back. If you want to compare it to something for power level, look at the Beast Barbarian, and then look at the Zealot Barbarian. Those are, in my opinion, the two strongest barbarian subclasses. Not everyone agrees with me on that. That is my opinion. But I do think you should be like, is this doing a lot more, or even a medium more than the barbarian, than the Beastmaster or the Beast Barbarian? Is this doing a medium more than the Zealot Barbarian? And if the answer is yes, the adjustments need to be made, in my opinion. Very cool, very interesting, very strange. I wish there was something that could link the like monster forms more, but I don't know what it should be. That's another thing to think about. Anyway, thank you for sharing. I enjoyed that one. Enjoy anything that isn't a paladin. I'm just kidding. I like paladins. We just always see paladins. Dude, I'm a moron just said, good feedback though, even if we all have different views on the barbarian. That is the perfect attitude to have towards homebrew. There are going to be times when you are writing homebrew where you genuinely feel right. And you are going to be wrong. And there are going to be times when you're writing a homebrew when you genuinely feel right and someone tells you that you're wrong, but you actually are right. And it's very hard to know where those lines are. And it's very hard to even point at something and say definitively that is the line. What matters most is that you know what that line is for yourself. And an aspect of a way to get better at knowing what that line is learning how to listen to feedback and listen to it non-defensively. That doesn't mean you need to agree with it. It doesn't mean to use it. But if 70 people give you a... Look at this fucking ad that just popped up. If 70 people use... If 10 people feel a thing about a thing and you disagree with them, that might be worth thinking about. You might be misaligning a little bit here. Not always, but maybe. But you don't actually ever need to listen to any of them, but you do. It's good to think about. It's like when Stan Lee was by his boss at Spider-Man would be a terrible idea, but Stan Lee just did it anyways because he loved the concept. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. My fake tooth is feeling weird. Get me paranoid. Okay, whatever. Toaster Buster. I'm very new to D&D. I've only participated in 2 campaigns. The second one I'm currently DMing. That's exciting. I'm also very new to Homebrew. While I have created some Homebrew magic items and races before, this is my first time showing it off to people who aren't my immediately friends and family. Well, thank you for doing so. It's very brave, and you're a champion. I'm excited to show off my Homebrew and hope to improve it from your feedback. I got a lot more newly made and unrevealed Homebrew in my notes apps, so you may see me become a regular to your streams. Cool, no pressure, but we love having more people. For my first Homebrew submission, I started with one of my more simple ideas. I love your videos. Keep up the good work. Oh my goodness, this is so fucking kind. Jesus Christ. Is a ghost trying to contact you through your tooth? I don't think so. I just get paranoid. I have nightmares about it breaking pretty regularly. Man, it's gonna get harder and harder to see my piece with how you're growing on the one hand. I love you getting attention on the other hand. I am losing hope in getting in. Well, Gunpowder, you can always try. And I don't know if you saw this, but next week I'm starting to do more than one stream a week. So there are more opportunities. And like the way that I'm doing stream tonight, where I'm switching between multiple wheels, I'm not going to do that anymore. Which means I'll get through a lot more stuff on my Sunday nights. And I'll also get through a lot more stuff on my Thursday nights. I don't know if I'm ever going to be one of those big boy creators, but we can see. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm already a medium creator with some things. I have 80,000 followers on TikTok. I have 35,000 followers on YouTube. I already get pretty decent numbers for my shorts, but that doesn't usually translate to live stream. I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're ever going to get too many people in the live streams. I think we might get bigger for the videos. We might even get bigger for the Discords and stuff, but I think the live streams are never going to get that giant. That's my guess. Okay. Dark Light Flare. Wondrous item, very rare. Let me put it in the chat for you guys. Geostellar, I don't think as many people are interested in homebrew review stuff as you think. I appreciate that you guys like this so much, and I am so desperate to continue to give you guys like real engagement, because I do think that that is what makes this valuable and what makes this fun. And I don't want anyone to feel like they have to miss out. So there is an element of like, how do I balance that as I grow? And I don't know, but we're taking steps, right? Like multiple streams, I think, is a good first step. But that being said, my follower count is growing decently, but the amount of people that show up on our stream is pretty much always the same. I usually get around 50 people. It's never that much more. It's never that much less. That was the same when I had 25,000 followers. I mean, that was the same, maybe not 25, but that was the same when I had 30,000 followers. Now I have 35,000 followers. That number hasn't really changed. It might never change. I don't know. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me read the fucking homebrew. No, yeah, that's not in a million years, Aton. I didn't get as YouTube numbers didn't change. I just stopped getting those numbers on Twitch. So like when I was streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, I would get like 40 to 60 people on YouTube and I would get like 20 people on Twitch. And now I get like 40 to 60 people on YouTube and nobody on Twitch. But until I can get Restream working again, and I have tried a couple times, I need to sit down with somebody that understands this stuff a little better than me. Until I get Restream working, I don't, it's literally off the table. I don't know how to do it. Oh, dude, Data, I remember your Tarantula Rogue. Okay, how many people are still here? Here's this, I'm going to tell you guys all a trick. All of you get a secret. All 33 of you get a little secret. The key to my heart, aside from all the other bullshit that I say, but the key to my heart is monstrous stuff. If you say, I want to make a rogue that is good at making traps and sneaking really well, I'm going to be like, okay. But if you say, I'm going to be a rogue that's a spider rogue, even if mechanically it's exactly the same, I'm so fucking there. That's a secret to me. I fucking love monsters. They're my favorite thing in the world. Okay. I'm sorry. Who is this? This is Toaster. I'm sorry, making you wait 100 years. Let's start. A small lantern with a white-black hybrid flame inside. The flame itself does not give off light. Interesting. This is a different sentence. Just put a period here. When the specific activation word is spoken, magical light, magical darkness, or a burst of both extends outward. How would both work? I guess we'll see. It's 5 charges. Does it require attunement? No. Regains 1d4 plus 1 at dawn. It should. Let's see what it does. Light. A bright light sheds out from the lantern. The light cantrip is cast on the lantern. Costs 1 charge. Cool. You can say how many charges they cost next to the name. Light, 1 charge. Darkness, 2 charges. When the word bueo, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your language, is spoken, black voids seep out of the lantern. The darkness spell is cast on the lantern. This feature costs 2 charges. Okay. This is not that big a buff because this means that you're basically at the center of it every time. Darkness, you can normally cast it far away from you. So unless you have like magical dark vision sight, witch sight, devil sight, this is not that good. I guess it's okay. You could like drop it and then run away. Blinding flash. When the word sieka, again, I apologize for my bad pronunciation, is spoken, light and darkness abilities both activate in quick succession. All creatures within a 15-foot radius must make a con save. Magic items should all have their own saving throw. They shouldn't be based on your stuff. Or be blinded for 1 minute. That's pretty strong. At the end of each of the blind creature's turn, they can repeat the save. On a success, they are no longer blinded. Creatures who shield their eyes before the ability is active are unaffected. How do creatures shield their eyes before the ability is active? Can they use their reaction to do so? The feature costs 3 charges. Again, put the charge number here. You don't need to be here we go. You don't need to be holding the lantern to use it, but must be within 30 feet of it. So this should be up here. So 2 things. The lantern 100% should require attunement. Second of all, you say the lantern has 5 charges. You need to say, as an action, if the lantern is within 30 feet of you, as an action, you can say a command word and create one of the following effects. And then you put all this stuff here. But overall, this is a pretty solid item. It's a little strong for a rare item, in my opinion. I would probably make it very rare. Maybe. Actually, don't know. Think about it. Could be rare. Maybe take that back. Overall, I like it. The light, yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Just reorganize it. Get this information up here. Get your charges here. Make it require attunement. It should probably, never mind. I'm wondering if it should function like a normal lantern. Light is a charge to do what a lantern does. Light is a flavor cantrip at most times, right? I don't know how to use useful light function is. I mean, it depends on how strict you are with the darkness and dark vision rules and that sort of thing. I remember thinking homebrew was scary as I was in groups that thought it was broken, and I doubted my abilities, but Cinder Shorts made me feel more like exploring one's creativity, and here you are. Well, welcome. You should always at least be willing to listen to a little bit of feedback, but if the feedback feels like it is malicious or unintelligent or doesn't understand your goal, then you nod politely, you say thank you, and then you ignore it. Yeah, it really depends. Like, there's definitely dungeon masters that are like, you need a torch, you need a light cantrip, so I like it. I like it. I like it. I could, this is what I would probably do. I probably would make it, I don't know. I agree that a one charge for light is pretty weak compared to the other two. But I also think it might be okay. If you wanted to, you could make it illuminate other things. Like, if you wanted to boost it, you could make it be like creatures within the light have advantage on perception or investigation checks they make on areas that are within the range of the light. You could do something like that, maybe, if you feel like you wanted it to be stronger. I would hesitate making it too much stronger unless you wanted it to be very rare. But overall, it's pretty cool. The lantern could cast light free and gain hallucinatory terrain. Well, hallucinatory terrain, that's like this needs to be a little stronger. Let's give it a rocket launcher. That's much stronger. Hallucinatory terrain is big boy move. I really like that it gives actual words and doesn't just say verbal component. I like that too. Maybe something against invisible creatures. Yeah, that could work. Invisible creatures or secrets or hidden things in general. To spot traps or hidden creatures or objects. Most of my homebrew stuff adds weight to stuff in the story. If you're a sorcerer of a particular origin, I want to make that matter outside of just being flavorful. Arcane Phoenix, I think that is an excellent strategy to use, especially for home games. But I also think that when you are transitioning something from a home game to a public-facing, you need to account for people that have more of a diversity of play. You don't need to totally account for it, but you need to think about it a little bit. But yeah, very cool, very nice. What about the strobe shutting down True Sight? That's so rare. Elanette, I believe I got the correct piece that you wanted me to see. Hope stream goes well. Hope you like chess. Okay. Elanette, you sent me the wrong thing before, and I think you sent me the right one. Boom! Here we go. Path of the Grandmaster. So, Arcane Phoenix. Generally speaking, whenever I'm giving homebrew feedback, I come from the perspective of how would this be balanced if put publicly online? How would this look to some stranger on the internet? It doesn't mean that you need to stick to that level of extremeness. It doesn't mean that you need to stick to that level of refinement. But by judging you up to that level of refinement, it gives you the option to either ignore me or to not ignore me. And I would rather give you that option than just say, like, if it's for your home game, it's fine. You know? Okay. Path of the Grandmaster. Is it cut off? Oh, no, it's just 2 pages. Well, okay, this is a long barbarian subclass. Let's see what's going on here. All know the great game of chess. Those on the path of the Grandmaster dedicate their mind and soul to this ancient ritual. Their rage has turned into something more deadly. Obsession. I'm going to burp soon. The yearn to learn. That's funny. If you don't intend somebody to chuckle when they read that, you might want to change it. The yearn to learn all the secrets of this great game hold. This is also an incomplete sentence. For them, life is but a series of black and white choices to find out answers. I think you just say about this sentence is too long. For them, life is but a series of black and white choices. And the sentence here. Yeah, drop the rest of it. Enemies and allies alike are just pawns on the board. Life is a game, your move. Okay, I like it. Not a lot of... I don't really understand exactly what their deal is in action, but I understand what their deal is in flavor, I think, but we're going to see. Oh yeah, I helped this one out a bit in peer review. Sweet. Rook Pawn Knight. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you reject all things not chess. That is funny. Okay, I'm assuming that this is going for humor then. Whenever you rage, and at the start of your turn, you can select a piece to simulate. You gain the benefits and detriments. You lose them if you select another piece or when your rage ends. So if you mean at the start of your turn, you mean at the start of your turn while raging, generally speaking, this could be fine, but I would also say that if you have a feature that affects the action economy or affects like active combat, and it's a it's a barbarian feature triggered off of rage, usually the way that it works is as a part of your rage, and it's a bonus action on subsequent turns, is usually how it works. So if you want to keep doing it, it requires bonus action-y things. That's not always how it works, but it's often how it works. Yeah, no problem, dude. Let's see what these actually do. If you started your turn as a pawn, you can take the dash action as a bonus action. After doing so, select another piece to simulate. You can only do this once per rage. Interesting. Your movement is 5 feet? What does that mean? What? What? What does that mean? So does that mean you can... If you started your piece as a pawn, does that mean you can use a bonus action to move 10 feet? I'm confused. Let's move on. Rook. You gain a +2 to your AC and your speed increases by 10 feet. You can only move in straight lines and cannot break up your movement on your turn. Okay, that one's fun. I get that one. That one makes sense to me. Yeah, the first one is just bad. I don't understand what the goal of it is. Knight. Your melee attacks can be made as if your weapon has the reach property and deal additional piercing damage equal to your intelligence modifier. You cannot attack creatures within 5 feet of you. That is also interesting. Also, you can no longer rage on a turn you have moved. What? What does that mean? While you are raging for the purposes of attack and damage, roll of melee attacks, you can use your intelligence modifier. Okay. I get the logic behind this, but I also don't think it makes a lot of sense unless you come up with some... I think that this can work, sort of, but it's a little bit... You're going to need a high strength anyway, unless you build in a mechanic to really not, because you still, like, are wielding strength-based weapons, and you're not raging all the time. You should, as a barbarian, you should assume you're only going to be raging about half the fights you're in most of the time. Hey, Neo, how's it going, dude? Yo, Neo, what did I just see? There was a video... I saw something of yours. You're doing something. Neo, you got a project or something, or a new... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm getting my fucking wires crossed. I saw pictures of you at the Renaissance Fair. And it looked like you were having a really fun time. It was very cool. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I am somebody that sometimes struggles to remember what people's faces look like, even if I've met them in real life, and it has often led to much embarrassment. But I think I saw that was like a good chunk of your game was there. Like I recognized a bunch of the people that were with you, and I'm pretty sure I saw them on your stream, which is cool. It's very cool I don't know how often you hang with people that you do stream stuff with, but I never do it in real life. But it seems like it would be fun. Okay, let's see what it's saying. So I guess you can only rage at the start of your turn before you move. This feels like a wizard. What if you already have reach, like a knight or a raging bugbear? Then your reach would just be increasing, I guess. Having a wonderful time? Hell yeah. It was a great deal of your crew. Cool. I thought so. I recognized them. It also helped that some of them were dressed like their characters. You know what? If you came in here a little bit earlier, I'd say yeah, but I'm not gonna go that much longer. So I think that we're gonna do a couple more, and then we're gonna wrap tonight. My brain is starting to mush, but I appreciate the offer. The Strixhaven Quadrix Wizard is a very chess master like. Bugbear just increased your melee range, so it shouldn't have conflicted. Yeah, it shouldn't. I feel like there's pieces of the puzzle that are missing here. Who's this by? Elanette. All right, Elanette, I know you're in the chat. I saw you. I'm going to read the other feature to see if there's something that's missing, and then I'm going to make a hypothesis. You gain expertise in gambling set chess. Nice. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to conflicts of historical importance, you are considered to have expertise. Interesting. I like that. You know the surface thoughts of any creature you are playing chess with? I don't think. No, I would drop that. I would probably say I would maybe give you a bonus to like insight checks against creatures you're playing chess with. I wouldn't just give you psychic powers over them, though. Expertise is a thing. Oh, that's true. No, you're right. Whenever Databank, I'm sorry, you're correct. Expertise is like the name of a rogue and bard feature. What you say is whenever you're proficient, this is the way you write it out. It's stupid, but you have to if you want it to look profesh. You gain proficiency in a gambling set, and whenever you make a check with that, you add it. You add it twice or double it. There's language for it. I don't remember exactly what it is. Yeah, you have to spell it out. Yeah, you're right, Data. You're right. So what is going on with this third level feature? I don't understand it. What does it mean that we can no longer rage if we have moved on a turn? Like, do you lose your rage if you move? Does that mean you, like, can only do one of these things? You try and turn your mini into a chess piece. It's not going well. I think you can only rage before you move. There's nothing redeeming about pawn. Yeah, I feel like there's something missing. Pieces are missing. So I just this is my thought process. There is not enough positive stuff here to merit the negative stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, I kind of agree with name. This feels like a bunch of weird debuffs. Like, this one is kind of interesting. This one is kind of interesting. This legitimately is just a debuff. And I fully have no idea why this feature turns your rage off if you move at all. Okay, we're going to move on. Maybe something's missing. I don't know. I can't tell if this is me being tired or there's just something that's missing that I'm not picking up on. Chat, analyze, think for a little bit. Let's move on to number 6. At 6th level, you find ways to change the board of battle to your advantage. As a bonus action, you choose... Spell check is not always enough. Choose. You choose 2 willing creatures within 60 feet of you who could move to each other's spaces. What does that mean, who could move to each other's spaces? Does that mean they are within each other's movement speed? Because if I have access to Dimension Door, I can move to a lot of creature spaces. They do so without provoking opportunity attacks. Until the start of your next turn, those creatures have a +2 bonus to their AC. You can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. This feels a lot more like a 10th level feature than like a 6th level feature. Feels a lot more like a 10th level feature than a 6th level feature. You need to clarify how this movement works. Do they use their reaction, etc.? You need to clarify that it's based off of their movement speeds. If you have moved on your turn, you cannot rage. It's so you can't get around the movement restrictions of the pieces. What does that mean? How you can't get around the movement restrictions of the pieces anyway, because they're movement restrictions. You can't get around this movement restriction because it's a movement restriction. That's the only movement restriction. This movement restriction doesn't make any goddamn sense. So we're ignoring it. This one, we don't need a way to get around it. It's already there. Especially because it triggers at the start of your turn. So there's no way you can get around it anyway. This feels like a wizard subclass. I don't know about that. I really do think, especially with the way it's italicized, it means that you cannot use the rage action if you have already moved on a turn. That's a big debuff, though. Why is that mechanically interesting or worthwhile? It says you can't do your movement and then rage to get around it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think that why do that? Considering and passant seems like a teleport. One guy, yeah, this is a it is. It's a teleport tube friend. This is a teleport people ability. I got it. That just lets you move half speed. It's so you can't move then start raging. Yeah, who cares? Why is that a big deal? An idea for a pawn. They can kill a king, so perhaps rolling a 20 on an attack roll is a crit or behead or verbal sword. I guess you could do something like that, but anything can kill a king. Like, if you really want the pawn thing, you've got to take the 5 feet of movement. Yeah, no, I get it, but the pawn thing doesn't do anything. Why do we need the movement debuffs? I agree. I don't know why we need them. Pawn needs to give us a defensive buff. I don't really get why the ability is called Impassant anyway. It's more like castling. It is a little bit more like castling. I don't know enough. I don't know anything about chess, so I can't argue that. Pawn could become a queen form. So you're starting to get to a place where I start to question. We're not going to go down that road too deep because I do think at a certain point you have to ask yourself, what am I playing? I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons. Am I trying to build a game that is separate from Dungeons and Dragons inside Dungeons and Dragons? Or am I trying to build something that works well in Dungeons and Dragons? And I think that if we go down the rabbit hole of the pawn transforming you into thing, let's not go down that rabbit hole just yet. I would, if this is what I genuinely don't think I don't know. I would just drop this. I disagree with the not being able to move before you rage. It seems silly. Pawn has a movement debuff because you move like a pawn in chess. Yeah, but what is the benefit? They get an extra attack? Not at 3rd level, they don't. All right, we're moving on. Everybody's confusing me. We're moving on to 10th level. This feels like a 10th level feature, by the way, this 6th level one. Oh, you were suggesting. I'm sorry, Data. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't call an extra attack action that good if you can't reach enemies. Well, yeah, Zach, but that's a give and a take, man. Like, lots of things aren't good if you can't do them. Power word kill isn't good if the enemy has more than 100 hit points. It doesn't mean it's a bad spell. Okay. Grandmaster, 10th level. At 10th level, you have learned how to outwit your opponents to a degree that looks like brainwashing. Whenever you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can attempt to manipulate it. Make an intelligence history check contested by the target's intelligence history check. Why is this a history check? Is it a history check because it's tied to this 3rd level feature? The answer is yes, but I still feel like it's an odd move. On a success, you can cast command on the creature. You can do this even if you are raging. On a failed save, the target becomes immune to the effect until the end of your next turn. Huh. I don't know how I feel about this one. Well, I haven't gotten to the 14th level yet, so we'll get there in a second. You all are still fucking talking about the pawn. Oh my god, chat, you're making this so much... Chat, guys, when I look at chat, I'm supposed to find clarity. I'm not finding it from you right now. I think... I'm going to read the 14th level feature. I'm actually not going to give any feedback about the 10th level feature because I think I have some general feedback that applies to a lot of stuff here. And I think that diving deep the 10th level feature is not going to be beneficial. Let me look at the 14th level feature. At 14th level, you know that victory is but a few moves away. Whenever you use Rook, Bishop, Knight, you can now select one of the following options. Bishop, Rook, and Knight. Wait, these are called Bishop, King, and Queen. Are these new? Is this a typo? Are you intending these to be? Yeah. Okay. I see. So whenever you use this feature, you get access. You can pick these as options. I understand. I'm sorry. Bishop, bonus action. You can target one friendly creature within 60 feet of you. If that target isn't already, it becomes under the effects of the Bless spell. This effect ends at the start of your next turn. At the end of your next turn, if there is no friendly creature within 5 feet of you, you gain disadvantage on attack rolls until the end of your next turn. King, you have advantage on intelligence history checks. When you use Grandmaster, you can target up to 2 creatures instead. I'm skimming because I have some feedback that I think is applicable, and I genuinely don't think it's worth your time for me to break down all of these features. I think there's some general stuff that you can work on. Queen. You can only select the queen if you have simulated all the other pieces during this rage. You can take 2 actions this turn, and your movement is doubled. At the end of your turn, your rage ends. Okay. This feels very convoluted in a couple ways. I feel like you had the flavor in your head for this barbarian that is playing chess in how they move through the battlefield. But you took it too literally to the point that it's confusing. Because as much as it's all sort of literal, it also is completely disjointed. Like, the 6th level feature doesn't feel like it ties to the flavor of the 3rd level feature. I would argue that the 10th level feature doesn't feel like it ties to the flavor of the 6th or the 3rd level feature. And in order to accomplish a lot of these goals is like, it's friggin' confusing. Like, I have to simulate every piece before I can use this. What does that even mean? Does that mean I have to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns of combat? Changing through each one? I don't get why it's so complicated, because I don't feel like it's building towards something that feels worth that level of complication. I think that it would make a lot of sense for you to boil down the flavor into something that can be directly tied to D&D mechanics, or how not D&D mechanics, excuse me, how a barbarian would actually, or how a martial character would actually exist in the world. Like, give them special moves that are inspired by the rook or the knight or the pawn, but don't actually make them move like them. You know what I mean? Like, that feels off to like be so, like, why do I need to go through every form before I can use this extra form? That doesn't make sense. Like, from a logistical perspective, like, it's not like I am magically becoming chess and I have to abide by the rules of chess. This is just, I'm just a fighter. I'm just a barbarian that plays chess. I'm tactical. So if you want to make it so you are like chess-flavored tactical barbarian, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I really disagree with how limiting these features are, and I think they need to be focused. Focused. There also are just a lot of questions I have. Counterpoint. I like this, but you need to make all options viable. Becoming a chess master IRL as you fight is good, but you need to clean up your language. There's just a lot of extra steps. I don't think you could go really cartoony, like I am become chess, and you could do that hardcore, 100%. But regardless of doing that or not doing that, you need to simplify how some of these features work, I think. And I also feel like a lot of these things don't feel like chess. I don't think Bless makes sense as a bishop feature, personally. I don't really think the grandmaster thing works, as like command feels off. I'm not sure why you can like make your friends move. There's just a couple things that I'm like, I don't get why this is chess. Look at it like Runeterra's wildcard rogue. Feels too similar direction to that barbarian is aiming for. Bless is a bishop because it's a priest, but that's not chess. You know? Using king doesn't give you a bunch of gold. Using knight doesn't make your armor better. I like queen being limited. I feel like the big problem is how confusing the 3rd level explanation is. Yeah, I almost want to suggest you, like, maybe queen is a once a day feature and that is the only 14th level feature. You figure out a way to like fill out the other ones. It's an interesting concept, but I think if I were you, I would boil this concept down into a single sentence. Figure out what that sentence is, and then make this subclass accomplish the goal of that sentence. That's what I think. Interesting idea. Really nice art. Little convoluted at the moment. And I genuinely, the biggest question I have is why is pawn an option? That's the biggest question I have. Okay, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, Elanette. This is an interesting idea. I think it is a worthy adversary to try to climb and mantle. Right now, though, I think it definitely needs a good chunk of work still to get there. But I do think it is a mountain worth attempting to climb if you are really keen on it. Christian. This was one of my first attempts at homebrew. I made it for a character in a level 12 homebrew campaign. Sadly, the character did not survive. I was wondering if it was because the subclass was too weak or, you know, just looking for general feedback. Generally speaking, in my opinion, characters don't live or die based on the strength of them. They live or die based on the style of game the Dungeon Master is running. You could be the least good subclass. You could be anything, and you could survive the whole game. That's your friend's name? All right, let's take a look. Path of the Pummeling Blows. You are relentless in your assault upon your foes. Your fists become like clubs of iron, decimating foes in your way. Don't use the word foes twice. All right, at 3rd level, starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can frenzy a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus while you are raging. Not per rage as a bonus. What does that mean? All right, we're going to fix that language up. In a round where you frenzy, all your attacks deal an additional 5 damage and have a chance to crit on an 18 through 20. Chat. We're already facing some issues here. In a round where you frenzy, all your attacks deal additional 5 damage. You get a chance to crit on 18 through 20. During these rounds, enemies within 10 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw in order to not be frightened, while enemies more than 10 feet gain advantage on all weapon attacks made against you. These reset on a long rest. This is a lot. In addition, your basic melee attacks also deal increased damage, starting at D6 at level 3, D8 at level 5, D10 at level 7, D10. And does this mean that every time I hit at 3rd level, my attack deals an extra D6 damage? So that's too strong alone. So this is very similar to the friend. Oh, it's sort of built around the Berserker, eh? Mindless Rage is basically just a Berserker feature. Okay, so 2 things. 1, drop this feature entirely. It's too strong. 2, you need to think of a different way to express this. Increasing your crit range from an 18 to 20 is too strong. That is the capstone feature of a fighter subclass. We should not take that away from that fighter by giving it to this barbarian at 3rd level. That's the champion's capstone feature. Dealing a flat 5 damage on every extra hit is also kind of a lot. Generally speaking, the way barbarians work at 3rd level is while raging, they get a feature that deals a small amount of extra damage once per turn, and that amount of damage might scale. The Zealot Barbarian is a perfect example. What the Zealot Barbarian gets at 3rd level is once per turn, their attack deals an extra D6 plus half their level. That's it. They also can. They're also easier to resurrect. Those are the only things they get. All of this, enemies more than 10 feet away gain advantage on weapon attacks made against you. This doesn't actually mean anything. The reason why it doesn't actually mean anything is because you as a barbarian get reckless attack, which means that if you are using reckless attack, enemies already have advantage on all attacks made against you. So this debuff is not really a debuff. It's just a thing that's there. This is very strong. Joey, you can... No, Joey, never go to bed. Always dance, obviously. Duh. You think it might be a punch? Maybe. Either way, I don't... That needs to be clear. If you want this to be your melee attacks, you need to clarify that. And I don't think your melee attacks should be getting up to 2d8s or 2d10s. I don't think it should get higher than 2d6, personally. At least not until like 14th level. And then that could be like a one-time thing. But this is just too strong, dude. This is just too strong. I'm gonna be honest. You need a whole. Okay, you need a whole new feature here. You need to just drop this entirely. I'm not even gonna try to fix it because I don't know how. Because all of the things it's doing are just a little too much. So I would probably just come up with something different here. Having it so your melee attacks are a little bit stronger, I think is cool. You could even have them scale. I think that's reasonable. But drop the crit, but everything else feels unreasonable. That first feature kind of makes monks unarmed strikes weak in comparison. It does if it continues to scale at this level, but I think that if you scale it more reasonably, I think it's fine. Like, I would probably have it go from a D. I'd probably have it start at a D6. I'd probably actually have it start at a D8 and then go to a D10 and then max it at D12. That's what I would do. Improved crit additional damage on melee. Yeah. It's just too much. It's just too much. Also, this is just the feature of the Berserker Barbarian. So you shouldn't give a barbarian. You shouldn't copy a subclass feature from one thing and put it into another. So I would come up with a new feature. You said this was one of your first subclass homebrews, so it's probably whatever. Like, you weren't thinking about it, but in general, come up with a new feature. Don't just copy a feature. The unarmed attacks count as magical. I think that's fine, but also I think it's fine. Let's look at 10th level. Beginning at 10th level, you can dash as a bonus action while in a rage. Only if you use some of your movement to close the distance with an enemy. This is actually a feature that orcs already get. And you get extra movement. So you get... So barbarians already get a little extra movement. So you get extra movement, and you get a feature that essentially is an orc feature. Orcs have a feature where you can bonus action dash so long as you're moving towards an enemy. Again, I feel like there probably is an opportunity to come up with something a little bit more unique here. You know, like, what does it mean to be a brawler, like a pummeler? You know? I probably would try to find something new to put here. I'm not going to tell you what, because I think that I would probably come up with something from scratch, and I don't want to tell you how to build it. Good night, Dave. All right. 14th level, pummeling blows. Starting at 14th level, you gain another attack when you take the attack action. It's already very strong. Let's see what else. As well as you gaining pummeling blows, which you can use a number of times per long rest equal to your proficiency bonus. So whenever you're giving a special feature, you say the amount of times you get it at the end and how regularly it comes back. Okay, so let's see what pummeling blows is. When you activate this as an action, okay, so here's what I would say. Pummeling blows. As an action, you can focus all your ferocity onto one enemy. You use the word may. We have to stop reading it. But this is too strong. I wish I had more to say, but you used the word may incorrectly, so I have to stop. But I will. My final thought will be almost all of this is too strong or feels like it's just pulled from another subclass. I would strongly encourage you to tone it down and to make unique new things. And don't use the word may incorrectly or I have to stop reading your piece. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Hey, we can't always end them good. Sometimes we got to use the wrong spelling of the word may. All right, guys. I think I got... What time is it? All right, let's see. Baba! The Maledictor is a support-oriented monster built around its curse action. I'm a little worried that its setup action, the Pain Lance, may be a better choice than slinging curses, though. I also tried to build in some flavor usage advice into the flavor text. All right, cool. Let's take a peek. I want to brush my teeth. Whenever my tooth feels weird, brushing my teeth feels very calming. I'm going to do that when we're done stream. Okay, it's a CR5. I'm going to see if I can understand how it works without reading the flavor text, because I appreciate that you mentioned that it's in there, but I like to see if a stat block can hold up for itself too. CR5, really low AC for CR5. Also low hit points. Handful of skills. Where's its big stats? Interesting. Not a lot of big stats either. This is all very mid so far. Let's see if it gets hectic later on, because none of this seems wild in any direction. Foul Cloak. The maledictor is surrounded by a swirling magical shroud associated with their archetype. Attacks against the maledictor have disadvantage. Wow, just always? Is there a way to break that? We should see if there's a way to break that. There should be a way to break that. There should be a way to get around that. All right. Actions. Pain Lance. The reason why I think there should be a way to get around that is it very specifically, it just creates a situation where a rogue literally cannot sneak attack these things. I don't know if that's good or not, but it's worth thinking about. Pain Lance, an action. Each creature in a 30-foot line within 100 feet of the maledictor. What does that mean? A 30-foot line within 100 feet? Does that mean it's creating it like a wall? Each creature in a 30-foot line within 100 feet. What does that mean? Okay, so you either mean this is like a wall of fire where... Okay, so if you want this thing to be a lance that shoots out 30 feet, drop the 100 feet thing. That's confusing me. If you want it to be like a wall of fire where you pick a point within 100 feet, and it's a 30-foot line. You think it's 30 feet wide and 100 feet long? Is that what you think? Wait a minute. That's surely not what they mean. I know the line doesn't originate at them, but if the line doesn't originate at them, then you need to clarify that you're picking a point you can see within 100 feet where a 30-foot line emits from, like wall of fire. On a failed save, a creature takes some necrotic damage and has disadvantage on its next attack or saving throw they make within a minute. Okay, cool. So it's just like a big damage area effect. It's sage advice that if advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out, then as long as a different way of obtaining sneak attack is met, then it works. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Why the attack? Wait, let's keep reading first. The maledictor attempts to afflict a creature they can see within 60 feet with a curse. They have to make a wisdom saving throw or be afflicted by one of the options below for 1 minute. At the end of each of its turns, a creature can make a wisdom saving throw. On a success, the curse ends on the target. And then remove curse and shit ends it. All right, so let's see what the curses do. The target, the area of the target is heavily obscured and they have disadvantage on constitution saves. They can't concentrate on spells and disadvantage on intelligence checks. For every 5 feet the target moves, they take 1d8 bludgeoning damage. For how long? For a minute? This seems way stronger than the other ones. Are the target's vulnerability to cold, fire, or lightning damage? But you don't deal cold, fire, or lightning? Confusing. Alternatively, you can choose an alternative curse. Okay, whatever. I would probably just drop that, but you could keep that if you want. Torment. A creature affected by the maledictor's curse ability must make a DC 14 intelligence save or take 14 psychic damage on a failed save or half on a success. Foul barrier. As a reaction to being hit by an attack, The maledictor can sacrifice their foul cloak. I see. Losing the feature and increase their AC to 20 until the end of the next turn. It remains. The foul cloak returns after 10 minutes. This is kind of cool. I like this. Is there a May? Did I miss May? Where's there a May? Oh my god. First of all, you guys are so dumb. Why didn't I get upset about this May? Everyone that just yelled May, I'm going to shame you. Gertie, shame. Name, shame. Pokeniner, you know better than this. Is this an incorrect use of the word May, or is this a correct use of the word May? Choose correctly. Guys, I don't need to think about it. My brain, it's like I have spidey sense for the wrong I have spidey sense for the incorrect usage. If I didn't notice that I read the word May, it means it's used correctly. Okay. What the fuck is the point of these things? I actually do want to read the flavor text because I'm really confused. They're wretches of pain and despair. They fall from grace. They bear a grudge. They act as the leader of a group of lesser ruffians. It feels like it says a lot of random stuff that I don't really understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I was expecting you to get upset that someone used it correctly. I only get upset if I'm annoyed by it. I don't. This is just correct. There's nothing in. That's just being grammatically correct. So, what do you want this monster to feel like? What's the point? Okay, mechanically, I think it's fine. I actually think almost all of the features feel solid. None of them feel like, oh, I don't like that. I will point out that there's definitely some of these curses are way stronger than others. And it's weird to get vulnerability to a damage type that this stat block just doesn't have access to. That being said, I think the bigger concern here is, what's the point? You said something about that, didn't you? Your flavor text did not help me understand this. I'm a little worried that its setup action, the Pain Lance... How is the Pain Lance a setup action? It's just a big ton of damage. This isn't a setup action. I would just do this action every turn. Okay, to make this better, give this thing more than one action in combat. Let it do a Pain Lance and a curse. Maybe tone the curses back a little bit to help that balance it. I would probably make Torment a reaction as opposed to a bonus action. So that it could compete with Foul Barrier. And that it's just not happening every turn. Because the other option is like... It's not... It's like, okay, so what do? It's your turn. You use your action to curse a creature. And then you try to torment them. Or use your action to toss a Pain Lance at them. And hope to curse them later. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I see what you mean. It's a setup. I really don't think that Pain Lance needs the disadvantage if you always get disadvantage on this thing. I think the goal for that is the saving throws, but yes, I agree. It does sort of feel redundant for the attack rolls. The curse happens every turn, but is on a recharge. This is weirdly meant to be used with other monsters, I guess. I mean, it's not weird to have a monster that is intended to be used with other monsters, but it does feel... I don't know. It does feel weird to... I don't know. It does feel... Something feels off. This is CR5? Yeah, it's CR5. Feels too strong for that. It does have a little bit too much going on, I think, for CR5. I don't know if it's shitty hit points and AC makeup for that. The creator said it was supposed to be more of a back row fighter. That doesn't matter. Wherever this thing is supposed to stand in battle, I still feel somewhat disjointed by it. And I think the main reason why I feel disjointed is I don't understand, like, the curses. Honestly, I think my biggest issue is twofold. One, it feels weird that its basic attack is a 30-foot line that starts within 100 feet. That mechanically is weird to me. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't love it. I think I would change the word from pain lance to something else, because a lance feels like it's coming out of you. Like you're lancing, like when you're calling, everything that uses a lance is very melee. So if it's not coming out of you, it should not be a lance. It should be a wall, or like why isn't this a 10-foot sphere, a 10-foot radius sphere, as opposed to a 30-foot line? I don't get the logic, and I feel like it's the image doesn't match what's happening in my mind. That's the first thing. The second thing is I don't really understand the point of foul cloak. Like, why should attack rolls against this creature have disadvantage? I don't really get it. I know that it ties to the reaction, but I don't know if it needs to. It's interesting, but again, it's interesting in the same way that the curses are sort of interesting, but none of these things feel like they build up towards something. They feel very disjointed in its current state. I also feel like the curses could... Maybe the answer is coming up with curses that tie a little bit more tightly to this thing. I don't know. Use brain rot and then use torment, or you use this and then use I don't. Yeah, I think the two things are happening. My brain is starting to melt because it's late and I'm tired. But the other thing is that I do think that it's a little too all over the place in its current state. That's how I feel. Maybe they did the CR so the math would add up for a specific DC or attack bonuses. I think they did the CR because they wanted it to be... I don't think they did that extra. I don't think they did that math. That doesn't make sense to do. It feels... It's a lot of features that are interesting, but I don't feel like they are all part of the same monster. Or at least it's very hard for me to visualize this monster. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. No individual piece of this is broken, I think. But I do feel like it feels like I feel like I was handed a bunch of Legos and I don't know how they're supposed to fit together when I look at this thing. You picture the sniffer from Minecraft? I don't know what that is, but I accept. Yeah, I almost want them to, like, I want it to be a little bit more focused. That's kind of where I'm at. It just feels like too much in the kitchen sink. That's my thoughts. I probably would give it also at least one sort of normal action, right? Some sort of basic attack that is an attack roll, whether it's like a claw or something. Like I can't... Even like wizards get a dagger attack. Do you know what I mean? Like, is this a human? It says it used to be a mage. It's humanoid. Yeah, so it should have some element of human actions too. It's not like undead or a ghost or something. I would probably make Pain Lance single target, ranged attack. I would make it so you could get 2 Pain Lance attacks on a turn, You could replace one Pain Lance with a curse. I would have the curses not last a minute. I would have them last less than a minute. I would have them last maybe until the end of the creature's, maybe until the start of your next turn or something like that. I would not have them last more than a round, but I would let you be able to do them every round. I probably would not have the curses all do multiple things. I probably would make the curses all do one thing. Torment is weird because I get that it's there to synergize with the curses, but it feels weird that it synergizes so much better with Brain Rot than with the rest. So I kind of feel like I would just drop the bonus action Torment entirely and just give you the option to make attacks. I like that more. But you don't need to listen to me if you don't want to do that. But that's what I would do if I was going to make this work. Because my late night brain plus the amount of different directions has got me a little confused in my brain about it. But that's what I would do. Pain Lance, single target, ranged thing. Multi-attack. They can do this, and then they can also do curses. I kind of see like a flaming javelin that casts a wall of pain wherever it lands. I think that... Yeah, but that's still not a lance. That's a javelin. You know, javelins are intended to be thrown. Lances are not. I just see like brainwaves that give really bad headaches. The creator probably needs to clarify. I see the Pain Lance as kind of a skipped erupting of earth. That's true. It could be like sort of work like that. I guess why is it a line then? I guess I wonder. Yeah, so I don't have much more to say. That's what I would do. I would drop Torment. I would make Pain Lance simplified. I would make most of these features not last a minute. I would just make them last a round. Yeah, that's what I would do. Those are my thoughts, Baba. Yeah, but video games often call spears and javelins lances. Oh, I didn't realize we were playing video games looking in with Victor B. Thought we were doing a creative writing thing for D&D. I've never played RimWorld. I've never played anything. Never played anything. Only ever played 2 video games, and I hated them both. That's not true. That's not true. But I haven't played RimWorld, no. All right, boys and girls. It's getting a little late for me. We are going to be wrapping up now. Oh, no. Wait. Victor. What did you say? Did you just apologize to me? Buddy, I was being good. Listen. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. You don't need to apologize. I was just fucking around. I apologize if it didn't come off well. Anyway, so starting next week, we are going to have 2 or 3 streams. If you want information about them, check out the Discord. I will, in the weekly schedule, I will have all of the information for it. All of this will be updated tomorrow. Separately from that, starting next week, the Sunday night will be the public homebrew wheel. The Thursday night will be the member homebrew wheel. And there will be a third... Yeah, man, check the video description. The third will be either a D&D call-in show where you guys can call in and ask me questions, or some combination of that plus us doing a little bit of writing something together. Either way, you guys are wonderful. Have a great night. Yes, please check out the Discord if you haven't. I'll leave the link right now. I'll grab it. There you go. There's the link. Question for the Thursday stuff. Is it possible to have tips/tricks for the prompt sessions? I'm really bad at knowing if an item is rare, very rare, or getting a good CR. No. I will probably give some element of conversation about it beforehand. But I will encourage you guys to discuss it with each other in the Discord. And I will probably talk about it at the beginning of the stream. But I don't think there will be a conversation about it on stream as like a let's learn how. I think we will learn. We're trial by fire. All right. Anyway, I love you. You're great. Have a good night. Everybody get home safe. Check out the Discord. Like and subscribe. Send me to your friends. Thank you, all the new people that came and all the old people. Have a good night. I love you. I'm tired. Bye. Good night. 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 Great session. You guys were super helpful, as always. You guys were smarter than me. It was great. I love you. All right. Thank you for sharing everything. Sorry if I got rude. I think I don't think I got rude that much this stream. I think I got rude like maybe once or twice. All right. I love you. Bye.